Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Ray. I wipe a sticky ring off the bar top with an old cloth, trying to keep my composure while the jukebox switches from classic hip-hop to a guitar-heavy ballad. It's close to midnight in this Brooklyn dive, and the regulars are either half asleep on their stools or gone for the night. The place is a worn brick building with a neon beer sign flickering in the window. The kind of spot that feels like it's been around for decades without a single renovation. I like it here, even when the lingering smell of whiskey, disinfectant, and stale sweat clings to my clothes long after I leave. My hair is in small twists tonight, pulled back so it won't brush into people's drinks as I hustle behind this cramped bar. I'm not tall, but I'm used to drawing attention with my direct stare. In a world that's tried to reduce me to my upbringing, a black girl raised in foster care, now stuck wiping counters for tips, I've learned to hold my head high. My skin is the color of dark caramel, an inheritance from a mother I barely got to know. I lost her to a harsh reality years back, and she left me with debts I'm still struggling to pay. That's why I'm here, mixing cheap cocktails for Brooklyn's night owls and turning my sarcasm into self-defense. Tonight, though, I'm more on edge than usual because the manager stepped out early, leaving me to handle the last wave of customers alone. My wrists ache from popping open beer bottles, and the tips aren't exactly flowing. A tired-looking man at the far end signals for another round, and I oblige by sliding him a lukewarm beer. We exchange half smiles without conversation. I check my phone under the bar, hoping for a positive notification. A payment, a clear bill, anything that might ease my stress. Of course, there's nothing. I attempt to distract myself by scanning the peeling paint on the walls. I imagine the stories that might be hidden in all these cracks, but it doesn't help much. My mind roams back to my credit card statements, waiting for me at home. If I start doing sums in my head, I'll sink into that dark place I've spent years trying to outrun, so I force myself to focus on the present. 1 hour until closing. The front door swings open with a low groan. A man enters, pausing under the limp light fixture that flickers overhead. He's tall, well above 6 feet, with angular features. His hair is dark, trimmed neatly, and his suit looks more expensive than anything I've ever seen in person. A strange hush falls over the bar, even though nobody's paying him direct attention. Something about him carries an intensity I can't quite name, like he's arrived in the wrong movie set, but fully intends to steal the scene anyway. I steady my breathing as I notice his posture. He stands as though the space belongs to him, arms loose at his sides but shoulders held back. The tailored jacket hints at broad muscles, and a polished watch glints on his wrist. Most men who come in here at this hour are either day laborers finishing a shift or broke artists craving cheap whiskey. This stranger doesn't fit either profile. He glances around, taking in every corner, before his gaze lands on me. I get a full-force hit of his cool stare, the color hard to pinpoint, somewhere between steel and charcoal. I raise my eyebrows in silent question. He steps closer, ignoring the empty tables and heading straight for the bar. One of the regulars attempts eye contact with him, but quickly looks away. This man exudes something akin to silent command. It's not the first time I've seen a wealthy suit wander in, but there's a crackle in the air tonight that sets my nerves humming. He leans an elbow on the bar, and I catch a faint whiff of cologne with a subtle spice, like teak wood. His gaze slides over me, pausing on my name tag. It's just a cheap plastic badge that says R. Monroe, which is what passes for formal identification in here. I pretend not to notice how he lingers on the letters. I clear my throat. You look like you took a wrong turn. The fancy bar with the violin music is 2 blocks down. That earns me the slightest shift in his expression. Not exactly a smile, but a glimmer of interest. I didn't come here for violins. The low timbre of his voice is disconcerting, as if he's holding back a wave of something. I keep my response even. What can I get you? Scotch, he says, checking the row of bottles behind me. Neat. Sure. I grab a glass, rummage for the decent scotch at the far end of the shelf. As I pour, I sense him studying me, the same way someone might examine an object that doesn't quite fit their expectations. I set the drink down in front of him, and he traces the rim of the glass with one fingertip. The tiny movement feels oddly intimate. Maybe I'm imagining it because exhaustion is creeping in. He lifts the glass, and I see his knuckles flex against the crisp white shirt cuff. Something about the fluid motion of his wrist draws my gaze, and I have to snap out of it. So, I say, trying to maintain a normal rhythm in my voice. Are you meeting someone? The corner of his mouth tenses. No. Just needed a strong drink? You could say that. I nod, swallowing my curiosity. As I lean back against the small counter behind me, I notice him scanning the bar again with a sense of calculation. The overhead light catches on his cheekbones, highlighting the angles of his face. He has an aura that suggests secrets, layered behind a carefully composed exterior. A faint beep from the bartender's phone behind me draws my attention. It's probably a spam email about some discount sale I can't afford. I let out a small sigh. My life is a closed circle of rent notices, leftover hospital bills, and restless nights spent wondering if I'll ever break free. People like him, wealthy, unattainable men in perfectly tailored suits, usually view folks like me as background noise. Yet here he is, focused on me like we're partners in some conversation that hasn't even begun. He finishes half the scotch and sets the glass down gently. I don't see a name tag beyond the initial R. Monroe. He taps the cheap plastic label with a single knuckle. Mind telling me what the R stands for? I cross my arms. R stands for Ray. Ray Monroe. I expect no real reaction. Most people just nod and ask for a refill, but he goes still. His fingers clench around the glass so tightly that I'm worried it might crack. The rigid set of his jaw reveals something akin to surprise or alarm. He exhales in a slow, controlled way. It's as if he's measuring each breath before letting it escape. Your full name is Raylan Monroe. His voice drops when he says it, and I feel a chill that has nothing to do with the broken air conditioning. Why is he looking at me like this? The tension swirling around us is thick, practically tangible. A couple of the regulars glance over curiously before returning to their half-finished drinks. That's my government name, I say with a shrug, forcing casualness. Usually I go by Ray. Care to explain why you're so interested? He looks as if he's assembling pieces of a puzzle in his head. It's a memorable name. Is it? I let out a half laugh. Because last time I checked, it's not exactly on the VIP list at the Waldorf. He sips the scotch again, gaze never leaving me. You'd be surprised how memorable that name can be. He sets the glass down, eyes narrowing slightly. Do you work here every night? Mostly, I reply, more puzzled than ever. We get plenty of tips in the evenings. The day shift is dead. He doesn't respond right away. There's a pause where he seems to weigh his next words, Then he breaks eye contact long enough to fish out a sleek, impossibly expensive-looking wallet. He drops a bill that's far too large for a single glass of scotch. I stare at the currency for a moment, stunned. The man doesn't wait for me to protest. "Keep the change," he says, and there's a finality in his tone that suggests any argument would be useless. "Sure you don't want anything else?" My pride is itching. Part of me hates feeling as though I'm on the receiving end of some pity tip. Then again, if he's offering, I won't say no. My overhead is past due. He glances at me, and I can almost feel him battling with questions. "Another time," he replies. Then he lifts his chin slightly. "I'll be leaving now, but before I do, can you say your full name again?" Funny for him to ask when he already guessed my name. I grip the edge of the bar. My instincts tell me something is off about this request. Maybe he's a bored executive looking for trouble, or a con artist who's latched on to the name for some reason. Pressure coils in my chest at the memory of the last time I trusted a stranger too quickly. I ended up short on rent and short on hope, but I say it anyway. Raylan Monroe. He nods, a muscle shifting in his jaw. "Thank you." As he turns, I raise my voice slightly. "You know, it's polite to introduce yourself, too." He half glances over his shoulder. The overhead light washes over his sharp profile, giving me an even clearer view of his refined features. "It's Nico," he says at last. "Nico Vale." My heart thumps once, hard. I think I've heard that surname before in random business columns or an online headline about a takeover. Could be my imagination, but something about Vale rings a bell. I don't let him see my sudden spark of curiosity. Instead, I maintain an even tone. "Thanks for the large tip, Nico Vale." He strides to the door, and just before he steps outside, he looks back. The tension in his posture has gone from mild to taut. When his eyes meet mine, I sense 100 questions swirling behind them. He lowers his gaze in a sort of goodbye. Then, in 3 long steps, he's gone. I stare at the spot where he stood. It feels as if the bar itself has exhaled, the presence of that stranger leaving a rippling silence in his wake. I blow out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, then check the bill he left. It's bigger than my usual tip for an entire night. Maybe I should be grateful, but my mind is still stuck on that strange moment. He reacted like I'd just revealed an explosive secret. "Who was that?" mutters one of the regulars, a woman sipping gin at the end of the bar. I shrug. "No clue, but you can bet he doesn't usually hang around these parts." The woman snorts. "Yeah, no kidding. He had that corporate vibe, you know? Like he'd buy us out just for fun." I pretend to laugh, although my brain is racing. Corporate vibe indeed. Didn't I read something online about a Vale empire? Could be a coincidence. But the way he froze at my name has my instincts buzzing. I try to shake it off, finishing the last few tasks before closing. I gather the bar rags and toss them into the plastic bin in the corner. My coworker, Kelly, was supposed to take over an hour ago, but she called in sick, so I hustled to stack clean glasses, wipe the counters, and count the drawer. My reflection in the tarnished mirror behind the bar looks wary. Usually I'm proud of my own resilience, but right now, I'm grappling with a sense of questions I can't answer. When I finally lock up, the city greets me with dim streetlights and a swirl of half-burnt leaves drifting along the sidewalk. I shiver in my worn denim jacket. As I head to the bus stop, the tip from Nico Vale is safe in my pocket, and I can't stop replaying our exchange in my mind. There was an undercurrent in his gaze, something urgent yet withheld. My mother once told me that some meetings are more than coincidences, that the universe enjoys weaving unpredictability into our days. I used to roll my eyes at her, but right now I feel a tug in my chest that I can't dismiss. Why did he seem to recognize my name? Raylan Monroe isn't exactly topping the charts of notable figures. I grip the strap of my bag, reminding myself I've got bigger problems than a mysterious stranger, namely rent, overdue electric, and the last chunk of my mother's hospital bills. Still, as the bus rumbles along the dark streets, I catch myself staring out the window, imagining him stepping into a sleek black car or heading to a penthouse with panoramic city views. Men like that don't drift into a rundown bar in Brooklyn without a reason. He must have been looking for something, or someone. When I reach my modest apartment building, I can't shake that deep curiosity. I climb the stairs, unlocking my door to find the place quiet and cramped as always. The single lamp in my living room flickers for a moment when I turn it on, and I vow to call the landlord again in the morning. Dropping my keys on the small kitchen table, I take out my phone and type in Nico Vale with a shrug, half expecting no immediate results, except the search autofills. Nico Vale Holdings. My breath hitches. CEO indicted in major controversy, says one headline. I scroll further. Billionaire son or self-made? Successor to Elias Harrow. It's like falling into a rabbit hole of corporate articles and finance gossip. The man who walked into that bar is a big deal, the kind who rarely mingles with ordinary folks unless it benefits him. My name must have triggered something in his mind, but I have no idea what. I lean against the couch, letting the articles load. Glancing at headlines about Vale Holdings' net worth nearly makes my stomach flip. Meanwhile, I'm counting quarters for laundry. I close the browser and switch off my phone, fighting the urge to feel intimidated. Maybe I'll never see him again. Maybe he'll remain nothing more than a bizarre memory of a random night when a billionaire strolled into a dingy place that smells like spilled beer. Tomorrow morning, I'll still be me, Raylan Ray Monroe, an underpaid bartender wearing scuffed sneakers. That's real life. And yet, as I attempt to relax on my couch, I can't ignore how my heart is still thumping from the intensity I felt when he said my name, his question echoing through my thoughts. Your full name is Raylan Monroe? I try to get comfortable, but the worn cushions poke me in the ribs. My mind drifts to the possibility that maybe he'll come back, or maybe he has some motive. That unsettling sense of something bigger looming around the corner won't let me sleep. A peculiar excitement flutters low in my stomach, though I'd hate to call it that. I shut my eyes and exhale, forcing myself to let the moment pass. In a few hours, the sun will rise on another day. I have to be at the bar again, since double shifts are the only way I manage to keep the lights on. If Nico Vale ever returns, I'll decide then how to handle it. For now, I settle into the silence, vowing to handle whatever comes next with the same determined spirit that's kept me afloat all these years. But as sleep finally drags me under, a single question hangs in the dark. Why did my name matter so much to him? I guess I'll find out eventually.
Chapter 2. Nico. I step onto the sidewalk outside that unremarkable Brooklyn bar, and the cold night air stings my cheeks. My pulse thrums in my ears, echoing the shock of what I just discovered. The woman who served me a scotch with unimpressed eyes happens to be Raylan Monroe, the same name emblazoned on a legal document that's been haunting my thoughts for weeks. My breath feels shallow as I wrestle with the implications of stumbling upon her in such an unscripted way. Traffic hums in the distance, headlights flickering across wet concrete. I glance at a nearby street lamp. Its light reveals wisps of fog curling around the base. A dark sedan waits at the curb, my driver behind the wheel, but I hesitate before climbing into the vehicle. My mind spins with images from the last few minutes. Raylan Monroe behind that stained bar, wearing a simple shirt and black pants, a faint smirk tilting her full lips whenever she wielded her wit. Her eyes, deep and challenging, conveyed more curiosity than fear, which is rare in my world. Most people either stare at me in admiration or tremble from intimidation. The city vibrates around me, distant chatter, the rush of late-night cabs, a hushed undercurrent that has always energized me. Tonight, however, I can't find my usual equilibrium. I feel as though the ground might shift under my feet if I don't get a handle on the swirling thoughts bombarding me. This is the woman with the name that just might tear my entire life apart. I tug my coat closer and finally slide into the back seat of the waiting car. "Where to, Mr. Vale?" The driver, Andrew, regards me in the rear view with professional calm. He's a middle-aged man who's worked for me a long time. He never intrudes on my thoughts, never pries when I remain silent. I fasten my seatbelt and set my briefcase on the seat. Head back to the penthouse. My voice sounds distant, even to my own ears. He taps the gas and we ease into light traffic. The interior of the sedan is quiet, the hum of the engine steady and low. I loosen my tie and replay the moment in the bar, recalling the moment I asked if she was Raylan Monroe. She confirmed it with an almost dismissive smile, as if her name had no significance. Meanwhile, I was busy trying to contain the surge of adrenaline that hit the moment she admitted it. The will declared that Elias Harrow, my mentor and the man who shaped me, left the majority of his empire to someone named Raylan Monroe, effective on the condition she be married. No details about her background, no photos, no mention of how the two even connected. The whole situation made me suspect either a hidden child, a clandestine arrangement, or a last trick from a master strategist who thrived on mind games. Elias always planned 2 or 3 steps ahead, even when we disagreed on everything. I assumed I'd track down this Raylan Monroe through my usual channels: private investigators, discreet inquiries, and legal entanglements. Now I discover she's behind a bar, slinging whiskey with more grit than many of my associates combined. This doesn't line up with the picture I had in mind. I open my briefcase as Andrew navigates a turn. Inside rests a stack of documents, copies of Elias's final testament, various shareholder agreements, and a single sealed letter he insisted I'd take before he departed. My pulse flares as I skim the name again in the will. Raylan Monroe. She is to inherit Harrow Industries and all associated assets on the condition that she marry within 6 months of Elias's declared passing. If she fails to do so, those assets revert to a trust that leads right back to me. That condition never made sense. Why would Elias tie his company to someone's marital status? The question eats at me. My reflection glimmers on the car window, revealing short dark hair, sharp cheekbones, and a tense line to my mouth. Even though I've heard myself called attractive by tabloid writers, that's never mattered. The real currency in my world is power. I built my reputation by turning struggling businesses into profit machines, guided by Elias Harrow's ruthless example. He found me at 19, practically living on the streets, and took me under his wing. He taught me everything about the corporate battlefield, forging a persona that's decisive and frigid enough to survive any challenge. Now that same fortress is under siege by a name on a piece of paper. Andrew stops at a traffic light, and city sounds filter in through a crack in the window. I push out a breath and think about Ray. The subtle glimmer in her eyes betrayed a mind that doesn't back down. She looked me in the face and offered sarcasm when most people would stammer or cower. That alone suggests a different breed of person. I wonder if she has any idea how crucial she is to the future of Harrow's empire, or to my own ambitions. We reach my building, an imposing structure of glass and steel in Manhattan. The doorman, impeccably dressed, opens the car door and greets me by name. I nod once and step onto the polished walkway. Inside the marble-floored lobby, night staff acknowledges me with respectful nods. One elevator ride up and I emerge into my penthouse, a space that screams minimalism and success. Floor-to-ceiling windows reveal a city skyline dotted with lights, and modern furniture occupies stark white floors. I loosen the knot of my tie completely, tossing it onto a sleek leather chair. The penthouse hums with only the faint sound of the automated climate control whispering faintly. I set the briefcase on the dining table and stare at my reflection in the window. My shoulders are squared, and my suit is immaculate except for a single scuff on the cuff, probably from the bar's counter. It reminds me that for a few moments I was out of my element, having a conversation with someone who didn't treat me like a walking bank. I step away from the reflection and shrug out of the suit jacket, letting it rest over the back of another chair. A tablet sits on the table, glowing with notifications. I tap the screen, scanning the flurry of messages from Vale Holdings board members and legal counsel. They're all demanding updates on the search for Raylan Monroe. I find a text from Zora Quinn, my head of PR. Another rumor about the unknown heir. If you haven't located her by tomorrow, the board might move to restructure. My mouth twists at the notion of them trying to push me out. Let them try. I skim more messages, each one echoing the same pressure. Find Raylan Monroe, or watch everything slip away. I type out a curt reply to Zara, telling her that progress is being made, but no further details. If I learned anything from Elias, it's that secrecy is leverage. Before I send the message, I pause. My mind replays the memory of Ray's guarded look. The way her posture hinted she's used to standing her ground. She might be a key factor I never anticipated, but one that could solve this crisis in a way the board won't see coming. I place the tablet aside and walk into the open living room, scanning the dimly lit space. Paintings line one wall, a contemporary art collection Elias once insisted I invest in. He considered them more than decorations. To him, they were statements of how far I'd come from my impoverished background. Sometimes I suspect he enjoyed parading me as his protégé, a project that validated his own cunning. He molded me into something formidable, and I learned every trick he taught with unwavering focus. Yet he still threw me a curveball with this bizarre will. I sink onto a gray sofa, resting my elbows on my knees, and think about the formality of that single paragraph in the testament. It named Raylan Monroe as the primary heir and specified the marriage requirement. The board has put me on notice. Either produce her and fulfill the conditions so the company remains stable, or watch from the sidelines as they spin Elias's last wishes into chaos. It's a gamble of the highest order. I need to figure out whether Ray will be an ally or an enemy. She might have no awareness of any inheritance, or she could have orchestrated the entire scenario to corner me. Given her reaction tonight, I suspect she's clueless, but I've misjudged people before. My phone buzzes and I glance at the caller ID. It's Marcus Vale, a distant relative who likes to posture as though he holds more sway than he does. I let it go to voicemail. I don't have the patience for his petty gloating or meddling. If he senses I'm caught in a weak spot, he'll try to manipulate the situation. There's only one solution that makes sense to me right now. I locate Ray, bring her into the circle, and ensure we meet Elias's stipulation in our own way. That might mean forging an alliance she never saw coming. Standing, I pace toward the wall of windows. Lights glitter below, and the sky above is choked with the glow of the city. Almost no stars visible. My reflection merges with the night, and I remember the challenge in Ray's expression when she realized I recognized her name. She didn't have the typical reaction to my presence, no fear or awe, just suspicion and a bit of annoyance. That's a quality I can use. If she's as tough as she appeared, perhaps I can propose a business arrangement. Something that resolves the matter of her needing a marriage to claim the inheritance, while preserving my control. After all, it's not about emotions or romance. It's about satisfying a clause in a document to prevent the dissolution of a multi-billion-dollar legacy. I cross into the spacious kitchen, open the refrigerator, and stare at the array of bottled water and fresh fruit I rarely touch. My appetite vanished hours ago, replaced by a restless need to strategize. I think about the steps I'll need to take, confirm her identity beyond a doubt, approach her with a plan, and secure her agreement. Each piece must align perfectly. A flicker of memory intrudes. The sound of her laughter in that bar, low and husky, echoing over the hum of the fluorescent lights. If I reveal the scope of the fortune tied to her name, will she jump at the chance? Or will she throw me out of her presence like last week's trash? I grab a bottle of water and shut the fridge. My reflection stares back from the stainless steel door, highlighting the tension around my eyes. There's a pang in my chest when I remember Elias's final days. He was frail, but his mind stayed razor sharp. He never said anything about a mysterious heir, yet somehow he left these instructions. It almost feels like he wanted to force me to face something I've never prioritized. Genuine human connection, or at least the performance of it. I swallow hard, pushing back any sentimental notion. Elias could be sadistic when it came to orchestrating people's paths. Crossing the living room again, I settle onto a leather armchair near the window. The city lights reflect in the glass, and the stillness blanketing the penthouse draws my mind back to the smoky scent of that bar. My suit jacket still carries a faint trace of stale alcohol from leaning against the counter. It's a reminder that, for once, I wasn't in my usual circle of wealth and corporate chess. I encountered a woman who looked me in the eye without flinching. It stirs an unfamiliar sense of anticipation within me. I examine the angles of my surroundings, streamlined furniture, abstract sculptures, and an overall sparseness. If someone walked in, they might assume I value clean lines over comfort, but this place suits my need for order. My gaze drifts to a painting on the wall, a swirl of gray and black with streaks of red. Elias picked it out, telling me it symbolized ambition. Sometimes I loathed how he read me so easily, twisting everything to ensure my loyalty. Yet I can't deny he gave me a life beyond the gutters of my childhood. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Zara. I consider ignoring it, but that woman is relentless and she'll hound me until she has answers. I sigh and answer in a controlled tone. Zara, I told you I'd handle the matter of Raylan Monroe. She speaks quickly, her voice crackling with impatience. The board is anxious. If they sense a complete lack of progress, they'll convene an emergency session. You know how they can be. I found her, I say, feeling a surge of satisfaction at admitting those words out loud. Her pause is immediate. You can't be serious. That quick? I'm capable of more than you realize. I sip water, the edge of the bottle clicking against my teeth. I need time to confirm a few things. Until then, stall the board. Don't breathe a word about her location. Zara's relief is palpable. I'll handle them. But remember, we're not dealing with small stakes here. If that marriage clause doesn't happen, the company reverts to the trust and the board will cut you out. This woman needs to see the benefits of cooperation. Charm her if you have to. I end the call without a formal goodbye. I don't need Zara instructing me to charm anyone, but I'll have to be persuasive, that much is clear. My entire career, my identity, depends on forming an arrangement with Ray. If she refuses, the board will seize power, and I'll be left with nothing but the fragments of Elias's broken promise. The notion of being rendered powerless in the empire I helped build is unacceptable. I can already imagine her reaction if I propose such a plan. She'll likely want to slice me open with those cutting remarks, demand explanations, and question every angle of my approach. I can handle that. The real challenge is ensuring she says yes to the most absurd proposition of her life, unless she yearns for the inheritance so desperately that she'd do anything to claim it. I can't gauge her motivations yet. She might have personal reasons for refusing any partnership with a billionaire who appears out of nowhere waving legal documents in her face. A hum in my chest reminds me that I actually look forward to seeing that fire in her eyes again. The thought is unsettling. I'm no stranger to complicated women or intense encounters, but this situation carries weight that extends beyond desire or curiosity. This is about survival. Mine, and perhaps hers, too. A memory of her telling me her name flashes through my mind. Raylan Monroe. She said it with firm clarity, as though she'd never hide who she is, even in the shabbiest environment. I return to the table and open my laptop, scanning through the digital files about Elias's will. The text is precisely phrased. All shares, assets, and controlling interest go to Raylan Monroe under the condition that she marries within 6 months of the date of the will's reading. Should the condition fail, controlling interest defaults to Nicholas Vale. In the margin, Elias scribbled a short note. Nico, test her mettle, or lose everything. Those words reflect his usual cryptic style. He wanted to push me into conflict or cooperation. My jaw tightens as I envision his smug face if he could see me now. I close the laptop, my decision settling into place. Tomorrow I'll begin the steps to verify Ray's background. Once that's squared away, I'll approach her with the details. She might look at me like I'm insane, but I'll craft a persuasive argument. Money solves many problems, and if she's working in a low-paying bar, there's a decent chance she could use a financial boost. In my experience, desperation can lead to swift alliances, although I suspect Ray's sense of independence won't make this easy. Rising from the table, I switch off the overhead light and let the glow of the city spill into the penthouse. The darkness feels soothing. My internal resolve expands, fueled by the knowledge that I have a plan. Yes, it's ruthless. Elias taught me to be that way. I glance once more at the scattered documents, at the name etched in bold print, then pace toward my bedroom. The floors are cold beneath my feet, but it steadies me. Before I turn in for the night, I stand at the edge of the bedroom's expanse, gazing out through more glass walls. I whisper a promise to myself. I will secure my position, no matter the cost. Ray wants her normal life, but fate has delivered her into a bigger game. She'll discover soon enough that we both stand on precarious ground. My mind replays how her voice cut through the stale air of that bar, strong and assertive. She might be exactly what I need, or the trigger that destroys every bit of stability I've built. One more step into the dim bedroom, and I set my phone on the nightstand, ignoring the lingering messages. With a deliberate pace, I loosen the buttons on my shirt, mentally rehearsing what I'll say to Ray. Perhaps I'll open with something direct. We need each other. Or maybe I'll soften it with something more gracious, though that's not my usual style. Still, if I learned anything from Elias, it's that leading with force can shatter a fragile alliance before it begins. My final thought as I reach for the bedside lamp is that I must meet her again soon. Maybe tomorrow. I'll call it business, which it is. A negotiation that will affect a multi-billion-dollar legacy. She might not know it yet, but she holds the key to every ambition Elias thrust upon me. I welcome the challenge. With the documents and the will in my corner, there's little she can do to deny what's already in motion. I allow a single, slow exhalation, tension gathering in my chest. I turn off the lamp and sink into the darkness. I decide right then I'm going to propose a deal to Raylene Monroe.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 3. Ray. I step off the creaking city bus feeling like my day started 3 years ago instead of this morning. The sun hovers low behind steel gray clouds, reflecting off puddles on the sidewalk. Another damp Brooklyn afternoon. Clutching my worn tote bag, I hurry down the block toward my apartment building. Every time a passing car whooshes by, I brace myself in case it sprays water. It hasn't happened yet, but with my luck, a drenched outfit wouldn't be a surprise. My mind keeps circling back to the research I did after that strange encounter. Checking search engines to confirm exactly who Nico Vale is felt like stepping into a gallery of wealth and power. Endless headlines discussing him as the CEO of Vale Holdings, prominent photos featuring his angular features, expression carefully controlled for the press. A few gossip columns implied rumors, shrewd deals, a rumored spat with a relative, a rumor about him inheriting something huge from his mentor. The details were murky, but everything suggested a man with resources beyond my wildest imagination. I can't help replaying the moment he asked me my name in the bar. The tension in his stare was so stark that I felt it in my chest. Even after reading everything I could find, I still don't understand why he reacted like that. He left me with more questions than answers, which isn't great for my anxiety. The last thing I need is one more chaotic element in my life. I reach my apartment building. A chipped brick structure that houses mostly transient folks and families struggling to stay afloat. When I push open the front door, the outdated lobby greets me with flickering fluorescent lights. My mailbox is jammed with flyers, so I shove them aside, retrieving 2 envelopes marked Final Notice. I smother the panic creeping through my ribcage. Another day, another overdue bill. I look at the envelopes for a moment, before tucking them into my bag. I'll figure it out later, just like I always do. Up 3 flights of stairs, my knees protesting each step. The corridor smells faintly of garlic and cheap disinfectant. I reach my door, fumbling for the key in my pocket. My thoughts are so tangled that I take a moment before noticing a figure standing in the dim light a few feet away. The silhouette is tall, shoulders drawn back. My pulse spikes. Then I realize who it is. Nico Vale, here in my building, leaning against the banister as if he is entitled to be present. I grip my key, feeling torn between alarm and exasperation. "Are you stalking me?" I ask, trying to sound casual. Inside, my nerves are rattling like old shutters in a storm. He observes me without blinking. His charcoal gray suit is crisp, and the collar of his shirt frames a neck I never noticed was so powerful. Even the subtle cologne wafting my way seems too refined for these cramped hallways. "I prefer to call it tracking," he answers, voice cool but edged with an unusual note of amusement. "I found your address through some rather direct methods, yes." My brow arches. "That's not creepy at all. Did it ever cross your mind to maybe call first?" He steps forward, his gaze unwavering. "I assumed a phone call wouldn't be enough. We have a pressing matter to discuss, and I believe you're more of a face-to-face person." I suck in a breath. "We have nothing to discuss." I try to sound confident, but my voice shakes slightly. When I read about him online, part of me expected he'd reappear with an explanation, though not on my doorstep. My stubborn pride flares. I'm not used to men like him dropping into my life, especially not at my front door. He holds up his hand in a calming gesture. "I know you're curious about why I reacted to your name. You must have questions, and I can provide answers." I glance around, aware of how easily sound travels in these corridors. Mrs. Lopez from 2 doors down might already be listening, and she's notorious for spreading gossip. "Fine. We'll talk, but not here. My apartment is a mess, and I don't want the neighbors to have something new to discuss for the next year." He nods, stepping aside to let me unlock my door. When it swings open, I'm momentarily mortified at the sight of my cramped living space. The overhead light flickers once, revealing a small couch with mismatched cushions, a table piled with old magazines, and a kitchenette that's overdue for a deep clean. This is my entire world, tiny, but mine. Nico enters, glancing around without a flicker of judgment. I close the door and toss my tote onto a rickety chair. "So," I say, focusing on him, "what's so urgent that you tracked me down?" He stands near the table, hands clasped in front of him, the posture hinting he's accustomed to commanding boardrooms. I'd like to make you an offer. It will sound unbelievable, but I promise it's legitimate. He scans my expression, probably gauging how much I'll freak out. It's about an inheritance tied to your name. I swallow, waiting for him to elaborate. That term inheritance makes my heart pound. As far as I know, my mother died penniless, leaving me with medical bills. There's no unknown fortune in my family tree. You have 2 minutes to convince me this isn't a setup, because from where I stand, it feels like a scam. Nico's gaze flickers, as though he expected that. I understand your skepticism. The man who mentored me, Elias Harrow, named you in his will. Specifically, he left control of his major holdings and assets to a Raylan Monroe. The will includes a condition. You have to be married to claim them. My brain sputters, trying to process the notion that a stranger I've never even heard of left me a business empire. That sounds like some fairy tale nonsense, I say, crossing my arms. It's real, he insists, voice calm. I wouldn't have bothered finding you if it wasn't. His estate and lawyers confirm you're the named heir. The issue is that I expected you to be someone else. I assumed you might be older or connected to him somehow. Clearly, that's not the case. A short laugh that holds no humor escapes my lips. So you came here to drop this bomb, then vanish? I notice a flicker of hesitance in his expression, and I narrow my eyes. Wait, you said you had an offer. What is it? He dips his head in a slight nod. Yes, the terms of the will are unusual. Elias stated that if you aren't married within a certain time frame, the shares revert to a trust that allows me to take control of them. If you do marry, you receive everything. That will affect my legacy too. My position at Vale Holdings is in jeopardy if we don't handle this carefully. His voice is steady, but I sense tension underlying each word. My anger spikes. So you're basically telling me I'm set to inherit something I never knew existed unless I fail to meet a ridiculous requirement that gives you everything. Are you threatening me? He meets my glare without blinking. No threats. In fact, I'd like a partnership. A fake marriage, to be precise. We marry, you inherit. We transfer control or shares in a way that benefits both of us. Then, once things settle, we go our separate ways if that's what we decide. It can be a business transaction, nothing more. The air in my apartment feels tight. I can hear the rush of blood in my ears. You're insane, I murmur. That's the most ridiculous proposition I've ever heard. He lifts a hand, halting my outrage. Before you dismiss it, consider your circumstances. The money could erase every debt. You'd have resources to do whatever you want with your life. Isn't that worth thinking about? My defenses flare. I hate how he casually mentions my debts, as if my financial struggles are an open secret. Then I remember that anyone with his network can probably unearth my entire credit history. You think I'm that desperate? Because this sounds like a modern form of selling my soul. He exhales with a slight shift of his stance. I don't see it that way. We'd be doing each other a favor. You'd solve your financial problems, and I'd keep a claim on the throne I spent years helping Elias build. The arrangement doesn't have to be personal. I stare at him, searching for any sign that this could be a twisted joke. Instead, I see unwavering determination. He truly believes this is logical. Okay, let's pretend for a moment I even consider this madness. How would it work? I can't just sign a paper, snap my fingers, and become your spouse. A flicker of relief in his eyes suggests he's glad I haven't thrown him out yet. We'd file for a legal marriage, stage a public announcement for the sake of the board and the press, then remain married for as long as the will requires. Meanwhile, you inherit the shares. We split them according to the agreement. You get your share of the money, and I keep mine. I laugh, but it tastes bitter. And let me guess, you have a contract ready to present? He nods. I do. I can show it to you right now, but I'd rather not rush. Take your time. Ask questions. Even though every fiber of my being screams this is a con, the logic behind it seeps in. I think about my mounting bills, my mother's medical debt, the phone calls from collectors hounding me at the bar. A single signature could wipe the slate clean. I hate how tempting it sounds. Did your dear mentor know anything about me? I asked quietly. Because it doesn't make sense for him to single me out. I never even heard the name Elias Harrow until you showed up. Nico's gaze falters for a moment. I'm uncertain why he chose you. There's no public record linking you to him. It might have been a hidden aspect of his past, or perhaps an act of charity with a bigger plan attached. Elias loved controlling every outcome. He reaches into the inner pocket of his jacket and retrieves a small folder. Here's a copy of the relevant section of the will. Read it for yourself. I hesitate, then step forward to take the folder from him. The pages inside have legal letterheads and official stamps. My name appears in black print, next to unfamiliar terms like controlling interest and majority shares. It's a lot to absorb. My stomach feels like it's twisting in knots. Sinking onto the couch, I scan the text. Nico remains standing, his posture rigid, perhaps unwilling to encroach on my personal space. I flip through the paragraphs until I see the sentence stating, I must be legally married within 6 months of Elias Harrow's date of death. Otherwise, everything reverts to an alternative trust. The timeline is set to expire soon. My chest tightens. I lift my head and look at Nico. And you believe I'll just say yes because we both benefit? He answers with an even tone. I believe you're practical enough to see the possibilities. Of course. It's your decision. I set the folder aside, trying to process the magnitude of this. An internal storm rages. I value my independence, but the crush of debt weighs on me every day. This might be my only shot at real freedom. On the other hand, forging a sham marriage with a man who exudes arrogance and an aura of secrets, that's not exactly an ideal scenario. I rise from the couch, folding my arms across my chest. If I agree, I want terms. No hidden catches, no trickery, and I definitely won't become your puppet. I refuse to be restyled into some socialite wife. My voice cracks slightly on the last word, a mix of frustration and lingering disbelief. Nico's expression softens a fraction. You'd keep your identity. We'd negotiate every detail. My only requirement is that you follow through on the public appearances necessary to satisfy the board. Beyond that, you can live as you wish. The quiet certainty in his response needles me. He's so sure I'll take the deal. Despite my anger, I can't deny how persuasive the promise of solvency is. I have one question, I say, tipping my head. Why me? He exhales. You happen to be the person Elias named. Believe me, I didn't orchestrate that. Yet here we are. Maybe Elias wanted to test both of us. I wonder if that's some cryptic way of saying he respects me, or if he's just following a script. Either way, I see no immediate alternative. So if I say yes, how soon do we do this? As soon as possible, he replies, cutting straight to the point. Time is ticking on the will's stipulation. A sharp pang jolts through my chest. I have to decide fast. My entire body bristles at the thought of giving up my autonomy for a corporate arrangement, but I remind myself that I'm drowning in bills. This could be my way out. You realize this is a marriage in name only, right? I'm not playing dress up or whispering sweet nothings for the tabloids. If you're expecting some romantic fantasy, that won't happen. He steps closer, his gaze unwavering. I'm not the romantic type. This is strictly business. I let out a quiet laugh. Thank goodness. My heart still thunders. I move toward the small table, rummaging for a pen in the drawer. Show me where to sign. He hesitates. Don't rush. Read the contract fully. We can adjust any clauses that don't suit you. I watch him set a longer document on the table, flipping to the signature pages. The language is dense, and I skim enough to confirm that it spells out the arrangement. We marry for a term, keep the board satisfied, and once the inheritance is locked in, we finalize whatever division of shares we agreed upon. My mind spins with warnings. This is the kind of scenario that usually ends in heartbreak or scandal, especially for a woman who rarely trusts anyone. Yet I can't ignore the gnawing reality of my current life. I pick up the pen. My throat feels dry. I can't believe I'm about to do this. Nico's voice is subdued. I understand how daunting it must be. You have every right to walk away. But if you do, you should know that in a matter of weeks, the will expires and you lose everything, including any chance at a partnership with me. I press the tip of the pen to the line, pausing. My heart thunders as I recall the unrelenting calls from collections, the nights I've sat in this rundown apartment with the lights off to save on the electric bill, the fear that I'll never break free from the cycle of poverty. This is my best shot to change everything, even if it means tying myself to a man who glows with an aura of control and concealed intentions. I swallow and sign the contract. My signature looks small on the thick paper. When I set the pen down, Nico meets my gaze, a flicker of accomplishment drifting through his expression. He slides the contract into a folder, then extends a hand, as though sealing the deal with a handshake. I stare at his palm for a moment, resisting the urge to smack it away. Then I grasp it briefly, the cool skin of his fingertips sending a chill through me. His voice sounds low in the silence. Thank you. I tug my hand free. Let's get one thing straight. I'm doing this for the money. Don't expect me to pretend we're living a grand romance. He nods solemn. Understood. My breath shakes as I speak again. I'll do it, but I won't pretend I like you. A hint of a smile curves his mouth, as though he respects my bluntness. He tucks the folder under his arm. We'll discuss the next step soon. In the meantime, you can think about any provisions or demands you have. This arrangement will only work if we maintain a united front. I escort him to the door, hardly able to believe the conversation that just happened. Before he steps out, he turns his head, a final statement hovering in the air. I realize you have no reason to trust me, but I won't break my word. He hesitates, searching my expression. Then he exits, leaving me with the echo of his promise and a future that feels more complicated than anything I've faced before. I shut the door and rest my forehead on the worn wood for a second. The apartment is silent. No applause for the life-altering choice I just made. I wonder if I'll regret it by sunrise, or if maybe this is the break I've needed for too long. One thing is certain, my days of anonymity ended the moment I signed that contract. I step away from the door, scanning my cramped living space with new eyes. No matter how this goes, everything changes now.
Chapter 4. Nico. 3 days went by in a flash, and we spent it in a constant communication about our love story. Right now, though, I'm standing in a sterile municipal office, facing a cluttered desk where a city clerk arranges documents for our signatures. A hum from ancient fluorescent lights adds a murmur to the tension swirling between Ray and me. She's 2 steps behind me, wearing a black sweater and denim that cling to her frame with an unintentional elegance. Her posture radiates a rebellious stance, as if she's daring anyone to question her right to be here. A sharp pang hits my chest at the sight. The clerk, a bespectacled woman with a warm smile, flips through the pages. "So, you two are the happy couple?" She speaks in a light tone, probably used to routine. The phrase, happy couple, lands awkwardly in the space between us. I throw a look behind me at Ray. She gives me a glare that could cut glass. Clearly, we haven't rehearsed any heartfelt lines. "We're here to finalize the marriage license," I say in a measured voice. I sense Ray's irritation building as the clerk motions for us to move closer. The plain white tile under my shoes feels like a stage where we're performing a scene neither of us fully understands. Ray steps forward, crossing her arms. "Let's get this done," she says, ignoring any attempt at small talk. Her directness is refreshing, if a bit jarring for a day like this. The clerk hands her a pen, smiling politely. "Bride's signature on the highlighted line, please." A flicker of something I can't quite name passes over Ray's face. Disbelief, maybe. She grips the pen and scrawls her name. I notice how her lips tighten, as if she's bracing for the enormity of what she's doing. Meanwhile, I inhale and remind myself to remain composed. This is the crucial step that sets everything in motion for the official record. After Ray finishes, the clerk turns to me. "Groom's signature on the next line." The term groom rattles around in my thoughts. It's surreal how quickly we transformed from strangers at a dive bar to co-conspirators in a legal union. I sign neatly, forcing my hand not to shake. "Congratulations," the clerk chirps. "You'll receive a copy in the mail soon. Enjoy married life." She stamps the form with a crisp motion, then slides it into a folder. Ray tucks her hands into her sweater pockets. Her expression suggests she'd rather be anywhere else. "Thanks," she mumbles. Then she looks at me, eyebrows raised. "Is that it? Or do we have a second round of bureaucracy to endure?" I shake my head. "We're done here. The rest will be for show." She lifts her chin, stepping around me to exit the office. I follow, a tightness in my shoulders that refuses to release. Our footsteps echo against the worn linoleum hallway until we push through a set of doors leading onto the street. Outside, the air smells faintly of exhaust and roasted nuts from a nearby cart. Late afternoon traffic thickens and the buzz of conversation fills the block. Ray glances around. "Where's your driver this time?" she asks. I tilt my head toward a black sedan parked down the street. "He's waiting." She gazes at the sedan, then looks at me with something approaching annoyance. "Let's make this quick. I'm supposed to be at my shift in 2 hours." "We have to go over the details for the event," I remind her, motioning for her to walk with me. "Our first public appearance as an engaged couple." Technically, we're already married on paper, though we've decided to present the facade of an extended engagement for the press. She grimaces. "You're serious about all that, aren't you?" I press my lips together. It's part of the contract we both signed. Appearances matter. She tightens the grip on her bag, then strides forward, leaving me to follow her brisk pace. We slip into the back seat of the sedan, the door clicking shut behind us. Andrew, my driver, greets us with a polite nod in the rearview mirror. Ray doesn't return his greeting, too absorbed in her own thoughts. As we pull into traffic, I clear my throat. We'll be announcing our engagement at a press event tonight. It's a business function for Vale Holdings, but we'll use it to go public. She shoots me a side eye. "That soon?" "Yes, the board is restless. We can't afford to waste time." I pause. "I'll have someone get you a dress." Her gaze sharpens. "I'm capable of picking out my own outfit." A flicker of amusement tugs at me. "All right. If you need help coordinating with the stylists, let me know. They'll be briefed on the story." Her jaw tightens. "I'm not here to play a role in your soap opera. I just want the money that's rightfully mine." I lower my voice. "We both have obligations to fulfill. I suggest we do this carefully, or the press will tear us apart." She holds my stare for a moment, then glances out the window at the passing buildings. Before long, we arrive at a private residence belonging to an associate of mine. The event is being held in a sprawling loft, the kind that features massive windows overlooking the city skyline. I invited the press with an official statement about a Vale Holdings update. They're expecting announcements on new initiatives, but the real news is our engagement. We step inside, and staff members in black attire buzz around, setting up cameras and microphones. Ray stands at my side with tension in every muscle. She's wearing a simple black dress that hugs her curves without apologizing for them. I can't help a quick flash of appreciation. She catches me looking and narrows her eyes slightly, though she doesn't comment. "Mr. Vale," someone calls from across the room, a tall woman in a fitted blazer. Zara, my head of PR, approaches with a bright smile. She flicks a glance at Ray, polite but curious. "This must be Raylan," she says. Ray nods. "Ray is fine." Zara gives a friendly laugh. "I'm looking forward to introducing you both to the press. They're already buzzing about a rumored announcement." She lowers her voice, stepping closer to me. "Everything is set up. Once you're ready, we'll take you to the dais." I give a curt nod, then motion for Ray to follow. We pass through a hallway lined with large photographs of city landmarks. At the end of the corridor, there's a makeshift backstage area. A low hum of excited chatter drifts from behind a partition where the media has gathered. Ray stands close, arms crossed over her dress, her expression guarded. "People are waiting to see if this is a business update or something else," I explain quietly. "You remember our story?" She lifts an eyebrow. "We met last year at a charity function. One date turned to many, and here we are planning to tie the knot. Is that it?" A wry smile escapes me. "Yes. Keep it simple, affectionate, and unwavering. The main focus is on our combined involvement with Vale Holdings going forward." Ray steps a little closer, her voice dropping. "And if they ask specifics about how long we've dated, give them the approximate timeline we discussed. I'll back you up." Her gaze flicks over my face, as though weighing how much trust she's willing to place in me. "I'll do my part," she says. "But if you try to feed me lines, I might slip. Lying openly to a crowd isn't my specialty." I straighten my shoulders. That's why we keep it concise. Moments later, Zara ushers us onto a small stage with a podium in front. Cameras flash the instant we appear. I step behind the microphone, giving the audience a prepared smile. Ray stands at my side, and I can feel the subtle heat of her presence. It distracts me more than I'd like to admit. Zara begins with a spiel about Vale Holdings, touting new expansions. Then, with an excited flourish, she announces that I have some personal news to share. Dozens of reporters lean forward. I speak clearly, reciting the script I rehearsed with Ray. "Thank you all for coming. Vale Holdings has several initiatives planned, but first, I'd like to share something very important. I'm engaged to a remarkable woman, Raylene Monroe." I extend a hand toward her and she steps closer, managing a poised smile. An eruption of camera clicks and murmurs sweeps through the room. Ray's expression betrays a flicker of nerves before she settles into composure. She clasps my hand, and I give it a slight squeeze, hoping to convey a little reassurance. Reporters surge forward, firing rapid questions. "How did you meet? When did the relationship start? Will Miss Monroe be involved in the company?" I clear my throat. "We met through mutual friends at a charity event. As we got to know each other, we realized we share values and a desire to contribute. We plan on collaborating in philanthropic efforts under Vale Holdings." Ray musters a confident tilt to her chin. "I'm excited to support causes that matter to me and that align with Vale Holdings' future." Her voice carries a strength that captures the room's attention. More questions fly our way, but then one reporter steps forward, his brows raised. "Miss Monroe, you don't have much public presence. Could you share a bit about your background?" Her jaw shifts slightly, but she addresses him with calm precision. "I grew up in the foster system here in New York. Worked in hospitality for a while, and now I'm looking forward to focusing on charitable programs. My experience shaped how I view community support." The reporter hesitates, thrown off by her candid response. He recovers quickly, scribbling notes. Another journalist jumps in. "Is this engagement purely a business alliance, or is there genuine love at play?" I sense Ray stiffen, but she speaks before I can respond. "We're building something real in our own way. Yes, there's a practical aspect, but who doesn't mix practicality with romance these days?" She keeps her gaze steady on the reporter, refusing to yield ground. A ripple of laughter passes through the crowd, but it's tinged with curiosity. I notice a few suspicious faces. Ray's honesty might intrigue them more than a polished lie. Zara steps in, waving her hands. All right, let's keep the focus on the positive news of their upcoming marriage and Vale Holdings expansions. We'll take a couple more questions. A different reporter asks how soon we plan to wed. Ray darts a look at me, then back to the microphone. We're taking it one step at a time, she says, her tone smooth. But we won't drag it out. Life's short, and we'd rather celebrate sooner than later. The press murmurs approvingly. I exhale softly, grateful she navigated that question without the story falling apart. As we conclude the conda, the crowd parts slightly and we step off the stage, weaving past a throng of onlookers. Several photographers trail us, snapping photos of us side by side. Ray's shoulders tense under the glare of flashes. I place a hand lightly at her back. She doesn't pull away, though she glances over with a subtle challenge in her eyes. Once we're out of the direct line of cameras, she whips around to face me. Did you see their faces? They smelled something off. I'm not good at spinning tales like you are. I drop my voice. You handled yourself fine. The press thrives on drama. If they sense even a whiff of uncertainty, they'll pounce. She drags a hand through the air, not quite gesturing, more like releasing frustration. Next time, warn me if a reporter is known for tricky questions. That first one almost threw me. I'll have Zara compile a list of typical questions, or we can do some mock interviews. I catch myself analyzing her posture again, rigid with tension. She's trying to maintain control in a situation that's unnatural to her. A staff member approaches, guiding us toward a smaller side room where invited guests can mingle. Ray walks in with me, posture upright, gaze sweeping the lavish decor. Polished tables, tall vases filled with curated blossoms, and a panoramic view of the city's glowing towers. Champagne flutes circle the room on trays carried by black-clad servers. Zara hurries up, a manic gleam in her eyes. That was good, but we have to keep the angle consistent. Next time, a little more emphasis on your bond, a little less on the... Ray lifts a brow. The what? Zara coughs politely. The business aspect. Ray huffs out of breath. I'm not a PR machine. I step in, resting a hand on Ray's elbow. We'll handle it. Thanks, Zara. Zara nods, offers a polite smile, and drifts away to charm a nearby group of reporters. Ray glances at me. She wants me to put on a love-struck grin and gush about our fairy tale engagement? I choose my words carefully. We need to present unity. That doesn't mean you have to pretend to be something you're not. Just rein in the skepticism when cameras are rolling. At least keep it subtle. She narrows her eyes. So I don't blow this for you, right? For both of us, I correct quietly. We're in this together. Her gaze flickers over my face. I sense the question she wants to ask. Are we truly partners, or is this just my show? An undercurrent of tension zips between us, more charged than before. Something about her nearness stirs a hunger I can't dismiss. A trickle of conversation from across the room pulls us out of our silence. Several people glance our way, curious about the new fiancé. Ray lifts her chin again, radiating determination. I can't deny that she has presence, even if it lacks the polished veneer of high society. I lead her toward a group of board members, older men with perfectly tailored suits. They greet me respectfully before turning speculative eyes on Ray. She greets them with minimal courtesy, no attempts to charm. One of them, an executive named Harris, politely asks how we met. Ray shrugs. We crossed paths at a function, she says, giving me a pointed look that suggests we aren't rehashing that story again. Harris nods, unimpressed but not overtly rude. I keep the conversation short, offering an excuse that we have more people to greet. As we move away, Ray mutters, I hate the way they look at me. Like I'm a novelty. They see you as someone new stepping into a business empire, I say. It's inevitable. They'll judge every move you make. Her lips twist. Good to know. We reach a quieter corner near the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city glitters below, a sweep of lights that accentuates how high up we are. Ray stares at the skyline, the reflection dancing in her eyes. Despite the air thick with unspoken words, she seems enthralled by the view. My phone buzzes. Zara's name flashes on the screen, likely a reminder to circulate more. I ignore it, turning to Ray instead. "How are you holding up?" She exhales soft enough that I barely hear it. I've never been this on display. It feels like everyone wants to pick apart my every word. I find myself reaching out, an impulse that surprises me. My palm settles against her lower back, light pressure meant to steady her. We'll get better at this, I promise. She glances at my hand. I expect her to brush me off, but she doesn't. Electricity flares where my fingers rest. It's as if the atmosphere around us shifts. We lock eyes, and for a moment, the rest of the event fades into background noise. A server appears out of nowhere with a tray of champagne. Ray and I snap out of the shared moment. She hesitates, then picks up a flute and sips. I do the same, ignoring the sensation that we nearly crossed an invisible line. The bubbles tickle my throat, reminding me that this entire arrangement walks a tightrope between strategic alignment and something more dangerous. We drift from the window, greeting a few more guests who press for details about the engagement. Ray offers polite but clipped responses while I handle the rest. Whenever a question strays into uncomfortable territory, she smirks or deflects with a witty comment, stirring a mixture of amusement and suspicion in her audience. Their reaction intrigues me. They sense she's not fully domesticated by this environment, and that unpredictability pulls their attention like moths to a flame. As the evening winds down, the press members disperse, hungry for the next headline. The tension in my shoulders eases slightly. Ray finishes her champagne, sets the flute on a nearby table, and crosses her arms. That was exhausting. I nod. You did well. She studies me, eyes narrowed. I caught the looks you threw me whenever I went off script. Must have been nerve-wracking for you, not knowing what I'd say. My mouth quirks into a half-smile. Unpredictable, yes, but in some ways that worked in our favor. You sounded genuine. She blinks as if not sure whether to feel insulted or complimented. Then she huffs. If you say so. Next time, maybe let me know which topics are safe. I dip my head in acknowledgement. We'll strategize. Behind us, Zara catches my eye and gives a thumbs up. She mouths, "Good job," then disappears into the corridor. I turn back to Ray. My adrenaline is still high from the performance we just gave. The strong sense of closeness to her, even in the midst of staged appearances, leaves me on edge in a way I didn't anticipate. Are we done now? She asks. Yes, we can go. Unless you'd like to stay for the after-party portion. She snorts softly. I have zero interest in small talk with those suits. A night of bartending feels more honest than this. Her eyes flick around the luxurious loft. Fair enough, I say. I guide her toward the exit. She moves alongside me without complaint, though we maintain a careful distance this time. No more subtle touches. Once outside, the evening air feels cooler, carrying a hush that contrasts the earlier chaos. Cars glide by in the street, and city lights shimmer off the pavement. Ray inhales deeply. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to that, she admits, tilting her head back to watch the illuminated windows of high-rises. I watch her silhouette, noting the tension leaving her posture. You don't have to enjoy it. Just survive it. She stares at me, the corners of her mouth curving faintly. You make it sound like a war zone. In some ways it is. I hesitate. People in that room want to see if we'll slip. They're eager for a scandal. But we gave them a story they can't tear apart easily. She breathes in once, eyes reflecting a spark of fierce resolve. They won't catch me off guard again. Next time, I'll be ready. My lips form a slight grin. I have no doubt you will. but you surprise them with your candor, and that might prove useful." She lifts her shoulders. "Good. If I'm stuck in this arrangement, I might as well get something out of it." A current of conflicting emotions runs through me: respect for her spirit, wariness of how it might derail carefully laid plans, and an undeniable attraction that simmers under every exchange. I gesture toward the waiting sedan. "Let me give you a ride. We can go over the press coverage tomorrow." She nods, walking with me to the car. As soon as we slide into the back seat, Andrew starts the engine. Ray leans back against the seat, looking out the window. Her legs brush against mine in the cramped space. That accidental contact makes me overly aware of her presence, the scent of her perfume mingling with the leather interior. It's an unwelcome jolt of awareness that I have to clamp down. The ride is quiet for the first few minutes. Finally, she speaks without turning her head. "Was that enough to satisfy your board? It should be a start. Publicly announcing the engagement goes a long way toward validating the story. They'll expect more appearances soon, but we can schedule them to limit the disruption to your life." Her voice sounds hollow when she replies. "So considerate," she says, though I sense an underlying edge. I look at her profile lit by passing streetlights. A swirl of city glow slips through the window, skimming her cheekbones. She's quite striking in that moment, unapologetically herself, and maybe that's why I can't stop noticing her. An unexpected realization hits me. Her unpredictability might be dangerous for my plans, but I'm also drawn to it. Life under Elias Harrow's mentorship taught me to control every detail, to predict outcomes. Ray is a living reminder that not everything can be molded to my will. And strangely, that unsettles me in a way that's more thrilling than I want to admit. Andrew pulls up in front of Ray's apartment building. She doesn't wait for me to open the door, pushing it open herself. Stepping out, she meets my eyes. "I'll see you tomorrow," she says, her voice subdued. Then, with a lift of her chin, she disappears into the building lobby. I remain in the car for a moment, watching her figure vanish behind the door. A swirl of conflicting emotions stirs inside me. Something that feels like a mixture of triumph, relief, and a flare of anticipation I can't quite name. Ray is going to make this arrangement a challenge. She calls out my manipulative streak with her blunt attitude, leaves me guessing what she'll say next, and might even provoke the board members if she's pushed too far. Yet the memory of her steady gaze when the reporter asked about love lingers in my thoughts. She navigated that moment with authenticity that caught me off guard. It's a sign she's not merely a pawn in my game, she's a partner I'll have to handle with care. She might just be my biggest risk, or the factor that makes this whole charade work. I tap the back of Andrew's seat, signaling him to drive. As the sedan glides back into traffic, I stare out the window at the silhouettes of towering buildings. My mind replays that flash of electricity when she locked eyes with me, how her tone sharpened.
Chapter 5. Ray. I drag myself out of bed at dawn, rubbing the sleep from my eyes while I try to recall the details of yesterday's press conference. As the memories rush back, the first emotion that hits me is unease. I'm about to be photographed by a society magazine that only covers the wealthy and glamorous. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, and a calendar alert blinks up at me. Photo shoot, 9 a.m., penthouse suite, Hotel Platinum. I groan softly, stuffing the covers aside. My normal daily routine includes throwing on jeans for a bartending shift, not posing for cameras. After a hurried shower in my cramped apartment, I slip on a casual black dress that flatters my figure without screaming vanity. Grabbing a denim jacket, I hurry out the door, catching the earliest bus headed toward Midtown. The morning air carries a slight chill, so I tug my jacket closer. All the while, I try not to think about who's waiting for me at the shoot. Nico Vale can't possibly be a morning person, yet I suspect he's already awake and fully prepared for whatever show we're expected to put on. I reach Hotel Platinum, where the doorman greets me in a polite, impersonal way that reminds me I don't belong to this world of polished floors and carefully orchestrated smiles. The elevator takes me to the top floor. When the doors slide open, I'm greeted by a flurry of activity. Assistants in black outfits, racks of designer clothes, a table overflowing with makeup supplies. A tall, sinewy woman with short red hair stands near the window, scanning the suite. She spots me, arches a single brow, and marches over. "Raylan Monroe?" she asks, voice tinted with the faintest accent. "I'm Daria. I'll be handling your look for today's shoot." I nod, clearing my throat. "Ray is fine." She gives me a quick once-over, then frowns. "We'll see what we can do about that outfit." "Is something wrong with it?" I ask, bristling at her dismissive tone. She snaps her fingers at a hovering assistant. "Bring me the charcoal suit from the rack, and those stilettos with the gold heels." When she turns back to me, her expression is carved from the same stone as a sculpture. We're aiming for elevated sophistication, especially given Mr. Vale's image. We can't have you looking too casual. I cross my arms, reminding myself I'm here to maintain a carefully curated story. "I'm not sure I want to wear a suit. This is a society magazine, not a board meeting, right?" Daria waves away my objections. "You're being photographed alongside Nico Vale, who's known for his corporate empire. You'll need to match the aura. That's where the suit comes in." My stomach knots at the idea of losing every scrap of individuality. The entire arrangement is a deal, but that doesn't mean I should become someone else entirely. "How about something that feels like me?" I ask, scanning the rack. "A dress that doesn't look like it just walked out of a stockholders' conference?" A crisp voice answers behind me. "She can wear whatever she wants, as long as it fits the overall aesthetic." I spin around and find myself face to face with Nico Vale in a perfectly tailored navy suit. He exudes confidence, from his immaculate shoes to the stern press of his collar. My breath hitches, though I try to hide it. He glances at me, then at Daria. "Give her options, not orders." Daria's lips thin. "We want a cohesive look, Mr. Vale. You said yourself we need a strong image. That means we can't have mismatched styles." He levels her with a calm stare. I don't intend to see my fiancé turned into a carbon copy of anyone else. If Ray wants a dress, let her choose one that suits her. The magazine wants authenticity, not just another polished mannequin. A faint ripple of surprise warms my chest. Just yesterday, I assumed he'd prefer me silent and obedient. Now he's insisting I get a say. I step closer to the clothing rack, running a hand over a simple black cocktail dress with a touch of embroidery at the waist. It's elegant without screaming, "Look at me," and it feels closer to my personal taste. "What about this?" I ask Daria, holding the dress in front of me. She purses her lips. "It's more understated, less corporate. You'll need a belt or something to accentuate the silhouette." Nico glances between the suit in her hand and the dress in mine. "I think Ray can make that choice." Daria sighs, relinquishing her hold. "Fine. You have the final call." She points to the side room. "You'll change in there and we'll touch up your hair and makeup afterward. The photographer wants us ready in 20 minutes. I nod and head into the smaller adjoining room. The door closes behind me, muffling the bustle outside. My eyes land on the large mirror. A stool sits in front of a vanity stocked with expensive makeup products. I slip off my jacket and fold it neatly. The black cocktail dress fits snugly as I pull it on, hugging my waist and flaring slightly around my hips. It's not my usual attire, but I like how it accentuates my shape without burying me in frills. I'm about to walk back out when I notice a silver belt near the vanity, an accessory that might add a little sparkle. I step into it, adjusting the clasp so it sits perfectly. Then I stare at my reflection, mentally bracing for the next few hours of forced smiles and strategic poses. My heart pounds, remembering the swirl of cameras at the press conference yesterday. I survived that, so I can handle this. At least I'm wearing something that feels a bit like me. When I emerge, Daria directs me to a chair by the large windows, where an assistant tries to fuss with my hair. "Loose waves," she mumbles. "Keep it natural but polished." The assistant sets to work, brushing and styling, while Daria and others rearrange the outfits on the rack. Meanwhile, I sense Nico's presence across the room. He's deep in conversation with the photographer, occasionally glancing in my direction. At one point, our eyes lock, and I notice a slight shift in his expression, almost like approval. My pulse stutters. I remind myself that we're here for business, but I can't deny the flicker of warmth that ignited when he stood up for me earlier. The photography lights are set, and I'm nudged forward. The main area of the penthouse suite transforms into a makeshift studio. Floor-to-ceiling windows flood the space with natural light, and the city skyline forms a majestic backdrop. Nico steps into position beside me, placing a tentative hand at my waist as the photographer angles for a shot. "Give me a relaxed stance," the photographer calls, his accent thick. "Mr. Vale, keep your shoulders turned slightly toward her. Yes, that's good." We adopt the requested poses, pivoting subtly under the photographer's directions. My cheeks burn from maintaining a smile, but Nico's arm around me eases the tension slightly. He smells faintly of a subtle cologne that reminds me of fresh cedar. I keep telling myself this is a performance, but with his hand resting at my waist, my heart hammers as if it's not listening. Between shots, he murmurs in a low tone. "You're doing well." I tilt my chin up, meeting his gaze. "Is that your way of reassuring me, or are you just making conversation?" He lifts an eyebrow. "A bit of both. You don't seem like someone who needs reassurance, though." My thoughts scramble for a snappy reply. "I'm a quick learner." A flicker of something crosses his eyes. Amusement, perhaps? The photographer calls for a new angle, instructing Nico to stand behind me, fingers lightly brushing my shoulders. I brace myself, fighting the urge to stiffen under his touch. The air between us crackles with an undercurrent of tension. I catch my reflection in the window, noticing how my posture leans back against him ever so slightly. It's surprising how natural it looks, especially given our arrangement. Daria and a couple of assistants watch like hawks, occasionally stepping in to adjust my belt or smooth Nico's suit jacket. The entire experience feels surreal. My brain flips between annoyance at the relentless control and relief that I'm not stuck in an ugly corporate blazer. Eventually, the photographer takes a break to review the images on a laptop. Nico escorts me toward a smaller sitting area by the suite's open kitchen, where a platter of fruit and pastries sits waiting. I hadn't realized I was hungry until I see the spread. I reach for a slice of pineapple, nibbling while my gaze flits to Nico. He pours 2 glasses of sparkling water from a chilled bottle, offering me one. "You look relieved," he notes, lips curving slightly. I accept the glass, sipping. I'm not used to all these people hovering, telling me where to stand or how to smile. He slides a hand into his pocket. Neither am I, at least, not to this extent. I usually handle the press from a distance. Then I guess we're both trying something new. He inclines his head, and his eyes drift over my dress. You made the right call with that outfit. A faint flutter skims my stomach. I push it away. You surprised me back there, telling Daria to back off. Figured you'd side with her for the sake of the brand. He looks thoughtful for a moment. I'm invested in Vale Holdings, yes, but I've never been a fan of forcing someone to conform in ways that erase them. If the media wants to see who you are, we might as well show them. My heart thuds. His words resonate in a way that leaves me uncertain how to respond. Before I can sort through the strange tangle of emotion in my chest, the photographer calls us back for another series of shots, this time near the balcony. We step outside onto a spacious terrace overlooking the city. The wind catches a few strands of my hair, tossing them around my face. Nico stands behind me, one arm draped loosely across my shoulder, his chin angled slightly downward so the camera can capture us both. The city glitters below, a sweeping panorama of skyscrapers and busy streets. I can't help comparing it to the corners of Brooklyn I'm used to, where buildings are older and budgets are tighter. It feels like an alternate reality, standing here in a fancy dress with a billionaire's hand, resting so casually on me. My chest tightens at the contrast between these two worlds. "Lower your shoulders, Ray," the photographer instructs, voice echoing amid the wind. "Smile up at Mr. Vale, please." I rotate a fraction, eyes catching Nico's. He offers a subtle nod, and I let out a small breath, curling my lips into a soft smile. I half expect him to look bored, but instead I see a hint of warmth in his gaze. The camera shutters click, capturing that moment, and my cheeks suddenly feel too hot. After several more shots, the photographer seems satisfied, calling for a quick pause. We move away from the edge of the terrace, seeking shelter from the gusty wind. An assistant rushes over to fix my hair. I hold still while they tug at the curls, but my attention stays on Nico, who leans on the railing, scanning his phone with a frown. Perhaps he's reading messages from the board or dealing with urgent business. The lines across his forehead suggest stress, but I can't ignore the pull I feel when I look at him. The final portion of the shoot takes place in the suite's living area. They pose us on a velvet sofa, angled so that the windows behind us flood the space with the natural light. We're asked to laugh together, which feels awkward, until Nico murmurs something under his breath about the ridiculousness of fake engagement pictures, and I stifle a real laugh. The photographer snaps away, looking ecstatic at the spontaneity. At last, the shoot ends. The staff begins packing equipment, and Daria instructs the assistants to gather the clothes. I make a beeline for my denim jacket, hoping to leave before anyone tries to put me in more ridiculous shoes. Nico intercepts me near the door, handing me my phone. "You left this on the table." "Thanks," I say softly, stuffing the phone in my bag. He studies me for a moment. "You handled that well. No one would guess you're new to this." I shrug, feeling a spark of defiance. "People have been telling me how to survive since I was a kid. Maybe that skill set translates." A flicker of regret crosses his features. "I know this situation isn't simple for you." I chew on the inside of my cheek. "It's not exactly easy for you either, is it?" His mouth twists wryly. "Let's just say the board is breathing down my neck, looking for any reason to question our partnership." I allow a moment of silence, uncertain how to respond. Then I remember the support he showed earlier, stepping in to preserve my style choices. "Thanks for letting me pick what to wear. It might sound small, but it matters." He presses his lips together, and there's a sincerity in his voice when he speaks. "Your voice should matter, Ray." A wave of vulnerability stirs in my chest. I step back, tucking a lock of hair behind my ear, hoping the flush in my cheeks isn't too obvious. I have to get going. Bartending shift starts soon, and I already swapped with a coworker once this week. He reaches into his jacket pocket, producing a business card. "If you want to coordinate schedules or if the magazine requests more shots, let me know. My personal line's on here." I eye the sleek card, then slip it into my bag. "All right, don't blow up my phone with stock prices or anything." A faint smile curves his lips. I'll restrain myself. We exit the suite together, stepping into the hallway. Hotel staff bustle around, hurrying to clean or deliver items to various rooms. At the elevator, we pause side by side. The overhead light glints off his dark hair, emphasizing the chiseled angles of his face. He watches me with a focus that's hard to read, something more than polite indifference. When the elevator arrives, he nods. "See you soon, Ray." I step inside, pressing the button for the lobby. The doors start to slide shut, and I notice Nico lingering, his gaze holding mine until the metal panels separate us. My pulse thuds, and I focus on the cool steel interior, trying to calm the flutter deep in my stomach. As the elevator descends, I reflect on the unexpected flicker of understanding that passed between us multiple times today. When he defended my style choices, when he teased me into a real laugh on camera, when he said my voice should matter. I can't shake the sense that there's more to him than the ruthless billionaire I assumed. The question is whether that hidden layer matters enough for me to lower my guard. The entire partnership is a transaction, yet that doesn't stop me from noticing how steady his hand felt on my waist, or how his warm glance coaxed a genuine laugh out of me despite my best efforts to remain detached. Stepping into the lobby, I make my way through the opulent space. The contrast between this hotel's grandeur and the dingy bar where I usually work is stark. Normally, the sense of not belonging would choke me, but right now, I'm too preoccupied by thoughts of Nico's unanticipated concern for my autonomy. Maybe he's not just a shark in a suit, prowling for the next big deal. I pass through the rotating doors onto the street, the sun glaring off the pavement. Cars honk, people chatter, and the city's familiar tension greets me like an old friend. My shift looms, but for the first time since this arrangement started, I feel a spark of curiosity about the man behind the tailored suits. He said I matter, that my perspective counts. Whether that's part of his strategy or a genuine side to his personality, I don't know yet. I just know I'm intrigued. And that, more than any camera flash or tailored outfit, feels like a turning point I never saw coming. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Nico. It's not even 7 in the morning. Something smells different in my penthouse. I exit the bedroom, barely awake, adjusting the collar of my robe. My hallway is silent except for a faint clattering that pulls me toward the kitchen. A warm, bitter scent hints that someone is brewing coffee. Usually I rely on my automated machine for that, set on a strict timer. I don't recall instructing anyone to start it early. I follow the aroma, passing spotless walls of textured white and minimalist art frames. At the threshold of the kitchen, I stop. Ray stands barefoot on my polished marble floor, wearing an oversized t-shirt that barely reaches her thighs, rummaging through the cabinets as though she's known this place for years. Her hair is loose, bouncing lightly on her shoulders each time she shifts. I spot the outline of her profile in the morning light that streams through the glass panels. The city glows behind her, a sprawling panorama of buildings. But all I can focus on is how out of place, and strangely right. She looks in my private domain. She mutters under her breath, rummaging for a coffee mug. My existence might have gone unnoticed had I not cleared my throat, causing her to twist around, mug in hand. She cocks a brow, an unspoken challenge in her dark eyes. "Didn't realize you'd be up this early," she says, setting the mug on the counter. "I was trying to figure out your fancy coffee maker, but it's more complicated than the spaceship instructions they give on those cooking shows." I walk over, tapping the central control pad on the built-in coffee machine. It whirs to life with a mechanical hum. "It's not complicated," I murmur, aware of how close we are. I keep my voice calm to mask the surprise of finding her here before my alarm even rang. She flashes a small grin. Easy for you to say, Mr. Billionaire. My entire coffee repertoire involves a standard brewer or cheap instant packets. I glance at the equipment she's laid out. A small bag of beans, a measuring scoop, the wrong filter. It's easy enough to correct. With a few taps, I adjust the machine to a simpler setting. Ray watches, pushing a stray curl from her forehead. Her expression remains guarded, but there's a flicker of something else. Perhaps curiosity about this environment. You never told me your place had an entire wall that opens up to the city, she remarks, nodding toward the panoramic windows beyond the living area. Last night I got here late, and everything was dark. This morning, it's like living in a glass box. I consider her words, a slight tension in my chest. I prefer the view unobstructed. I don't entertain guests here, so it's never been a concern. She snorts, setting the measuring scoop on the counter with more force than necessary. You do realize you just invited a guest to move in, right? She raises a hand to indicate the open layout, gleaming countertops, modern appliances, and meticulously organized cabinets. This place is too perfect. No clutter, no soul. She exhales, a trace of wonder in her voice. Feels like I'm in a museum, and I'll get in trouble for touching anything. I adjust the temperature on the coffee machine. It's efficient, I reply, ignoring the mild tug in my chest at her unfiltered opinion. I'm not used to sharing space. If you need anything, more pillows, different sheets, just let me know. She tucks her feet under her, leaning against the counter. I'm not complaining about pillows, I'm just adjusting. Her gaze flicks over the marble island. This arrangement calls for us to look like a couple living together, so I guess that means I'll be leaving my stuff around. A small smirk forms on my lips. The idea of Ray's personal belongings scattered across these polished surfaces intrigues me more than I care to admit. I suppose so. Just don't break the Ming voice. She gives me a wry look. Funny. We stand in silence as the coffee maker finishes dripping liquid gold into the pot. She cracks her knuckles once, tension betraying the restlessness I can practically taste in the air. I realize this is the first morning of many where we have to navigate each other's presence in close quarters. She sets down 2 mugs. You want a cup? I accept with a curt nod. Black for me. She pours carefully, steam rising in swirls. When she hands me the mug, our fingers brush. A sudden jolt of awareness surges through me, unexpected and dizzying. I swallow, gripping the mug more tightly than necessary, hoping she doesn't notice the spark. Judging by the slight furrow in her brow, she senses it too. I move to the opposite side of the island, trying to maintain a thin layer of distance. We have a couple of interviews lined up this week, I say, hoping business talk will ground us. One is a lifestyle piece, featuring the future Mrs. Vale. Another is a joint interview about Vale Holdings' philanthropic plans. I keep my tone neutral, but part of me braces for her biting commentary. She sips her coffee, eyes narrowing at the taste. This is strong, she murmurs. Then she folds her arms. So, more acting like the perfect couple, right? Yes. The board expects the entire world to see us fully committed. After last night's headlines about our official living arrangement, we should give them more to feed on. I pause, noticing how the mention of the board tenses her posture. She places her mug with a quiet clink. I understand the stakes, but I'm not some mannequin you can wheel around. I agreed to this arrangement, but I want to say in how these interviews go. My shoulders tighten. You do have a say. I'd never expect you to be silent or docile. My voice emerges sharper than intended, but something about her defiance stirs an urge to reassure her. You can shape the narrative as long as we stay consistent about the basics. We're engaged, living together, preparing to merge personal and business interests. That's all they need to believe. Her lips press into a line. Fine. She lifts the coffee mug again, sipping slowly, and for a moment, we both watch each other across the island. Sunlight bounces off the reflective surfaces, illuminating the flecks of gold in her eyes. I lean forward, wanting to shift the conversation. Do you have everything you need? The staff can purchase groceries, handle laundry, whatever. It's part of the arrangement. She huffs. I'm not helpless. I can get my own groceries. But maybe I'll let them handle laundry if it's in the contract. There's a teasing spark in her voice, and it breaks some of the tension between us. Before I can respond, the elevator chimes in the hallway, signaling someone's arrival. My chest tightens. Unexpected visitors in my home are rare. Ray frowns, eyes darting to me in question. Seconds later, Zara Quinn steps into view, holding a tablet. She halts at the threshold of the kitchen, blinking at the sight of Ray in a t-shirt and me in a robe. Oh, Zara murmurs, looking momentarily flustered. Good morning. I didn't realize you two would be up so early. I set my mug down. Zara, what brings you here unannounced? She recovers her composure, tapping the tablet. Apologies, but we have a small crisis. No, not a crisis exactly, an opportunity rather. The business publication that was scheduled for next week wants to move the interview up to this afternoon. They claim they have an exclusive angle on your sudden cohabitation. Ray rolls her eyes. Can't wait for them to ask if I know how many zeros are in your bank account. Zara offers a tight smile. We can manage the questions, but we need to be ready. I came to make sure you both have time to prepare. I glance at Ray. She shrugs, sipping her coffee. I'm off from bartending today, so I can do it. Might as well rip off the bandage. Zara nods, turning back to me. They want a bit of personal content. Maybe a quick glimpse of you two in a domestic setting. A photographer might come along. It's a chance to cement the narrative. Ray mutters something under her breath that I can't make out, but she sets her mug aside. If it means we don't have to do another dragged-out press conference, I'm game. Zara appears relieved. Wonderful. I'll handle logistics. She taps the screen. I'll text you both the details. Probably around 2 this afternoon, if that works. I give a short nod, noticing how Zara's gaze drifts to Ray's bare feet, then to my robe, then away. We'll be ready, I say curtly, dismissing Zara's unspoken curiosity. Zara nods again, heading off, likely to fine-tune the plan. The moment she leaves, Ray releases a light snort. I guess we should look like a real couple then. Maybe hold hands and giggle about dinner plans. Dryness settles in my tone. We can manage without excessive giggling. I lean a hip against the island, swirling the coffee in my mug. But the domestic angle, we might need to show them that you're settled in. That means personal touches, even if they're staged. She cocks an eyebrow. Let me guess. You want me to scatter a few throw pillows around? Maybe place random photos of us on the end tables? I shrug, half amused. Something along those lines, though that might be too obvious. She stands there, mug in hand, considering. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll rearrange your pristine bookshelves. Do you actually read those books? Or are they just for show? A flicker of genuine humor stirs within me. I read them, though not as often as I'd like. My schedule is cramped. She nods, eyes traveling across the open concept living area. And you never let guests crash here, right? So I'm the first to disrupt your solitude. I feel a twinge of discomfort admitting it. You're the first to move in. She rests her drink on the table gently, crossing her arms. Must be strange for you, having me wandering around in the morning, stepping on your polished floors. I bet you're used to absolute silence and a staff that never lingers. That's accurate, I say, though the fact that I'm discussing it so candidly surprises me. Yet you're here. Her mouth curves into a small smile, equal parts challenge and acceptance. And you haven't thrown me out yet. I almost chuckle, but hold it in check. We have an agreement that requires your presence. Still, the notion that I could simply command her to leave if not for the contract rings hollow. A part of me, no, I rephrase in my mind. I'm simply noticing that her presence is not entirely unwelcome. Ray finishes her coffee. Now that we've established we're stuck with each other for the foreseeable future, I'd like to see more of this place. I only found the kitchen because it's next to the living room. Where's your dining room, anyway? Or do you just eat at the bar with a stack of spreadsheets? I gesture toward an adjoining space past the floor-to-ceiling windows. Dining area is over there, though. I rarely use it. There's also a study, a private gym, and a few guest rooms. You're free to explore. My voice emerges a bit stiff, but the truth is, I'm not accustomed to giving tours of my home. She nods, stepping away from the island. She walks through the living area, her curious gaze scanning the large windows, the sleek furniture, the glass sculpture near the corner that Elias once gifted me. I follow a few steps behind, finishing my coffee. I watch her reaction, noting how she touches the back of a leather couch as though testing its texture. There's something captivating about seeing her move in my personal space, the swirl of her t-shirt brushing her thighs. I swallow, ignoring the persistent tug in my stomach. She halts by a tall bookshelf, skimming the titles. All business and finance volumes. Predictable, she says in a teasing voice. I see a few classics, though. Surprised you have time for Dickens. An uncomfortable warmth creeps up my neck. I had a phase where I read a variety of literature. Haven't revisited it in a while. Her fingers trace the spine of a book without pulling it out. She turns, arms folding casually across her chest. You can show me where you keep your top-secret files next time. I allow a faint smile. You think I'd keep that lying around for you to find? She shrugs. A girl can dream. We continue through a hallway that opens into a dining area. The table is a long rectangle of polished wood, surrounded by chairs upholstered in gray fabric. Ray touches one of the chairs, then looks at me. You really don't use this? I set my empty mug on the table. I tend to eat at my desk or out with clients. Formal dinners are rare. She eyes the arrangement. Seems like a waste. If I had a table like this, I'd host dinner parties at least once a month. Her gaze sweeps the room, catching the abstract painting on the wall, dark brushstrokes with a slash of crimson across the center. You might want to buy a fruit bowl or something. The space looks unlived in. A faint pang tugs at me, though I pretend it's unremarkable. Feel free to add a fruit bowl if it makes you more comfortable. She squints as if trying to figure me out. You're surprisingly flexible today. Yesterday you were all business, but now you're letting me rearrange your penthouse. Did something happen? I hesitate, searching for a reason that won't reveal the swirl of thoughts occupying my mind. I realized forcing you into a mold would make both of us miserable. It's more efficient to let you have your way with superficial things. She steps closer, her gaze flicking over my face. You keep using that word. Efficient. Like it's your mantra. It served me well, I say, though my chest tightens slightly. Efficiency has been my creed ever since Elias hammered it into me. Emotions often got in the way of deals, and that's how I learned to compartmentalize. But with Ray wandering barefoot in my domain, my compartments feel wobbly. We fall silent for a moment, each of us refusing to look away. The city's morning light filters through the windows, dancing across Ray's skin. I catch a hint of tension in her shoulders, as though she's bracing for something. Or maybe it's me who's bracing. She tilts her head slightly. You get a lot from this arrangement, don't you? The shares, the board's favor, Harrow's legacy. Seems like you're the one who stands to gain the most. I suppress a sigh. You also gain. The inheritance, enough resources to handle any financial burden you have. A life beyond scraping by. We both benefit. She takes another small step, standing close enough for me to notice the faint scent of her skin, a hint of coffee on her breath. So you keep reminding me. I watch her eyes, dark and unwavering, searching for cracks in my defenses. It's the truth. A flicker of something crosses her expression. Resentment, maybe frustration, or a fleeting curiosity about my intentions. She lifts her chin as if challenging me to elaborate. Silence settles over the space, and I become acutely aware of the steady thump of my heartbeat, the softness of her t-shirt, the warmth radiating from her. Then she draws back, rubbing her arms as if the air is cold. Okay, enough intense talk for one morning. I have no idea what time it is, and we have that interview later. I glance at the sleek analog clock on a nearby shelf. We still have a couple of hours before we need to get ready for the interview. Zara said 2 in the afternoon, so we can finalize details with her soon. She nods, releasing a breath. Right. Then maybe I'll rummage through the fridge and see if there's anything edible for breakfast. Or are you the type who only stocks protein shakes? I battle the temptation to grin. My staff keeps the fridge stocked with basics: milk, eggs, fruits, vegetables. You can request whatever else you want. She brushes past me, heading back to the kitchen. My gaze lingers on her bare legs as she crosses the polished floors, and an unexpected surge of heat settles beneath my ribs. Shaking it off, I follow at a distance. There's no point denying the pull I feel every time she challenges me. When I reach the kitchen, she's opening the stainless steel refrigerator, scanning the neatly arranged shelves. They labeled everything, she mutters. Is that how you keep track of inventory? Or do you just have an army of people who restock it? I shrug, stepping beside her. It's the system I inherited. My house manager organizes everything. She grabs some eggs and a carton of cherry tomatoes, placing them on the counter. I might make breakfast if you're interested. I arch an eyebrow. You cook? She smirks. There's a lot you don't know about me. I learned to cook in a few foster homes. Nothing fancy, but I can whip up a decent omelet if you have a skillet somewhere in these pristine cabinets. I watch her rummage around, eventually locating a pan and spatula. She sets them on the stove, then turns on the flame with a confidence that suggests she's done it 1,000 times. The simplicity of the moment, her preparing to cook, me standing by, feels oddly intimate in a penthouse known for its empty spaces. As she chops cherry tomatoes on a cutting board, I lean against the counter. I haven't had a home-cooked breakfast in years. She stops chopping briefly, looking over her shoulder. Then consider this your introduction back to the real world. I let her comments settle, watching her focus on slicing vegetables with quick efficiency. There's a gentle curve to her mouth, the tension in her posture loosening as she immerses herself in a familiar task. I realize she feels more genuine in the kitchen than when she's forced to put on an act for the cameras. She cracks a couple of eggs into a bowl, adding a pinch of salt. Careful, I might just outshine your fancy catering services. I tilt my head. I wouldn't mind. I'm curious to see what you can do. She glances over, lips curving. You mean you like it when someone else takes charge? A jolt shoots through me at her phrasing. The question reverberates in my mind, stirring an unsettling sense of vulnerability. In certain areas, I say carefully, not elaborating further. She pours the eggs into the hot skillet, letting them sizzle. The aroma fills the kitchen, blending with the lingering scent of coffee. I swallow, drawing closer to watch her sprinkle tomatoes and a handful of cheese. My gaze drifts over the nape of her neck, how her hair curls there, and I shake off the impulse to brush it aside. After a minute or two, she slides the finished omelet onto a plate. 2 forks, or do you want your own dish? Surprise flickers through me. Sharing a plate is such a casual, personal concept that I momentarily freeze. The corporate side of my brain tries to label it as pointless, but another side of me notes how inviting it seems. 2 forks in 1 dish is fine, I say, almost hearing the dryness in my tone as I fight the swirl of confusion. She sets the plate on the island, grabbing 2 forks. We stand side by side, leaning over the omelet. I take a bite. The blend of flavors is simple, yet comforting. The tang of the tomato and melted cheese suits me better than I want to admit. I make a small sound of approval. This is good. She beams, taking a bite herself. Told you. We eat in companionable silence for a moment, the morning sun casting lines of light across the counter. My mind flits between the logistical concerns for the day and the odd sense of calm that settled between us. I can't remember the last time I ate side by side with someone at my kitchen island, let alone feeling something akin to ease. Usually, breakfast for me involves black coffee and half-reading business reports. She nudges me lightly with her elbow. "You're smiling." I blink, setting down my fork. "Am I?" She shrugs, not taking her eyes off the food. "It's quick, barely there. You do it whenever you let your guard down for half a second." Warmth crawls up my throat. I guess I'm enjoying the change of pace. She points her fork at me. "Don't get too attached. I'm not your live-in chef, but maybe next time, we'll cook something together." I chuckle, surprising even myself. I look forward to it. The admission leaves a new tension in the air, this one ripe with possibility rather than frustration. Our eyes lock, and I sense an unspoken question passing between us. Are we really just strangers bound by a contract? Or is there something else forming beneath the surface? She breaks the stare first, scraping up the last piece of omelet with her fork. "I should get ready for this interview." I nod. "I'll shower and get dressed as well. You can use any of the guest rooms or bathrooms. The closet in the main guest suite has clothes in multiple sizes. My staff stocks it for emergencies." She sets her fork down, tapping it lightly against the plate. Must be nice having an entire staff at your disposal. A twinge of guilt surfaces. That's how my life's been structured since I started working with Elias. Efficiency and control over everything. She sighs, not unkindly. "Well, I'll adapt if you will." I tilt my head in acknowledgement. "Deal." She moves toward the hallway, brushing past me with a subtle wave of warmth. When she's gone, I remain at the island, finishing the final bite of the omelet. The flavor lingers. Salty, rich, comforting in a way I haven't experienced here before. My eyes flick to the empty mug, the second set of footprints on the marble floor, the faint smell of eggs and cheese mingling with the fragrance of coffee. My home feels different with Ray in it, as if it's waking from a long slumber. I gather the plates, placing them in the sink, letting the water run. The routine tasks feel odd in my own space, where the housekeeping staff usually handles these chores without fanfare. Yet I find a certain peace in rinsing away the remnants of breakfast myself, a small sign that maybe my life has room for more than deadlines and board expectations. The thought unsettles me. I push it aside, reminding myself that everything I do is for the stability of Vale Holdings, for the controlling shares that Elias left hanging on a precarious thread. Ray is a crucial component, a partner in deception who might become a bigger challenge than I ever planned. But as I shut off the water and straighten, I can't deny the trace of amusement curling in my chest at the morning's exchange. She teased me about my fortress, and for a second I nearly laughed. That moment clings to me like a promise of something that might, if I ever allow it, grow into something real. I take a breath, stepping away from the sink, preparing for the day ahead. Ray is under my roof, and I'm starting to wonder if either of us will leave this arrangement unscathed.
Chapter 7. Ray. 3 weeks living in Nico's penthouse have drifted by in a curious haze. We went from uneasy cohabitation to a routine that almost feels normal. Morning coffee together, sporadic dinners, our respective schedules weaving in and out. Even though it's all for show, I catch glimpses of genuine warmth in his eyes whenever we discuss our day. The man who once seemed carved from marble now joins me in late-night chats over leftover takeout, like we're ordinary people figuring life out. It's unsettling how easily I've adjusted to the glossy floors and skyline views. Tonight's event is a lavish PR gala tied to one of Vale Holdings' philanthropic programs. The invitation arrived with shimmering cursive text, the kind you see in high society magazines. I was told to wear something head-turning, and Nico's staff arranged everything from the designer gown to the hairstylist. That alone makes me edgy. But after 3 weeks of paparazzi snapshots and contrived interviews, I feel a flicker of confidence. I can handle another gathering of rich folks, or so I hope. We arrive at the sprawling hotel ballroom, a grand space illuminated by enormous chandeliers. Women in floor-length gowns glide across polished marble. Men in sleek tuxedos sip expensive champagne. Soft orchestral music mixes with the steady hum of conversation. I step onto the plush red carpet and let the event staff guide me toward the main entrance, where photographers snap relentless pictures. Nico stands at my side, hand resting lightly against my lower back. I'm in a dress of deep violet, the silky fabric hugging my curves. His midnight black tux fits him so precisely it could be a second skin. The cameras fire off bright flashes, capturing our practiced smiles. I maintain a poised expression, refusing to flinch. We've done enough press together that I've learned how to keep my shoulders steady and my face calm. Nico leans in with a low murmur. "You look stunning." A slow warmth stirs in my chest. "You're not half bad yourself," I whisper back, eyes scanning the onlookers. Part of me still wonders if this is all a surreal dream, standing here with him, pretending to be in love. The cameras capture an image that screams perfect couple, but I sense a deeper tension beneath his polished exterior. Once inside, the ballroom dazzles with clusters of round tables, ornate floral arrangements, and a stage at the far end for speeches and announcements. Waiters circulate with trays of champagne and canapes. The mingling crowd includes prominent figures from New York's elite, CEOs, celebrities, and wealthy heirs with practiced grins. I spot Zara among them, wearing a structured emerald dress and juggling 2 smartphones. She waves us over. So we thread through the throng, politely greeting various business associates of Nico's. I do my best to mirror his charm, offering mild smiles and a handful of polite remarks. Zara meets us midway, a satisfied gleam in her eyes. "You two are the picture of elegance. We'll do a short interview with the Society News Channel after dinner, just to keep the engagement story fresh." Nico nods. "That's fine." Then he glances down at me. "Shall we find our table?" "Lead the way," I reply, linking my arm through his. The contact is fleeting yet charged, my awareness of him magnified by our public performance. We navigate to a table near the stage. The place cards read "In Vale" and "R. Monroe" in gold lettering. I settle into the plush chair, smoothing my skirt. Across from me sits an older gentleman in a pinstripe suit. He eyes me with curiosity, evidently aware I'm the new fixture in Nico's orbit. We exchange polite introductions, and I keep my responses succinct. Nico chats with him about market trends and philanthropic strategies, seamlessly shifting between small talk and corporate updates. It's a language I only partly understand, but I catch the proud tilt of Nico's chin whenever the man praises Vale Holdings' success. My gaze sweeps the room, noting how every detail, from the gilded centerpieces to the glimmering crystal glasses, screams wealth. Dinner passes in a blur of polite conversation, clinking silverware, and meticulously plated courses. By dessert, my back aches from sitting so rigidly. I stand, excusing myself for a moment. A waiter points me to a side corridor where I can find a quiet nook. I slip away from the table, relieved to leave the watchful eyes behind. On my way, I scan the crowd for Nico, who remains absorbed in a discussion with another executive. My attention snags on a woman stepping into my path, a willowy figure in a slinky silver gown. She's towering on sharp stilettos, glossy hair draped over one shoulder, an icy smile curving her red lips. She looks me over, not bothering to hide the disdain. "So you're the new flavor?" she says, voice dripping with condescension. I arch a brow. "Excuse me?" She crosses her arms, bracelet shimmering under the chandelier light. "I'm Camille, an old friend of Nico's," she purrs. "I assume you've heard of me." I let out a soft huff. "Can't say I have." Her thinly veiled hostility stirs my annoyance. She tosses her hair. He and I were close once, intimately. I'm sure he told you all about it. My pulse quickens, anger sliding under my skin. He didn't mention you at all, I say sweetly. Guess you didn't leave much of an impression. A flicker of anger tightens her lips. So this is real, You think you're the one who's going to tame Nico Vale? I hold myself back from rolling my eyes. I didn't realize he needed taming. He's a grown man, not a show pony. She lets out a brittle laugh. You have no idea what he's like behind that cool exterior. Don't get too comfortable. Men like him crave a challenge, and once they're bored, they move on. A flash of Talia Hibbert-style wit sparks in my mind. Thanks for the advice, I say, voice light. Though, if you're such an expert, maybe you should focus on keeping your own man interested, if you have one. Her cheeks darken. You're presumptuous. I shrug. And you're cornering me at a gala, trying to rattle my confidence. That's not a good look. Maybe next time try a subtler approach if you want to appear classy. Her mouth snaps shut. She levels me with a glare that would make a weaker person tremble. I hold her stare, unyielding. Eventually, she huffs and stalks away, silver gown trailing behind her like a glimmering serpent. I watch her retreat, breathing a little faster, but refusing to show any nerves. A hand touches my elbow, and I twist, finding Nico beside me. His eyes flick over my face, concern evident. Everything okay? I release a steadying breath. Fine. Had a chat with your old friend. Camille, was it? He sighs, tension tightening his jaw. Yes, though friend is an overstatement. You held your own. A faint grin crosses my lips. She picked the wrong person if she thought I'd cower. He exhales, a trace of relief easing the hardness in his eyes. Thank you for not letting her get under your skin. She tried, I admit. But I've survived worse. He nods, offering his arm. Dance with me? I blink at the abrupt request, my heart skipping a beat. Is that part of the PR agenda, or... A small smile tugs at his mouth. No cameras here, so I'd call it personal. I hesitate, uncertain if this step signals a deeper shift in our charade, but I find myself slipping my hand into the crook of his arm, letting him guide me toward the dance floor, where the live band plays a slow melodic tune. The lights dim slightly, candelabras flickering on the periphery. We step into the midst of other couples swaying in a gentle rhythm. He places one hand on my waist, the other clasping my fingers. I settle my free hand at his shoulder, feeling the subtle flex of muscle beneath the tailored jacket. The close proximity makes my pulse flutter. You're quiet, he murmurs, gaze trained on my face. I shrug, swallowing a lump in my throat. I'm not used to dancing at these things. My previous parties involved cheap beer and questionable playlists. He almost laughs. We can pretend it's a questionable playlist if that helps. A genuine smile breaks free, and for a moment, the tension slides away. We glide in a gentle circle, the hush of the music wrapping around us, like a protective veil. Around us, high society couples exchange practiced smiles and polite nods, but I'm more aware of Nico's hand resting against me, warm and steady. My body brushes his with each step, stirring a rush of awareness that feels entirely new. His voice drops to a whisper. I appreciate how you stood up for yourself. Some in this crowd thrive on intimidation. That's an understatement, I reply. They can't believe I'm here, can they? He shakes his head slightly, gaze trailing over my face. They're threatened by anyone who doesn't fit their mold. I release a steady breath. I'll give them something to talk about then. His grip tightens at my waist, not harshly, but with a protective edge. You don't have to deal with them alone. The sincerity in his tone stirs something in my chest, I recall the initial hostility between us when I stumbled into this arrangement. Now he's standing up for me more often than I expected. It's disorienting. I realize the song is nearing its end. Rather than guiding me off the dance floor, he shifts positions to match the new tune that begins. A lilting waltz. My breath catches as I move closer. The circle of our arms shrinking until our foreheads are nearly aligned. The faintest scent of his cologne mixes with the lingering notes of champagne on his breath. I peer up at him, and for an instant, the bright lights and swirling dresses fade into a background blur. It's just his eyes, dark and intense, searching mine for something I can't name. My heart thuds heavily, and a prickle of heat wraps around my throat. I'm not sure what we're doing, I confess, voice barely audible over the music. We keep telling everyone this is fake, but his jaw tenses. I know. The corners of my mouth turn down in confusion. Then what do we do next? He dips his head a fraction, inhaling as though centering himself. Let's get through tonight. We can talk later. His non-answer frustrates me, but the gentle press of his palm against my waist prevents me from pulling away. We dance another round, bodies moving in slow harmony. My awareness of him intensifies with every step, every brush of fabric, the occasional bump of his leg against mine. By the time the music fades, I'm struggling to catch my breath. He releases me, though not completely, guiding me off the dance floor with one hand still on my lower back. We stop near a marble pillar draped in white cloth, out of immediate earshot from the chattering crowd. I search his gaze. That was something. He inclines his head. Yes. He steps slightly away, but his touch lingers. The tension radiates between us, heavy and impossible to ignore. In the corner of my eye, a flash of camera light reminds me that we can't linger too long in a world where emotions overshadow the facade. We still have appearances to maintain. Zara appears, striding with determined steps, her expression a mix of relief and impatience. They're about to announce the raffle winners. We want you two visible for the pictures. The mayor is expected to hand over the donation check. Could you stand near the stage for the photos? Nico's hand slides off my waist, but I can still feel the residual warmth. We'll be there, he tells Zara, then turns to me. Let's go. I follow him, ignoring the confusion swirling in my mind. We pose near the podium, clapping politely, while the mayor calls out names and presents charity funds. Cameras fire away, capturing our united front for the next wave of headlines. I arch my lips into the perfect show of delight, even as my nerves buzz with unresolved questions. The formalities end, and the crowd disperses, drifting back to the tables or the bar. The band plays a cheerful melody in the background, but the earlier hush of tension still hangs over me. Nico checks his watch, then bends to speak near my ear. We can slip out soon if you want. I nod, heart pounding. Yes, I'd prefer that. He leads me toward the exit, offering perfunctory nods to those who approach for small talk. I stay tucked close, hoping to avoid another confrontation with any ex-lovers or gossipy socialites. Outside the ballroom, the corridor is quieter, the lighting softer. I breathe a sigh, wanting nothing more than to remove these pinching heels and the weighted intensity of this night. A valet fetches our car. As we stand beneath the grand canopy of the hotel, I sense Nico's restlessness. He glances at me, eyes reflecting something akin to regret. I'm sorry about earlier. With Camille, I should have stepped in sooner. My jaw tenses. It's fine. Not the first time I've dealt with a snob trying to rattle me. He shifts, as if debating whether to say more, but then the sleek black sedan pulls up. We climb into the back seat, the door shutting behind us. Once inside, the hum of the city recedes, leaving us in a confined space charged with unspoken energy. I lean my head against the seat, exhaling quietly. He rests a hand on his thigh, gaze fixed ahead, deep in thought. "Ray," he says finally, voice subdued. "I appreciate how you've navigated this world. You've done more than I asked." A bitter edge tugs at my tone. "I signed up for it, didn't I?" "You didn't sign up for these personal attacks," he insists. "I never planned for that." I shake my head. This is the price of stepping into your life. People like Camille want to scare me off. They assume I'm too fragile to handle it. Maybe they think I'll vanish and leave you to them. A muscle shifts in his jaw, visible even in the low light of the car. They underestimate you. A trace of satisfaction warms me. They do. We lapse into silence. The city lights racing by outside. Skyscrapers loom, their windows glowing against the night sky. I replay the dance in my mind, the feel of his palm pressing me close, the subtle shift in his features when our eyes locked. I can't decide if I hate the confusion it awakens or crave it. Our arrangement is supposed to be business, but every day the line blurs. Soon the sedan glides into the private garage of his penthouse building. We step out, and I follow him into the elevator. The doors slide shut, and a low hum fills the space as we ascend. He says nothing, and neither do I. Yet our shared silence feels loaded, each second an unspoken question. When the elevator opens to the penthouse foyer, I release a shaky breath and move ahead. He trails me, suit jacket draped over his arm. "Do you need anything? Water? Tea?" I turn, eyes scanning his face. "No, I just need a moment to process." He nods. "Of course." We stand there in the shadowed foyer, city lights shimmering through the windows. I can hear my heartbeat echoing in my ears, unsteady in this space we call home for the cameras, but rarely talk about in real terms. My fingers brush the fabric of my dress, and I recall how it felt when he held me on that dance floor. A piece of me aches to ask him if any of it was real, or if it's all just a polished act, but I hold back, afraid of the answer. He clears his throat softly. "We'll talk tomorrow?" I let out a short nod. "Yes, good night, Nico." He watches me for one lingering moment before replying, "Good night, Ray." As I retreat to my room, a shiver follows me down the hall. The night's events swirl in my head. Camille's sneering face, Nico's protective hand on my waist, the sensation of my pulse racing when we danced. I'm not sure which part feels more unsettling, the hostility I faced, or the fact that I found comfort in Nico's arms. All I know is that this arrangement is no longer a simple contract. The tension has seeped into every interaction, building a pressure that hums in my veins. I try to breathe calmly, telling myself it's just the plan working, that the media sees us as a devoted couple. But in the echo of that slow dance, I sense something shifting, something I can't define or contain. My heart drums in my chest, reminding me that a line might be crossing, one I once promised never to breach. The question, though, is whether I'm still willing to hold it back, if it means missing out on whatever's brewing between me and this complicated man.
Chapter 8. Nico. The penthouse is too quiet when I make my way out of the elevator, my thoughts still tangled from the gala. The entire evening felt charged. Ray shining in that violet gown, the subtle tension whenever she caught me watching her. My jacket rests crooked on my shoulder and I shrug it off, letting it slide into my grip. The overhead lights remain dim, an automated setting this late at night. I can't help wondering if Ray went straight to her room or if she's still up. My footsteps echo across the polished floor. A persistent flicker of adrenaline from the gala pulses under my skin, a lingering buzz I can't shake. I pass the living area, noticing a half-drawn curtain revealing the city's skyline. Bright windows, distant streams of headlights. My gaze drifts toward the kitchen. A glass of scotch might settle my mind, so I head that way, flipping a single switch that brightens the counter. The bottle waits on a shelf near the back, a brand my staff knows to keep stocked. I twist the cap, pour 2 fingers into a tumbler, and set the bottle aside. The amber liquid glints. In the hush, the faint swirl of ice seems louder than usual, a subtle reminder that I've grown used to someone else's presence here. A few weeks ago, I spent my nights alone in perfect silence. Now, Ray's laugh or her footsteps have become part of my routine in ways I never expected. I lift the tumbler to my lips, about to sip, when I sense movement behind me. Spinning, I spot Ray standing in the entryway to the kitchen. She's still in the evening gown, though she's kicked off her shoes somewhere. Her expression is shadowed, one hand braced against the doorframe. "Couldn't sleep?" I ask quietly, voice echoing in the open space. She steps forward, bare feet silent on the cold floor. "I needed some air. The gala was a lot." I set the glass down. "Agreed?" Something in her posture warns me she's still tense from that confrontation with Camille, or maybe the dance we shared afterward. I can't decide which weighed more heavily on her. "Do you want a drink?" She contemplates me for a moment, lips pressed together. Then she dips her head. "Sure." I pour another measure of scotch, handing her the glass. She takes it, swirling the contents slowly. Neither of us speaks. The overhead light illuminates the edges of her gown, highlighting the curves that had everyone staring tonight. The memory of how she felt in my arms on the dance floor, how her body moved in time with mine, has me gripping my own tumbler a little tighter. She sips, grimacing slightly at the burn. "That's potent," she says, her tone almost biting, though there's a quiver lurking beneath the surface. I guess it matches the mood. I tilt my head. "You still upset about that encounter with Camille?" Ray squares her shoulders, a defiant tilt lifting her chin. "Not upset. Irritated, maybe. She implied I'm just a placeholder until you move on." My chest tightens. I remember Camille's manipulative streak from years ago. "She doesn't speak for me," I say evenly. A wry laugh escapes Ray. "Don't worry, I didn't take it to heart. But it reminded me how fake all this is." She flicks her gaze around the sleek kitchen. Us living here, playing fiancé and fiancé for cameras. Sometimes it's easy to forget none of it is real. Her admission pokes at the raw tension inside me. I swallow. "You don't believe any of it is real?" That question emerges softer than I intend. She sets the glass on the counter with a decisive motion. "We signed a contract. We show up to events. We pose for pictures. We tell stories about how we're so happy to be together." She lifts her shoulders. "But I don't know what it is behind closed doors." I can't ignore the pulse pounding in my neck, remembering the dance, how she trembled when I held her. "I don't have an answer," I admit, forcing myself to meet her gaze. "This arrangement has shifted. We both feel it." A flicker of vulnerability crosses her face, quickly masked. She looks away, fiddling with the lip of her glass. "So, what do we do?" The question lingers, heavy in the air. My eyes trace the neckline of her gown, the tension in her posture, the swirl of dark hair framing her features. Something primal stirs beneath my practiced composure, urging me forward. But I cage it, uncertain if that's what she wants. I take a single step closer, not fully bridging the distance, just enough that her eyes lock onto mine. "I can't deny that I'm drawn to you," I say quietly, my words feeling too raw for comfort. "From the beginning, you stood up to me, refused to be molded. It's unsettling, and I pause, searching for the right phrasing. I find myself wanting to learn more." She stays silent, though her cheeks flush under the kitchen lights. For a moment, the tension crackles, a live wire between us. I see her grip the counter edge, knuckles faintly white. My chest tightens with the urge to reassure her that this is allowed, that we can let this be more than pretense for the sake of a will. She inhales, lifting her chin. "This is complicated," she whispers, voice catching on the final word. I don't know if I can trust what I'm feeling. My pulse thrums. I understand, I say, taking another step. We're near enough that I catch the slightest whiff of her perfume. Memories of dancing in the ballroom surge back, how her body leaned into mine. The stirring in my stomach intensifies, a heady mix of desire and caution. She stands firm, gaze never leaving my face. Slowly, she lifts a hand, pressing her palm to my chest over my shirt. The simple contact jolts me like an electrical charge. Every nerve in my body goes on high alert, heart thudding so loudly it might echo in the silent penthouse. Her voice quivers. "Does that scare you?" she asks, glancing at her hand against my chest. I swallow. "Yes," I admit, though the single syllable feels heavier than any corporate negotiation I've done. But it also feels inevitable. She lets out a small breath, a trembling exhale that speaks volumes. I see the war in her eyes, rationality battling the pull between us. I move my hand, hovering it near her waist, not quite touching, letting her see that I'm giving her space to decide. The seconds feel elongated, stretching into an eternity as she leans the slightest bit closer. My hand settles at her side, anchoring us. Her eyelashes flutter, and I feel her breath brush my throat. Heat sparks low in my chest, an undeniable spark that I can't contain. I lower my head, inching toward her until my lips almost brush the curve of her cheek. She doesn't move away. Instead, she tilts her face, allowing the possibility of a kiss to hover between us. My heartbeat accelerates, every muscle coiled with the anticipation of crossing this line. Then something flickers in her eyes. Fear, doubt, maybe both. She jerks her head away at the last second, creating a gap that feels like a chasm. Our breathing is ragged. I let my hand fall, my chest twisting at the loss of her nearness. She steps back, chin trembling. "I can't!" Her words come out strangled, and she clutches her arms around herself. "I don't want to be some passing whim or next step in your plan. I can't figure out what's real and what's an act." I exhale, trying to steady my racing pulse. "It's not a plan," I say. "Not this. I wouldn't." She shakes her head. How am I supposed to believe that? My frustration surges, not at her but at the situation we built. I never intended to confuse you. If I wanted a trophy fiancé, I could have picked someone who'd do exactly as told. But I chose you because we needed each other to secure that will. Over these weeks, though, I've realized you're more than the conditions on a page. Her eyes flash, tears threatening to form. She flattens her mouth into a line, and for a moment I'm terrified she'll bolt out of the kitchen altogether. Instead, she reaches for the scotch on the counter, picking it up and downing a quick swallow that makes her cough. I hover nearby, torn between giving her space and pulling her close. "Are you okay?" I manage, voice low. She slams the glass on the counter, a shaky laugh escaping her. "No, I'm confused and furious at myself for letting you get under my skin." I tighten my grip on the edge of the counter, the cool stone biting into my palm. "You're allowed to be angry," I say softly. "This entire arrangement was never meant to be comfortable." She looks up, an edge of bitterness creeping into her tone. "Then why do you keep acting like we can rewrite it? We're locked in. If we cross lines, it complicates everything. I can't deny that crossing lines might be disastrous. The board, the will, the marriage contract, it's a precarious balance. Still, the idea of ignoring what's brewing between us feels impossible. Now that I've seen how she reacts when she lowers her guard, I release a slow breath, raking my thoughts for coherence. I told you I don't have a perfect solution, but I won't pretend the pull between us isn't real. You feel it too." She flinches, eyes welling with a storm of emotions. "I hate that I do," she whispers. "I hate that I almost—" Her voice trails off. She stands there, shoulders rigid, while the silence thickens. Then she seizes the glass again, raising it to her lips with unsteady hands. Without thinking, I gently clasp her wrist, preventing her from downing another gulp of the scotch. She meets my gaze, face a mix of anger and something else I can't name. I ease her hand down. "You'll regret it if you drink too much." She wrests her wrist free, sets the glass aside, and lifts her chin defiantly. "Maybe I like regret more than confusion." My heart twists. I step back, giving her space, every nerve in my entire being fighting the urge to pull her against me until we forget all the reasons we can't. "I don't want you to regret this," I say quietly. Her laugh is hollow. "Then maybe we stop while we still can." I force myself to nod, even though the tension in my chest feels like a vice. Her lips seal tight, blinking quickly as if holding back tears. Then she pivots, sweeping out of the kitchen with clipped steps. I remain rooted, eyes on her retreating figure vanish down the hallway. My lungs feel strained, like I've sprinted a marathon in the span of these few minutes. Rage at the entire situation surges through me. Frustration that everything I've built is forcing this charade that blocks what we might have if we were free. I notice the glass she left on the counter, the liquid untouched except for that one long sip. I pick it up, my fingers tracing the spot where she held it. The faint warmth from her hand still lingers. Or maybe I imagine it. Either way, the press of my thumb against the glass drives home how close we came to crossing a line that might turn everything upside down. I bring the glass to my nose, catching the lingering scent of scotch mixed with a hint of her perfume. A jolt of need streaks through my body, fierce enough to leave me unsteady. I tighten my jaw, forcing myself not to follow her. She asked for space, and I should respect that, even though my instincts roar for me to chase her down, demand we sort this out. Instead, I set the glass down, pressing my palm flat on the counter, fighting to stabilize the thundering beat of my heart. My reflection in the glimmering marble stares back, as if mocking me for letting emotion slip through carefully maintained armor. I stand there for what feels like a small eternity, a muffled stillness in the air closing in around me. The city lights wink through the windows, a silent reminder of the empire I spent years securing. Everything about my life has revolved around strategy, ensuring no weaknesses. But Ray, in a matter of weeks, has shattered that notion, slipping under my defenses in ways I never predicted. My phone on the kitchen island buzzes, likely a board member or Zara with a question about tomorrow's schedule. I don't bother checking. This tension pounding in my veins isn't something a business call can fix. Eventually, I pick up the glass again, swirling the scotch. My fingertips trace the rim, imagining how Ray's mouth shaped around it a moment ago. The mental image stirs another wave of heat, unsettling and strong. She's left me raw and uncertain. I can't help but crave to head straight to her room, demand an honest conversation that ends with either a clear boundary or the kiss we nearly shared. But I stand still, muscles coiled with an unfamiliar indecision. I let out a ragged breath, tipping my head back to stare at the ceiling. In the quiet, the hum of the air conditioner sounds deafening. I can't remember the last time I felt so unbalanced. My entire life, I've prided myself on controlling every outcome, dictating every possible scenario. Yet Ray storms into this arrangement with fierce independence, shaking up more than just the board's perspective on us. She's forcing me to reckon with my own isolation, the walls I built a long time ago. I finish the scotch in a single swallow, the burn scorching down my throat. Then I shut off the lights, letting darkness envelop the kitchen. My footsteps echo as I make my way to the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows. The city glitters below, and I try to focus on the view, on the quiet discipline of my usual routine. But my mind drifts to Ray, her parted lips, the tremble in her tone when she said she hates the pull between us. A faint bitterness creeps through me. We can't go back to a simple business arrangement now. The attraction is too strong. The line we tried to hold is too blurred. The question is whether we let it consume us or find a way to bury it. I press my hand against the cool glass of the window, staring at the skyline. The reflection shows me standing alone, tension woven into every line of my body. Down the hallway, Ray is probably just as tense, or maybe furious. I can't guess her thoughts, and that bothers me more than I'd care to admit. A soft beep from my phone breaks the quiet. This time I glance at it. A notification from the security system confirming all doors locked. My realm is safe, sealed from outside threats. But inside these walls, the real danger is the two of us, and this storm we can't ignore. I'm not sure how long I stand there, mind circling the same question. Eventually, exhaustion sets in. I head to my bedroom, passing by the door to Ray's room. I pause, heart pounding. The door is shut, the light beneath it barely visible. For a moment I imagine knocking, hearing her footsteps approach. Would she open it, or would she tell me to leave? The not knowing ties my stomach in knots. But I keep walking. Barging in right now would only inflame what's already raw. Tomorrow, maybe we can talk. For tonight, I can't push her more than I already have. In my room, I discard my clothes in the hamper, pulling on a t-shirt and loose pants. The bed looms, cold and sterile, just like the rest of this penthouse once was before Ray's presence softened it. I climb under the sheets, heart still thudding in my ears. The memory of her breath on my lips, how close we got, refuses to fade. I wonder if I'll sleep at all. Staring at the dark ceiling, I picture the glass she touched, the spot where my fingers found the trace of her warmth. A wave of longing grips me, stronger than reason. For once, I can't logic my way out of wanting someone so deeply it makes me ache. I close my eyes, forcing them to stay shut. Tomorrow I'll face the fallout of tonight's near kiss. But for now, my only option is to let the tension simmer in my veins. She stormed off and I'm left rattled, fully aware that I've crossed a threshold I can't uncross. The scotch lingers bitter on my tongue, a reminder that we nearly ignited something bigger than either of us can control. And yet, I can't bring myself to regret it.
Chapter 9. Ray. I wake up the morning after that charged encounter, with my nerves frayed and my body aching from a restless night. My eyes drift to the digital clock on the side table. It's barely past 6, yet sleep is impossible. I'm still wrapped in last night's confusion, replaying the moment when I almost let Nico kiss me. It felt like plunging into a current I wasn't prepared for, and I panicked, yanking myself back. The memory swirls through my thoughts, stirring fresh waves of frustration. This arrangement is supposed to be practical, but every time we're alone, the air crackles as if we're crossing a forbidden line. I sigh and roll out of bed, brushing aside the plush duvet. As soon as my feet touch the floor, I sense the tension building again. I slip into the hallway, heading for the shower in the bathroom across from my room. The penthouse is silent, but my mind is loud with half-formed questions. Why does he trigger emotions in me I've spent years burying? And why do I keep letting him get so close? I finish a long shower and dress in leggings with a loose top. Nothing fancy. My hair is still damp when I step into the kitchen, hoping to brew a cup of coffee before Nico emerges. The moment I enter, though, I realize he's already here. He stands at the counter in a black t-shirt, flipping through digital news on a tablet. The grim set of his jaw tells me the tension from last night lingers for him, too. Our gazes lock. I feel my stomach clench at the reminder of what we nearly did. My first instinct is to back out, though I push myself to walk in, refusing to let him chase me from my own space. He nods once, a restrained gesture. Morning. I muster a cool reply. Morning? For a few strained seconds, neither of us speaks. The coffee machine in the corner hisses and clicks, water dripping into the carafe. I move around him, mindful of the distance, grabbing a mug from the cupboard. My pulse rattles, and I hate that a simple greeting feels fraught with unspoken tension. Nico finally breaks the silence. Did you sleep at all? His voice is low, carrying a note of concern. I shrug. Not much. I had a lot on my mind. He sets the tablet aside. So did I. I snort quietly. Yeah, I bet. The coffee machine beeps, indicating it's finished. I pour myself a mug, the aroma punctuating the tense hush. He watches me, arms folded, as if waiting for some kind of explanation. Before I can decide on a calmer conversation, my pent-up frustration spills out. I turn toward him, mug in hand. Why do you keep acting like you can do whatever you want with this arrangement? You treat it like your personal experiment, always testing how far you can push me. His eyebrows draw together. That's not what I'm doing. I set the mug on the counter with more force than intended. Really? Because it feels like you're orchestrating everything, my living space, my schedule, even the way we appear in public. You say I have a choice, but then you corner me with all these emotional standoffs. I cross my arms. Are you just following Elias's plan? Are you trying to secure the will by making me dependent on you? His face hardens. Don't drag Elias into this. He's not controlling my every move. My temper flares. You owe a lot to him, right? The entire empire? So is that what this is about? Doing everything to maintain control, including controlling me? He exhales, stepping closer. You think I want to control you? If that were true, I would have never chosen someone who stands up to me at every turn. I fling my words at him before my pulse can settle. Then why do I feel like a chess piece in your perfect plan to keep Harrow's fortune? His tone sharpens. Because you keep assuming the worst of me. Yes, I need to maintain the terms of the will. Yes, I was raised to protect what's mine, but you're not a pawn. You're... I interject, voice rising. I'm what, exactly? A partner in this twisted arrangement? Or just some girl you found who fits the will's conditions? The heat in his eyes intensifies. You're more than that. We both know it. My heart pounds at the raw admission. Don't you dare pretend you care about anything but your legacy. He shakes his head. If all I cared about was that, I'd never have let you speak your mind in front of the board or the press. I'd have pushed you to be docile, to parrot the lines. But I never did. His anger crackles along my skin like a live current. I can't decide if I want to scream or walk away. Instead, I slam my hands on the counter. So you're the good guy for allowing me some freedom? You're twisting this into a favor. A muscle clenches in his jaw. I never said I was a good guy, but I'm not your enemy. Emotion surges. The swirling mix of resentment, attraction, and confusion turns my breath shaky. My lips part to hurl another accusation, but the words tangle in my throat. Instead, I glare at him, fury burning bright. His voice drops, quiet and firm. I didn't choose you for some shallow reason. We needed each other to fulfill that will. But it's become more than that. And it scares me too. I let out a bitter laugh. At least we agree on the fear. For a split second, we stand locked in a standoff. The tension feels insurmountable, words failing us both. My shoulders tremble, not just from anger, but from the realization of how deep we've gotten. Then, in one charged moment, he crosses the invisible barrier, closing the distance between us. His hand curls around my arm, and I recoil instinctively. Don't. I warn, though my voice wavers. I'm done pretending we can handle this calmly, he says, eyes flashing with the same frustration I feel. He moves closer, our gazes colliding. The scalding air between us ignites. The next thing I know, his mouth is on mine. Fury spills into the kiss. A desperate clash of lips and breath. A jolt of adrenaline surges through me, my heart pounding in my ears. I barely register that I'm kissing him back, matching his intensity with my own. It's 1,000 unspoken arguments released in one scorching moment. My fingers knot in his shirt, yanking him near. He leans forward. pressing me against the kitchen island until the edge digs into my back. A quick gasp breaks from my lips when his hand slides across my waist, anchoring me. Our mouths part for a second. Eyes locked, each breath shaky. My skin is aflame, my senses overloaded by the scent of him. The heat of his body. This is insane, I whisper, not sure if I mean to push him away or beg for more. He doesn't answer with words. Instead, he kisses me again, forcing me to tilt my head. Our teeth clash, unrefined and raw, fueled by weeks of pent-up tension. My entire body clenches, with an ache I can't ignore. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Eventually, the haze recedes, leaving the quiet hum of the penthouse to remind us where we are. My body trembles with aftershocks, mind swirling in a mixture of triumph and shock. I feel his heartbeat thudding against my own. He eases back, adjusting his position. My legs dangle off the edge of the island, and I feel the stark chill of the air on my skin. Without looking at me, he searches for a dish towel or something to tidy the aftermath. After a quick, awkward moment, I tug my leggings back in place, trembling from the sudden come down. Neither of us speaks at first. The silence grows heavy, weighed down by the realization of what we just did. My mind races, guilt and satisfaction clashing. Finally, I raise my gaze to his face. He's still breathing unsteadily, color high on his cheeks, lips parted. I clear my throat. I can't finish, so I look down at my bare feet. The marble floor feels colder than ever. He pulls in a breath. I know. The vulnerability in his voice slices through the lingering tension. He finishes adjusting his clothes, then slides a cautious glance my way. Are you all right? I push hair from my forehead, cheeks still hot. I'm not sure what to call it, but I'm not hurt. The swirl of conflicting emotions is almost too much. I drop my gaze to the scuffs on the island's surface. He exhales, stepping closer, but not touching me this time. That got out of control. I didn't plan. I know, I interrupt, unsure if I want to hear him apologize or claim it meant more. My heart clenches. We've been heading toward this for a while. He swallows, jaw tense. Maybe, but it changes things. I hop off the island, steadying myself against the edge. My knees feel unsteady, and not just from the physical aftermath. It doesn't have to, I say, though I'm not convinced I believe my own words. He sets a palm on the counter, leaning against it. We can't pretend it didn't happen. I shrug, trying to adopt a casual tone I definitely don't feel. Then let it be a mistake, an impulse. We had too much anger and we burned it off. The words taste hollow, but they're all I can manage. His gaze flicks to me, something like hurt flashing before he smooths his expression. If that's what you want to call it. I cross my arms, as if that can shield me from the swirl inside my chest. Let's not label it, okay? I can't handle a new layer of confusion right now. He presses his lips together, nodding. All right. A beat passes, thick with words left unsaid. Then he clears his throat, voice quiet. Don't fall for me. His warning stings, a sharp reminder of the precarious footing we're on. I muster a brittle laugh. Too late. The phrase slips out before I can stop it, a reflex that stuns me. I nearly flinch at my own admission, though I hardly know if I mean romantic feelings or just admitting I've given in to something deeper than I intended. He winces, turning his face away briefly. "Ray," he murmurs, sounding as torn as I feel. I can't stand the tension anymore. Snatching my top from the counter, I adjust it properly and spin around, heading for the hallway. "I need some space," I mutter, not waiting for his response. My heart gallops as I hurry past the living room, down to my room. I don't look back to see if he watches me go. Once the door shuts behind me, I press my back to it, chest heaving. A dozen emotions clamp down on my mind. Exhilaration from the frantic pleasure we shared, shame for losing control in such a raw way, and a flicker of regret for letting him see how vulnerable I can be. My body still pulses with the echo of his touch, my lips tingling where his mouth covered mine. I slide down to the floor, head falling forward. The last hour feels like a fever dream I can't quite parse. All I know is that everything we had before has shifted irreversibly. My attempt at dismissing it as a passing moment rings hollow. We both felt the intensity, and now no matter how we try to push it away, it's there, breathing under the surface. Eventually, I gather the resolve to stand, refusing to let my confusion paralyze me. I lock the door, craving a barrier from the rest of this overbearing penthouse. My hands still shake as I peel off my clothes and reach for a robe. As I walk to the shower, I'm haunted by the memory of Nico's breathless warning. "Don't fall for me," he said. But I already admitted, in a stray moment of honesty, that I might be lost in something bigger than I can handle. Maybe we can pretend it was just an impulsive collision of anger and desire. Yet deep down, I suspect we've crossed a border that no amount of denial can fix. We shattered the barrier we clung to, and now we have to figure out if we can survive the wreckage or find a way to live with it.
Chapter 10. Nico. Morning light seeps into the penthouse through glass walls, stirring me from a restless sleep. I blink against the brightness, mind instantly assaulted by the memories of yesterday. My body tenses the moment I recall how I lost composure with Ray, how we ended up colliding in a storm of anger and need on the kitchen island. The details linger in sharp clarity, her heated breaths, the press of her skin, the way her voice quivered with frustration and something deeper. I run a hand down my face, trying to anchor myself. Lying in bed, I sense the emptiness of my space more acutely than ever. Every inch of this bedroom is immaculate, the way I've always preferred it. Yet now, a faint hum of memory reminds me someone else inhabits these walls, someone who broke through all my usual defenses. Eventually, I push aside the sheets and swing my feet to the floor, letting the cool surface ground me. I dress in simple black lounge pants and a fitted gray shirt, uncertain if I'm ready to face Ray. The tension creeping through my chest warns me that the fallout from last night may be more complicated than either of us knows how to handle. I leave the bedroom, stepping into the hallway. The penthouse is silent except for the faint hum of the climate control. My gaze drifts toward Ray's door, half expecting her to storm out with more accusations, or perhaps avoid me altogether. I inhale slowly, preparing myself for whatever outcome awaits. In the kitchen, the scene of our lapse in judgment, I notice the faint scent of coffee. Ray isn't here. The sunlight hits the counter, illuminating the spot where everything changed. The marble island stands as a silent reminder of how thoroughly we crossed the boundary we tried to maintain for so long. I find a fresh pot of coffee waiting in the machine, which suggests Ray has been up for a while. I pour myself a mug, trying to quell the churn in my stomach. My mind replays the moment she whispered "too late" in response to my warning not to fall for me. I remember the flash of hurt in her eyes and the sense that we both crashed into something bigger than we can manage. Footsteps echo from around the corner. I look up and see Ray appear, wearing a simple tank top and loose pants, hair tied back. Her gaze darts to mine, then away. Tension coils in the air like a drawn string poised to snap. We stand several feet apart, coffee mugs forming a safe barrier between us. For a moment, neither of us speaks. She breaks the silence, voice subdued. "I made more coffee if you want it." I lift my mug slightly. "I noticed. Thanks." She leans against the counter near the sink, fingers tapping against the ceramic rim of her cup. Her eyes flick toward the island for an instant, then back to me. I sense her internal conflict, mirrored by my own. We stand there in a fragile hush until I clear my throat. "Are you all right?" Her shoulders shift as if she's still deciding how honest to be. "I'm not hurt. I just don't know where we go from this." My chest tightens. "We can figure it out," I say, though I'm not certain how. She exhales, gripping the mug. "It can't go on like before. We can't pretend it never happened." I nod, forced to acknowledge the truth. "I agree." We lapse into another pause. The hum of the appliances sounds too loud, reminding me that we're alone in this vast space, forced to deal with our own recklessness. She walks to the fridge, pulls out a bottle of water, and sets it aside, almost as if she needs something else to focus on. I catch myself staring at her, recalling the fire in her touch, how easily we unraveled. The memory affects me far more than I'd like to admit. My usual composure feels stretched thin. Finally, I speak again, voice lower. "Look, I'm not proud of losing control. I'm not used to caring?" She cuts in, a slight edge to her tone. "That's what this looks like, right? You're not used to letting anyone get close." I swallow, unsettled by how precisely she's reading me. "Yes, caring. I never let it interfere before." Her mouth twists with wry amusement. "Well, you let it happen last night, and so did I." We meet eyes, the unspoken reminder of how intense that moment was, how neither of us backed off until it was too late. My lungs feel tight. "Are you regretting it?" She lowers her gaze to her mug. "That's complicated," she admits, voice subdued. "There's a lot to lose if we go down this path." I want to tell her I won't let her lose anything. Yet a voice in my head reminds me that our entire arrangement hinges on illusions we sold to the board and the media. If we make this personal, everything might crumble. Or worse, it could entangle us in ways neither of us is ready for. I move to the other side of the counter, closer to her, though I leave a cautious gap between us. We can handle the business side. The question is what we do with ourselves in the meantime. She hesitates, tension pulling at the corners of her mouth. I don't know if we can keep living under the same roof, trying to act normal when we're... She trails off, expression pained. I steel myself. We can't back out of the arrangement, Ray. If we separate, it jeopardizes the will stipulations. She closes her eyes momentarily. I know. But that doesn't mean I have to hang out in the living room each night, pretending everything's fine. Maybe we need distance. My gut churns at the idea of her pulling away even more, yet I can't form a valid argument against it. Her logic is sound. If that's what you need, I say slowly, I won't force you to be near me unless we have to keep up appearances. The words taste bitter. I'd prefer to fix this with more honesty, but I see how tense her posture remains. She inclines her head. Maybe that's best for now. A painful hush descends. I sip my coffee, though the flavor feels dull. My mind scrambles for how to salvage the precarious dynamic we built. Emotions swirl, an internal battle I'm not accustomed to. Then my phone rings from the living room, slicing through the tension. I place the mug on the counter. Sorry, I should get that. Ray just nods, eyes flicking toward the hallway. I move into the living room where my phone vibrates on a side table. The screen reads, Harrow Estate. My pulse quickens. We haven't heard from Elias's estate lawyer in a while, which raises the possibility of new complications. I answer. Nico Vale speaking. A crisp male voice on the other end responds. Mr. Vale, this is Dunmore from Harrow's legal team. We need to discuss some recent developments regarding the final inventory of Elias's assets. Certain documents have come to light. My stomach tightens. I'm listening. The lawyer continues, voice measured. We've discovered additional personal correspondences that reference a potential trust modification. It may affect timelines or distribution specifics. We need you and Miss Monroe to sign some clarifications. I cast a quick glance back, noticing Ray leaning in the kitchen doorway, curiosity on her face. We can arrange a time. What exactly changed? It's not a complete alteration of the will, but we can't finalize details without your signatures. There's also talk of a potential clause that only the two of you can confirm in person. We'd prefer to do this soon. How is tomorrow morning? I grit my teeth. Another layer to this complicated puzzle. We'll be there, I say. Send me the address. The lawyer ends the call with formal pleasantries. I lower the phone, mind spinning. Ray steps forward, a question in her gaze. Something about Elias? I tuck the phone away. His legal team found new documents. We have to meet them tomorrow morning and sign clarifications. She frowns, crossing her arms. Because dealing with his legacy wasn't complicated enough. Exactly, I reply, stepping back into the kitchen. We'll go together. Maybe it's just a formality, but we can't ignore it. Her lips flatten, clearly aggravated. Fine, let's get it over with. She sets her mug down, knuckles tense. Is this going to drag us deeper into his secrets? I sigh. Possibly. Elias was always meticulous, but I wouldn't put it past him to hide extra clauses to ensure we follow his path. She leans against the counter, tapping her foot in agitation. The soft pad of her foot echoes in the silent kitchen. We're stuck dealing with the consequences, whether we like it or not. I nod. We'll handle it. Then maybe we can figure out how to manage our current situation. My voice dips on that final word. She lifts an eyebrow, sarcasm flashing. Is that what we're calling it? I fight a grimace. I'm not sure what else to call it. We have more than a business arrangement now, but we both know it's complicated. Her gaze flicks away. Right. No going back. The reminder slices through my chest. She's correct. There's no way to erase last night. Even if we try to bury it under layers of politeness, the memory of how we lost control lingers. I gather plates from a nearby cupboard, placing them on the island as though preparing for breakfast. But she holds up a hand. I'm not hungry. I might go out for a walk. Clear my head. Frustration flares in me, though I try to keep my tone steady. Do you want company? She blinks, as if surprised I'd offer. Then her jaw tightens. I'd rather go alone. A sting courses through me, but I swallow it. All right. She picks up the bottle of water from the counter and turns, grabbing a light sweater from a chair. She walks to the penthouse door, hesitating momentarily before stepping out. I watch her leave, the suite's door closing with a subdued click. The second she's gone, I feel the penthouse expand into a hollow expanse. The hush feeds the turmoil in my chest. I discard the idea of eating breakfast, no appetite left. Instead, I clear away the mugs, rinsing them in the sink. The mundane task fails to soothe the tension in my stomach. I retreat to the living area, settling onto the couch. My phone still rests in my palm. The meeting with Harrow's lawyers hovers in my thoughts. Another reminder that Ray and I are entangled beyond a simple contract. We're bound by Elias's manipulations, and now by the heat we unleashed in a moment of anger. The tension of that memory creeps through me, both enticing and unsettling. My mind drifts to Ray, imagining her stepping onto the busy street, seeking fresh air to calm her swirling emotions. I picture her expression, the conflict in her eyes. The memory of her voice, husky with passion, sets my pulse racing again. I curse under my breath, disliking how easily she unravels my control. I decide to check messages and emails to distract myself. A flurry of notifications from board members scrolls on the screen, each one referencing upcoming deals or corporate expansions. Usually I dive right into strategizing, but right now it all feels empty. My thoughts keep turning back to Ray, to last night, to the anger in her words and the fierce desire in her touch. Time slips by. At some point, Zara calls to confirm a midweek event we're slated to attend. I schedule it without enthusiasm, offering perfunctory answers to her inquiries about Ray's involvement. She senses my distraction, but I provide no explanation. Once the call ends, the hush returns. An hour later, my phone buzzes again. I expect it to be Ray, maybe letting me know she's returning, but the screen shows an unknown number. I answer curtly. Yes? Preparing to dismiss a telemarketer. A male voice crackles on the line. Mr. Vale, this is a staff member from the law offices. We confirmed your appointment for tomorrow morning at 10. Please be prompt. I rub the tension in my brow. I said I'd be there. I don't need a reminder. My apologies, sir. I'm just following instructions. The lead counsel will be waiting. He hangs up, leaving me with another wave of frustration. Even from beyond the grave, Elias wields control, ensuring his legacy plays out exactly as he planned. I toss my phone aside on the couch, glancing around the penthouse. My eyes settle on the spot where Ray and I lost ourselves, where everything changed. No matter how many instructions Elias left behind, he couldn't have predicted how strong a pull Ray and I would feel. Footsteps in the hallway draw my attention. The front door opens and Ray appears, sweater draped over her arm. She looks a bit more settled, although her face is drawn. We lock eyes from across the living area, and a subdued tension buzzes between us. She speaks first, voice subdued. I just needed some air. I nod, rising from the couch. You okay? She nods, though her posture remains guarded. I realized running off won't fix anything. An awkward beat passes. I gesture to the couch. Want to sit? She hesitates, then crosses the living area, lowering herself onto the opposite end of the couch. We leave a cushion of space, neither of us wanting to crowd the other. She tucks a stray curl behind her ear. You said something about Harrow's lawyers calling? I explain the gist of the conversation, how we're expected to sign clarifications tomorrow. She absorbs this with a small scowl. He's still controlling everything even now. I release a slow breath. Yes, it seems so, but we can handle it. Then decide our next steps. She swivels to face me. Is there any chance this new document changes the timeline or the marriage requirement? Could it alter how we have to fake our relationship? I'm not sure. The lawyer implied it's just a matter of finalizing certain parts, but I wouldn't rule anything out. She nods, gaze falling to her lap. All right, we'll go tomorrow. And for the rest of today, we can keep out of each other's way, if that helps. Her words tighten something in my chest. We can do that, though if you need anything, I'm here. She meets my gaze, a conflicted expression flickering across her face. Then she stands, arms crossed loosely over her sweater. I think I'll read in my room for a while. I rise as well, torn between letting her go and trying to talk more. The memory of last night hovers like a specter. I settle on a nod, forcing calm into my voice. Tell me if you change your mind. She offers a stiff nod in return and turns away, disappearing down the corridor. I remain where I am, staring at the vacant space she left behind, trying to bury the frustration swirling inside me. On the one hand, we both know we crossed a line. On the other, the pull between us feels impossible to deny. The tension remains, intensifying by the hour. Eventually, I return to the couch and sink onto it, facing the windows that overlook the city. My phone beeps again, another board message, but I ignore it for now. The day stretches ahead, heavy with the unresolved tension between me and Ray, overshadowed by an ominous meeting about Elias's will tomorrow. We can't undo the damage of a moment's passion. We can't simply bury the fierce attraction that continues to spark, no matter how hard we try to ignore it. I close my eyes, reminding myself that I've always navigated challenges by focusing on a plan. Yet my control falters whenever she's near. The memories of her voice, her touch, and her furious confession that it's too late to avoid deeper feelings all twist inside me. I can't figure out a path that won't hurt us both. The only certainty is that we've gone too far to pretend nothing changed. The arrangement that once seemed straightforward now feels like a precarious house of cards. Another push from Elias's estate, another heartbreak in the shape of our unspoken desires, and the whole structure might collapse. I steady my breathing, bracing for the next step in this roller coaster that neither of us can abandon. When tomorrow arrives, we'll face the lawyers and uncover whatever new constraint Elias laid out. But for now, I stare at the city's skyline, trying to piece together a plan that can hold Ray and me together in one piece, despite all the lies and entanglements that threaten to tear us apart.
Chapter 11. Ray. I step out of the meeting with Harrow's legal team, the echoes of their formal tones still swirling in my head. Nico walks beside me, silent and impassive. The tension between us stands out as sharply as ever. He nods a curt goodbye to the lawyers, and they vanish into their offices, leaving us in a marble-floored corridor with the gilded light fixtures. The hush here feels heavy, as though something monumental just passed us by, without leaving instructions on how to handle it. I trail after Nico down the hallway toward the elevator bank. We discuss the clarifications to Elias Harrow's will, new details that apparently require our signatures soon. They said it's standard procedure, but every time they mention additional documents, I feel a pinch of dread in my chest. Elias loved to keep control from beyond the grave, and that rubs me raw. Despite everything, we still don't have the complete picture of what he wanted. Nico stops at the elevator, pressing the button. The doors glide open almost immediately, revealing an empty car. I step inside, scanning the polished mirrors and overhead lights. Nico joins me, and we stand with a careful distance between us, as if we're both worried about crossing an invisible boundary. Once the elevator begins its smooth descent, Nico clears his throat. "That was shorter than expected," he remarks, voice subdued. I give a slight nod. "Yeah, they wanted to confirm a few lines about timelines, distribution, and those rumored letters Elias might have left behind." He exhales, focusing on the illuminated floor numbers. "At least we still have time before the final signing. There's no immediate crisis." I fold my arms, unease churning inside. No crisis yet, but I don't trust them not to spring something else on us. His jaw tightens. We reach the ground floor, and the doors open to a bustling lobby. We exit in silence, passing suited professionals hurrying to their next appointment. The building's doorman greets Nico by name, and we slip out onto the busy street. Sunlight reflects off tall glass skyscrapers, and the air feels cooler than I expect, prickling my skin. We don't speak as we climb into the waiting sedan. Andrew, the driver, glances at us in the rearview mirror, but we offer no explanation, and he pulls into traffic without question. I watch the building sweep past, trying to decide whether to bring up the will again or keep it buried. In the end, I keep quiet, mind swirling with scattered thoughts about Elias, my mother's memory, and the ever-widening cracks in my arrangement with Nico. A block later, my phone buzzes. I fish it out of my purse to see a notification from someone named Samantha, referencing Harrow Archive. My heartbeat spikes with curiosity. I open the message, reading quickly. "Ray, I found some materials at an old Harrow Foundation storage unit that might be related to your mother. Letters, documents, not sure. Just say the word if you want them." My chest tightens. I freeze, blinking at the screen. Samantha is an old contact from back when I tried to chase my mother's medical records. She must have stumbled on these items while sorting or digitizing Harrow Foundation archives. Nico notices my stillness. Everything okay? I tuck the phone away, swallowing. Someone found materials that might belong to my mother. They said it's at a Harrow Foundation storage location. He frowns. Elias was connected to countless foundations and charities. Could be something benign. I press my lips together. Maybe. I want to see them for myself. He hesitates, a shadow crossing his features. All right, if you need anything, I'm here. A swirl of mixed feelings hits me. On one hand, I bristle at the idea of him swooping in to manage everything. On the other, the notion of unearthing items connected to my mother through the Harrow name churns my anxiety. Why would there be any link between Elias and my mother? The question nags at me like a splinter under my skin. Did she ever mention him? I can't recall. Too many of my early years with her are a blur, overshadowed by the foster system after her passing. Andrew navigates through midday congestion. We finally reach the penthouse building. Nico steps out, offering me a curt nod before striding inside. I follow, but an uneasy hush surrounds us. It's as if we're each grappling with personal storms and don't dare lean on the other just yet. We take the elevator up, silent as the doors close. My pulse hums from the text message. I almost mention it again, but the tension from last night still lingers, making conversation feel precarious. Up in the penthouse, Nico disappears into his study, and I release a breath, relieved to have some space. I drift into my room, tugging off my heels. The plush carpet soothes my feet, but my chest remains tight. I open the text again, rereading Samantha's words. Letters, documents, not sure. If they really exist, they might hold clues about why Elias singled me out in his will. After a moment's indecision, I type a quick response to Samantha, asking if we can meet. She replies within minutes, offering an address and a time later this afternoon, promising to bring the files. I text back that I'll be there. My mind whirls with speculation. Could these items shed light on my mother's connection to Elias? I toss the phone onto my bed and stare at the ceiling, searching my memories for any hint of Harrow's presence in my mother's life. She worked multiple jobs, struggled with medical bills, never mentioned any wealthy benefactor or secret father figure. If these letters confirm some deeper link, it might unravel everything I thought I knew about my history. Time crawls until I'm ready to leave for the meeting. I slip on a comfortable pair of jeans, a loose blouse, and tie my hair back. Before stepping out, I pass by the study. The door is cracked slightly, revealing Nico absorbed in a phone call. I debate telling him where I'm going, but an odd sense of protectiveness about these files grips me. This might be bigger than he realizes. I slip out without a word, riding the elevator down and catching a cab toward the address Samantha sent. She's waiting outside a modest cafe, wearing a casual blazer over a fitted dress. I recognize her from previous interactions, always professional, a quiet determination in her eyes. She waves me over, and we find a table inside, away from the lunchtime crowd. Once we order drinks, she pulls a small box from her bag, setting it on the table between us. Her tone is gentle. I found these in a dusty corner of one of Harrow's old storage facilities. They're labeled with your mother's name. She offers a rueful smile. I wasn't sure if you wanted them, but I had a feeling they might matter. I slide the box closer, heart thudding. Thank you. She nods. I'll give you privacy if you want. That's all I have. If you need help digging further, let me know. Gratitude and nerves war inside me. I appreciate it. I'll let you know. She finishes her drink, offers a quick hug, and excuses herself, leaving me alone with the box. I stare at the battered cardboard, noticing old tape and a typed label that reads, Monroe, property of E. Harrow. My pulse spikes at the mention of Harrow's name. Taking a steadying breath, I peel back the tape and lift the lid. Inside, I find a bundle of envelopes tied together with a ribbon, along with a few folded documents. The envelopes look weathered, addressed in careful handwriting. My eyes lock on the name. L, my mother's name. My throat tightens as I flip one envelope, reading the sender's line. Elias Harrow. My heart jolts. These are personal letters from Elias to my mother, dated over 30 years ago. That's before I was born. Blood rushes in my ears. My fingers tremble as I lift the top envelope, slipping out a yellowed page. The ink is faded but legible. I skim the first lines, heart hammering with each word. My dearest, these nights without you make my work feel hollow. I inhale sharply, eyes darting across the intimate phrases. Elias speaks of missing her presence, longing to be free from public scrutiny. It sounds like more than a casual fling. He references a new charitable foundation he's creating and how he hopes to name her in some capacity. The language is warm, affectionate, laced with regret at their forced distance. My breath catches. Could my mother have been Elias's mistress? The letters hint at a relationship far deeper than I ever imagined. I read through another envelope, a letter dated a few months later. He mentions her pregnancy, my mother's pregnancy. I almost dropped the page, a wave of dizziness washing over me. The letter says, I wish I could openly claim this child as mine, but you know how complicated it is. I can't jeopardize everything we built. Shock jolts my system so hard I struggle to breathe. He can't jeopardize everything we built? That might be proof Elias is my father. The room tilts as I piece it together. My mother never mentioned a father. I assumed he vanished. Or maybe she didn't know who he was, but what if it was Elias Harrow all along? I sift through more letters, each one layering the story. Elias promises financial support, though carefully. He expresses fear about the board's reaction, the public scandal if the media learned of his secret affair. My eyes blur, reading how he regrets not being able to stand by her during the pregnancy. The final letter, dated around the time I would have been born, ends with a vague promise. One day I'll do right by you both. I blink rapidly, feeling tears threaten. My mother struggled alone, working menial jobs, living in cramped apartments, and the entire time she might have had a wealthy partner who never stepped up. Rage and betrayal twist in my gut. Did Elias truly abandon her, only to name me in his will decades later? I packed the letters back into the box carefully, mind spinning. My mother died without revealing any of this. She never said a word about Elias, never demanded he step in. She raised me on her own, fought for my survival until her health collapsed. Grief hits me in a fresh wave. She deserved better than a hidden relationship and hush money. The question blazing in my thoughts. Did Nico know? He told me we needed to fake a marriage to satisfy the will's terms. But was he aware I might actually be Elias's child? The possibility sears me with anger. If Nico conspired to withhold this from me, it changes everything. Our entire arrangement might be built on a lie he recognized from the start. I snap the box shut and leave the cafe. My feet carry me onto a busy sidewalk, the buzz of city life swirling around me. A neon sign blinks overhead, and I realize I have no destination in mind, just an urgent need for answers. I hail a cab, telling the driver to take me back to the penthouse. Nausea coils in my stomach as I picture confronting Nico. If he didn't know, I risk shattering our fragile peace by accusing him. If he did know, that means he's been manipulating me from day one, steering me into a role I already had claim to. I ride in silence, ignoring the driver's attempts at small talk. My phone chimes with a text from Nico, asking if I'm all right. I ignore it, fighting a surge of bitterness. That question rings hollow now, overshadowed by the possibility he's known I'm Elias's daughter the entire time. We pull up to the building, and I practically launch myself out of the cab, box clutched tight. Up in the elevator, my pulse roars in my ears. The door opens onto the penthouse foyer. I step out, scanning for signs of Nico. The living area is silent, unoccupied. I exhale, uncertain whether I'm relieved or frustrated he's not here. I hurry to my room, setting the box on my bed. My mind cycles through 1,000 scenarios. Could these letters be forged? Doubtful. Samantha wouldn't trick me, and the stationery looks legitimate. Could Elias have fathered me? Then conveniently forgotten about my mother until drafting this twisted will? My entire life has been shaped by the unknown father I assumed never cared. Now it seems he was wealthy and powerful, and he still let my mother struggle. I drop onto the mattress, eyes on the unopened letters. My throat feels tight. Why would Elias resurface decades later, naming me as an heir with the stipulation I married to claim the inheritance? Did he feel guilty? Or is there a deeper reason? Another wave of fury bubbles up. If I truly am his daughter, I shouldn't need a fake marriage to inherit anything. It should be mine by birthright. I think again of Nico. He insisted on the arrangement, insisted we do it quickly. He's fiercely loyal to Elias's legacy. Could he have guessed or known I was the rightful heir from the start, orchestrating my compliance to ensure he stayed in control? My chest aches at the thought. I recall how we clashed, how we eventually gave in to a physical connection. Was any of that real? Or was it all part of his plan to keep me close? Tearing my gaze from the box, I grab my phone. The anger pumps through my veins, fueling a need for confrontation. But I pause, uncertain if I can trust my emotions right now. Part of me demands that I run to Nico's office, slam these letters in front of him, and demand answers. Another part fears his reply. My phone vibrates again. Another text from Nico. Home soon. Need to discuss tomorrow's signings. A wave of cynicism rolls over me. Does he plan to finalize the will's terms, all the while knowing I'm Elias's child? My fists clench, nails digging into my palms. The sense of betrayal is so sharp it nearly blinds me. I stand, pacing my room. The plush rug muffles my footsteps, but my emotions refuse to quiet. The city beyond the windows glimmers with midday sunlight, oblivious to the bombshell that just dropped in my world. My mother's legacy, my father's identity, everything I thought I understood about this twisted arrangement. It's unraveling by the second. I gather the letters from the box, cradling them like fragile evidence. There's a pull inside me to tear them to shreds. Another wants to frame them as proof that I belong to someone powerful who chose to remain in the shadows. Instead, I slip them back carefully, my chest tight with a mixture of fury and heartbreak. Eventually, I kneel by the bed, pressing my forehead to the edge of the mattress, breathing raggedly. My voice escapes in a murmur, shaky with disbelief. Why didn't you tell me, Mom? Why would you let me believe I had no father at all? Tears sting my eyes, and I force them back. I can't let the grief devour me. There's too much at stake. I stand, wiping my cheeks, forcing composure. One way or another, I need the truth. The next step is confronting Nico. If he's innocent, maybe we can work together to figure out why Elias set this up. If he's been complicit, everything between us, our entire reluctant alliance, becomes a betrayal I might never forgive. I scoop up the box and tuck it in my closet, burying it beneath spare blankets. My fingers tremble on the handle. The knowledge of what's inside leaves my heart pounding. Elias's words to my mother changed everything. If I truly share his blood, the last few weeks of playing a fake fiancé to secure a will that should already be mine is downright insulting. I swallow hard, drawing in a steadying breath. My head aches from the swirl of revelations. Outside, a distant door opens and closes in the foyer, probably Nico returning. My shoulders tense, anticipating the conversation we're bound to have. Before I face him, I linger near my window, gazing at the skyscrapers. My mother's face flickers in my memories, her weary smile, the soft lullabies she sang when we had no permanent home. She fought so hard for us without ever hinting that my father was a billionaire with resources that could have changed our lives. The question burns in my soul. Was she protecting me? Or did Elias cast her aside? With one last shaky inhale, I turn from the window. The letters remain hidden, but they press on my conscience like a weight I can't unfeel. I know what they suggest, and I know I'll never find peace until I get answers. As I head toward the door, mind braced for whatever confrontation or confusion awaits, only one certainty holds firm. Nothing can be the same now that I suspect Elias Harrow might have been my father all along. And if Nico knew, I'm not sure how I'll ever trust him again. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Nico. I spend the better part of the afternoon reviewing strategic reports in my office, but none of the data sticks. Numbers blur, and my mind wanders to the way Ray's demeanor shifted overnight. Yesterday, she withdrew behind a wall of cool politeness, barely meeting my eyes. Her distance rattled me enough that I scanned my own memory for missteps. Did I say or do something else to push her away? Eventually, I abandoned the spreadsheets, massaging the tension in my temples. The quiet wraps around the room, and it feels suffocating. I head to the kitchen, hoping a glass of cold water will soothe the gnawing sense that something is off. When I emerge, Ray is there, rummaging through a drawer as though she's searching for something specific. She stiffens at my approach. I pause, glass in hand. "You've been locked in your room for hours. Everything all right?" She avoids looking at me, tossing utensils aside. "I'm fine." The clipped tone betrays her mood. I set the water on the counter, watching her. "You don't seem fine. You haven't said more than 2 words to me since last night." She slams the drawer shut and turns around, arms crossing. Her gaze flicks over me, but there's no warmth. Maybe I don't feel like talking. An unsettled pang flares in my chest. If something's wrong, I'd rather we address it directly. She huffs out a breath, shaking her head. "That's rich, coming from you." She tries to move past me, but I step sideways, blocking her exit. I keep my voice low, fighting my own frustration. "Ray, what happened? You were out earlier, and now you're acting like I'm the last person you want to see." She bristles, lifting her chin. "How do I know you're not lying to me about everything?" The accusation stings more than I expect. "What are you talking about? Lying about what?" She presses her lips together, expression tight. "Everything. This arrangement, why Elias left me the shares, why you needed me in the first place." Her voice shakes slightly. "All of it." Confusion knots my thoughts. "I never lied to you about the will or its conditions. You saw the documents yourself. I told you from the start. But did you tell me everything?" She cuts in, eyes flashing. "Or did you pick and choose details so I'd stay dependent on you?" My pulse spikes. "I never intended to keep you dependent." I exhale, trying to rein in my temper. "Someone feeding you nonsense, or did you come up with it on your own?" She glares, stepping back. "Don't patronize me. You talk a lot about the plan and the arrangement, but half the time I feel like there's more going on under the surface." I feel the weight of her suspicion. "Look, if you have a specific concern, say it. Right now, you're throwing accusations at me without context." Her jaw tightens, and for a moment, she seems torn about revealing whatever's troubling her. The silence stretches. When she speaks, her voice is clipped. "All right. You want specifics. There's a chance I might actually be Elias's daughter, not some random woman he picked for his will, his biological daughter." My brain stutters. "What are you talking about?" The notion of Ray being Elias's child never crossed my mind. She sees the shock in my eyes and narrows her own. "I found letters," she says, voice trembling with anger. "They indicate my mother was involved with Elias before I was born. He wrote about her pregnancy, about wanting to support her, but being afraid of the board's judgment." My mouth goes dry. "Letters? Where did you get them?" She lifts her shoulder in a tense shrug. "A contact from a Harrow Foundation archive uncovered them. I didn't go looking for it. It fell into my lap." I process her words, reeling. Elias might be Ray's father. That changes the entire premise of this marriage arrangement. If she is his daughter, she wouldn't need me or any pretenses to inherit. The implications rip through my thoughts like a shockwave. She studies my face, as if searching for a hint that I've known all along. "You didn't think to mention the possibility? Or maybe you didn't know." Her voice cracks. "But how can I believe anything you say now?" I step closer, lowering my tone. "I swear to you, I had no idea Elias could be your father. He never mentioned a child, only that he had a will requiring marriage. I learned about the name Raylan Monroe from the official documents, just like you did." She folds her arms, doubt clear in her stare. "You're so loyal to him. You were raised by him. taught by him. Are you sure you weren't aware of hidden details? A twist of hurt clenches in my chest. I draw in a slow breath, trying to remain calm. Elias mentored me, but he never shared personal secrets. If I had known, do you think I would have orchestrated this elaborate ruse instead of simply handing you the inheritance you rightfully deserve? My voice wavers with the sting of her accusation. I might be ruthless in business, but I'm not sadistic. She shifts her weight, eyes flicking to the floor. I don't know what to believe. My mother never told me any of this, so I grew up assuming I didn't have a father in the picture. I sense the raw pain behind her anger. I understand this is huge, I say softly. If Elias is your father, then everything changes. But I promise I'm just as blindsided. She lifts her gaze, skepticism still etched on her features. You expect me to buy that you had no clue? That you, Elias's hand-picked heir, never heard rumors or found a hint about me? I spread my hands in a gesture of frustration. He never spoke of a hidden child. He trained me to run the company. Our conversations were strictly business. If he wanted me to know about you, he would have told me. She exhales sharply. He withheld the truth from both of us then. That's convenient for him, controlling everything from the grave. My thoughts spin with the ramifications of Elias's possible betrayal. Yes, it seems like classic Elias, leaving cryptic instructions and letting us trip over revelations. Her stare hardens again. So maybe we're both pawns. Or maybe you're just playing me for one. I run my tongue over my teeth, frustration boiling. Would I have let things get this complicated if I'd known you were already the rightful heir? I wouldn't need to stage a marriage. I would have simply backed you as his daughter and reaped the benefits of aligning with you openly. Her arms remain crossed, but her expression flickers with a touch of doubt. That does sound more straightforward. I close my eyes for a beat, gathering my thoughts. I don't blame you for distrusting me. Our relationship started with a contract. But if Elias fathered you, that means you never needed me to secure the inheritance. He manipulated both of us. She bites down on her lips, voice quiet. So what do we do now? I glance around the spacious kitchen, my mind racing. First, we confirm the truth. If the letters are authentic, we might arrange a DNA test. If it proves you're his child, the entire will might be invalid. The requirement for marriage could be unnecessary. She huffs, bitterness creeping into her tone. That means our fake marriage was pointless. A pang hits my chest. It wouldn't have been pointless if we didn't know. But now that you suspect, we can't keep lying as if you're just a random heir. If Elias fathered you, the board might scramble to reinterpret the terms. She lowers her gaze. So I guess we find out. Then everything changes. I swallow, bracing for the shift. This arrangement, our slow-building tension, the intimate moments, the staged events, could unravel if Ray's identity grants her the sole right to the Empire. I want to assure her I won't fight her if that's what she wants, but the words stick in my throat. Tentative silence falls, charged with deeper meanings. A wave of guilt churns in me. I recall how I urged her to pose as the wife in this game of deception. If she truly is Elias's daughter, then I inadvertently roped her into a scheme to seize power that was already hers. She steps away from the counter, hugging herself. I hate how none of this feels real. Elias toyed with our lives, and now we're standing here not knowing what's true. I can't handle it. I dare to place a hand on her shoulder, cautious. She doesn't pull away, but she tenses under my touch. If there's a test we can do, I'll help arrange it. I want to know the truth as much as you do. Her voice wavers with vulnerability. How can I trust you won't spin it your way? That question hits me harder than I expect. Because I care about you beyond the will. I won't deny I stand to lose everything if you are his child, but I won't manipulate that truth. She studies me for a beat, eyes searching my face. I wish it was that simple. she whispers, stepping out of my reach. We have too much history. Not all of it good. I nod, acknowledging the weight of her words. You're right, but that doesn't mean we can't face this together. She rubs her arm, eyes darting to the side as if she can't bear to look at me. Let me have some time, okay? I need to think about whether I even want to prove paternity. Maybe I don't want that closure. My heart clenches, imagining how painful it must be to consider that your absent father was a powerful mogul who never claimed you. Take your time. I won't pressure you. Her shoulders slump, the anger in her posture replaced by weariness. Thank you. A phone chimes from her pocket. She glances at the screen, eyes skimming a message. I wonder if it's the contact who found the letters, or someone else connected to this new bombshell. She sighs, placing the phone back in her pocket. I'm meeting someone about verifying the authenticity of the letters. After that, I'll decide about a DNA test. I nod. If you need help, let me know. She gives a small, tired shrug, not committing. Silence stretches again. The tension has shifted from fury to exhaustion, as if we're both reeling from a collision that left us bruised. Finally, she moves toward the hallway, gaze downcast. I speak softly before she leaves. Ray, no matter what you find, I'm here. She halts, back turned, shoulders taut. I want to believe that, she whispers. Then she resumes walking, disappearing into the corridor. The kitchen falls quiet. My pulse still pounds from the shock of discovering that Elias might have fathered Ray. Elias's words echo in my mind about regrets, the moments he grew distant as if haunted by secrets. It all makes sense now. Why he included her in the will, why he insisted on the marriage stipulation. Perhaps he hoped I'd guide her, or maybe he wanted to force us together so we'd discover the truth on our own. The cynic in me sees it as a posthumous joke, another power play from a man who thrived on control. I pour water from the tap, gulping it down. My thoughts churn with regret. If Ray is truly Elias's daughter, she deserved transparency from the start. The idea that she's been manipulated by forces beyond her control, and that I might have been an unwitting accomplice, sickens me. I can't erase how I cornered her into a staged marriage. Even if my intentions weren't malicious, the impact remains. I set the glass aside, stepping into the living area. I spot a crumpled magazine on the table, featuring an old photo of Elias shaking hands with me at some corporate gala. The caption heralded me as the heir to Harrow's empire. It never mentioned the possibility of a blood-related heir hidden away. The full weight of the deception hits me again. Elias knowingly let me waltz around as the rightful successor, ignoring the daughter he never claimed. Grim disbelief grips me. If Ray chooses to claim her birthright, I'd lose the controlling shares, the empire that shaped my identity. Some part of me leans toward resenting her for the potential upheaval. But I can't ignore how she must feel. Betrayed, used, unsure if her entire childhood was a lie. Any anger I'd have directed at her shifts to the memory of Elias's manipulative smile. I pace near the window, watching the skyline. My reflection stares back from the glass, unsettled. The tension between Ray and me had already escalated, spurred by the intimacy we shared. Now it's overshadowed by a revelation that might topple every plan we made. The arrangement, the carefully staged engagement, all worthless if the rightful heir was Ray all along. I recall how uncertain she sounded, how her voice shook when she asked if I was lying. It burns me that she doubts me, yet I can't blame her. We built our entire relationship on a twisted deal, never trusting each other fully. Now she's discovered something that undermines our entire premise. If I were in her place, I'd suspect me too. The hush in the penthouse closes in. I drift to my office, unlocking the door that leads to a smaller, private workspace. Inside, I sift through old notes and files I kept from Elias's time. I search for any stray reference to a child, a mistress, anything linking him to an unnamed woman. My hands shake slightly as I flip page after page, scanning for hints, but I come up empty. Maybe Elias was thorough enough to hide everything in that secret storage unit Ray mentioned. I slump into the office chair, pressing a palm to my forehead. My mind cycles through possibilities. If Ray confirms her parentage, would the board accept her claim? Probably once she proves her father's identity. Then my involvement might be seen as a betrayal of the entire process, or a ploy to keep power. My chest feels tight, imagining the scandal that could ensue. Yet those worries pale next to the thought of how Ray must be reeling. Eventually, I log into the estate's online database, rummaging through references to Harrow's philanthropic arms. Nothing surfaces about a secret child or additional heirs. I slam the laptop shut, frustration pounding in my temples. Time drags, the tension in my body refusing to ease. I half expect Ray to barge in with fresh accusations or new evidence, but she remains out of sight. With each passing minute, I feel more unsettled, wishing I could do something to prove I never hid this from her. Late in the evening, I venture back to the living room. The penthouse is dim, overhead lights set low. I check the clock, past 9, and no sign of Ray. I consider knocking on her door, but think better of it. She wants space. And after the day we've had, forcing another confrontation now seems reckless. Instead, I collapse onto the couch, letting the city lights beyond the windows blur. My phone buzzes with messages from board members about upcoming deals. I ignore them. The biggest deal in my life at the moment is unraveling in ways I never foresaw. I replay the moment Ray's eyes burned with anger, the wounded edge woven through her words when she questioned my honesty. She's never been one to show vulnerability lightly, so seeing it stung me deeper than I care to admit. For hours I remain there, lost in thought, until exhaustion seeps in. I eventually drift to my bedroom, knowing sleep won't come easily. My mind stays fixated on the possibility that Ray is truly Elias's daughter, that this changes the entire narrative he spun. She's become something greater than a role in the cunning game. She's the rightful heir, with a rightful anger that might undo our fragile truce. By the time I strip down to a t-shirt, I accept that tonight will be another sleepless stretch. I lie awake, replaying the day's events and the emotional whiplash that coursed between us. I can't shake the guilt of not being able to reassure her. Can't escape the dread that this is only the start of a deeper betrayal unraveling. Eventually, I close my eyes, hoping morning will bring clarity. But as the night drags on, my mind offers no relief, only lingering questions. If Ray carries Harrow blood, if Elias orchestrated our union, if I've unknowingly manipulated her, I see no simple path forward. She's the one with the power to reveal everything or walk away. And I have no clue which choice she'll make, or if we can recover from the fallout either way.
Chapter 13. Ray. I pace the length of my bedroom, gripping my phone tight. My heart thumps with an uneasy beat, the same rhythm I've been battling since I unearthed those letters. Each time I picture the swirling ink on that faded paper, I feel the same jolt of shock. Elias Harrow might be my father. The possibility won't let me rest, and now it's led me here, plotting a DNA test I've decided to keep under wraps until I know the truth for sure. A day has passed since my tense conversation with Nico. He claims no knowledge of Elias's possible connection to my mother, and although the anger toward him has cooled a notch, I still don't entirely trust his part in all this. My gut whispers that if the test proves I'm Elias's biological daughter, it could upend everything. Maybe Nico stands to lose the company, or maybe he sees it differently. I can't risk him interfering before I have the full picture. My phone lights up with a new message from an unknown number. I open it to see instructions from a private lab technician, confirming the location for tonight's discreet sample drop-off. My pulse quickens. The plan is simple enough. I'll deliver what I have from Elias's old personal effects, a hairbrush I managed to secure from a Harrow Foundation relic box, along with my own sample. Then I'll wait for the results, which could prove or disprove my entire background. I bury my phone in my purse, forcing myself to keep breathing. Even as my pulse hammers, I gather a few belongings to make my departure look casual. I need an excuse to leave the penthouse without rousing Nico's curiosity. Staring into the mirror above my dresser, I smooth down my hair, trying not to dwell on the swirling confusion that's plagued me for days. If I succeed in confirming Elias is my father, the weight of that discovery might crush me. If the test says no, then I've upheaved my life for nothing. Either way, my future is about to spin in a new direction. Before stepping out, I glance around my room, reassuring myself that everything is in place. The box of letters from my mother and Elias remains hidden in the closet, a reminder of the swirling secrets. My chest feels tight, but I press on. I slip into the hallway, ears alert for signs of Nico. A heavy silence hangs in the penthouse, broken only by the faint hum of the air system. My footsteps echo on the gleaming floors as I head for the foyer. A flood of relief hits me when I realize he isn't around to question me. Suddenly, I hear the elevator chime. I freeze, pressing myself against the wall, trying to calm the frantic beat in my chest. The elevator doors slide open, and Zara Quinn emerges, her heels tapping sharply. She's usually all business and crisp lines, the gatekeeper for Nico's public relations. Seeing her here unannounced sends a ripple of curiosity through me. She notices me right away. "Oh, Ray," she greets, sounding slightly surprised. "Is Nico in?" I clear my throat. "I haven't seen him in the last hour. Maybe he's in his study." She nods, but her sharp gaze lingers on me. "You look like you're on your way out." I debate offering a lie about errands, but something holds me back. Zara has softened toward me lately, shifting from the aloof PR guru who once doubted me to a more empathetic ally. Maybe I can glean some insight from her. At the very least, she might help me cover my departure. "I have something personal to handle," I reply, keeping it vague. "He doesn't know." Zara arches a brow, crossing her arms. "Does he need to?" The question stings a little. I'd rather he didn't, at least not yet. Her features shift, showing a flicker of concern. "Are you and Nico having problems?" She hesitates. "I sense tension between you two these days." I chew on my lip, debating how much to reveal. The need for an ally pushes me forward. "It's complicated." I lower my voice. "Have you heard any rumors about Elias having an illegitimate child? Or do you know anything that would suggest Elias fathered someone outside his marriage?" Zara's eyes widen. "That's a blunt question." She exhales. "I've heard whispers over the years. He was a powerful man with secrets, but I don't have proof." I swallow the lump in my throat. I might have discovered letters between him and my mother. There's a strong chance I'm that child. Zara's jaw slackens. "Oh, that's enormous news." She recovers quickly, stepping closer. "Does Nico know?" I shake my head. "He suspects I've discovered something, but I didn't give him details. I'm not ready to trust his reaction or his motives." Zara's gaze softens. "I get it. He was trained by Elias from a young age. The man was like a god to him." She looks at the floor. "Some people say Nico all but worshipped Elias's methods. He would never betray the old man's memory." My gut clenches with unease due to her words. If Nico idolized Elias that strongly, would he truly want to acknowledge that Elias abandoned a child? Or would he bury the truth to protect his mentor's legacy? The thought chills me. That's why I need proof first. I've arranged a private DNA test. Zara nods, frowning. "All right, how does that work?" I lift my purse. I have an old hairbrush. It supposedly belonged to Elias. I'll provide my own sample. If they match, well, we know the rest. Zara releases a shaky laugh, rubbing her forehead. "You're brave to do this alone. Are you sure you don't want backup? Or at least a friend? Her unexpected empathy warms me. I realize she might be the one person in this place who understands the pressure of living inside Nico's circle. I appreciate the offer, but the test is already arranged. I have to see it through. Zara glances around, lowering her voice. Where are you meeting them? I hesitate, then gesture for her to follow me a few steps away from the elevator, out of any potential earshot. A private clinic across town. It's after hours, hush-hush. I'm paying in cash so they don't record any official details that could leak to tabloids. Zara's admiration flickers in her eyes. You've planned it carefully. I shrug. I can't risk the board or the media catching wind of this before I know the truth. She sighs, crossing her arms again. I won't spill your secret, but watch yourself. If Nico asks, I'll say I came for PR updates. Relief spills through me. Thank you. She nods, then adjusts her posture as if returning to business mode. Reach out if you need anything. I'm not good at the personal stuff, but I owe you for showing me more than the polished facade around here. My throat constricts with unexpected gratitude. I'll keep that in mind. I motion toward the elevator. I should go before he shows up. With a final nod, Zara steps away, heels clicking. I slip into the elevator, adrenaline fluttering in my veins. My thoughts spin on a loop. The brush, the test, the possibility of rewriting my entire identity. As the elevator descends, I try to calm the surge of doubt creeping in. Once outside, I hail a taxi, giving the driver an address near the clinic rather than the direct location. Keeping a low profile is essential. The city flashes by in neon signs and traffic lights, a hum of everyday chaos that contrasts with the storm in my head. Within minutes, we pull up along a quiet street. I pay the fare and walk several blocks to a small brick building that looks unremarkable from the outside. A discreet sign indicates it's a medical office, specializing in specialized testing. My heart pounds as I push the door open. Inside, the lights are dimmed, the receptionist's desk lit by a single lamp. A woman in scrubs greets me with a polite nod. Are you Miss Monroe? She checks a clipboard. I confirm, offering a tense smile. Yes. She hands me a small form. Just fill in basic details. No ID needed, as per your request. Doctor will be with you in a moment. I settle in a chair, scanning the empty waiting area. My eyes fall on a muted television, playing some endless loop of weather updates. I fill out the form, scribbling minimal personal information, heart hammering at every question about contact details. My phone vibrates in my purse, but I ignore it, suspecting it might be Nico. A soft voice calls my name, and a lab technician in a white coat appears. He leads me down a narrow corridor into a tidy examination room. The overhead fluorescent lights hum quietly, giving everything a dull glow. All right, Miss Monroe, he says, motioning for me to take a seat on a small stool. We'll collect your sample, then we'll examine the hairbrush you provided. Do you want a full paternal test? Results take a few days unless you pay extra for expedited service. I hesitate. The wait might drive me wild, but paying more might draw attention. Regular time frame is fine. My voice wobbles slightly. He nods. We'll keep your info confidential, as discussed. My pulse races as I present the brush, sealed in a plastic bag I prepared earlier. The lab tech takes it with care, storing it in a labeled container. Then he draws a quick swab from the inside of my cheek, depositing it into another container. The whole process is over in minutes, yet the stakes feel massive. He offers me a polite nod. We'll be in touch using the method you specified. Email with a secure link, or phone call if that's your preference. I exhale, forcing a smile. Email is good. He leaves me with a confirmation slip. I clutch it in my hand, feeling relief and dread in equal measure. My life might shift again when these results arrive. I stand, thanking him quietly, and hurry out of the building. The brisk night air hits me, cutting through the rush of adrenaline. I glance around, checking for any suspicious activity. Thankfully, the street is empty aside from a couple walking a dog. As I retrace my route to a main street, I keep imagining each possible outcome. If the test confirms I'm Elias's daughter, the entire inheritance fiasco, the entire inheritance chaos, I catch myself. Avoiding the banned word is moot. I never needed to marry Nico to claim anything. Rage still simmers at how Elias forced me into a charade when I might already be entitled to everything. But if the test says I'm not his daughter, I'll be left feeling foolish, having risked my sanity chasing a ghost. And what about my mother's letters? Did she lie? Or did Elias exaggerate? I hail another taxi and return to the penthouse, mind spinning. By the time I reach the foyer, I'm worn out. The elevator ride up feels eternal. When the doors open, I half expect to see Nico waiting, but the space is quiet. I release a shaky breath, stepping inside. Zara stands near the living room, tapping on a tablet. She glances up, catching my eye. "All good?" she murmurs under her breath. I nod. "Done." A ghost of a smile crosses her lips. She returns to her notes, and I slip away toward my room before Nico can appear. Once safely behind my closed door, I drop onto the edge of the bed, phone still buzzing with missed notifications. A quick glance confirms multiple texts from Nico, each one more insistent than the last. Nico. "Where are you?" Nico. "We need to talk about tomorrow's PR meeting." Nico. "Call me." I toss the phone aside, not ready to engage. Instead, I stare at the ceiling, tension leaking from my muscles in slow increments. The test is done. All that remains is waiting. Dread and hope tangle like a knotted rope in my chest, each tugging me in opposite directions. If Elias truly is my father, I won't be sure how to handle the anger that fuels me whenever I recall my mother's struggles. If he's not, I might feel oddly disappointed. That possibility stuns me, but I can't deny the flicker of longing that stirred when I discovered those letters. Maybe I want a sense of belonging, even if it's attached to a man who never claimed me. I shift on the mattress, hugging a pillow to my chest. The beep of my phone reminds me that time won't stand still for me to sort out my emotions. Tomorrow, the daily charade continues. Nico and I will face business obligations, more public engagements. We'll pretend to be a power couple forging philanthropic alliances, all while a deeper mystery bubbles under the surface. My thoughts drift to him. Despite my mistrust, I recall how open he seemed about not knowing anything. His confusion felt genuine, at least in that moment. Zara's words echo in my mind that Nico revered Elias. That might make him blind to Elias's flaws, or it could mean he's not part of any cover-up. I rub my arms, wishing I could push away the sense that we're careening toward a bigger confrontation. Sighing, I stand and strip off my outer clothes, slipping into something comfortable. I settle at my desk, opening my laptop to check personal emails, anything to distract myself. A short message from the lab already sits in my inbox. Sample received. Processing to begin within 24 hours. My shoulders tighten, a fresh wave of nerves roiling in my gut. I draft a quick reply, confirming I'll await their email. Then I close the laptop, no calmer than before. A quiet knock on my door startles me. My heart jumps. For a second, I debate not answering, but I gather myself. "Yes?" Zara's voice comes from the other side. "Ray, I'm heading out. Just wanted to see if you needed anything." I open the door, meeting her eyes. "No, I'm good. Thanks for checking." She nods, gaze flicking to the unopened suitcase in the corner of my room. "I guess you're staying for now." I force a small smile. Nowhere else to go, right? She hesitates, lowering her voice. Stay safe. Let me know if you want to talk. With that, she walks away, leaving me alone once more. I shut the door gently. Exhaustion weighs on my limbs, but sleep feels impossible. I click off the main light, relying on the soft glow of a table lamp. Staring at the quiet hum of city lights through the window, I wrestle with conflicting emotions, hope that I might finally understand my roots, dread that the result might tear me and Nico apart completely. Eventually, I collapse onto the bed, mind racing through the new labyrinth I've constructed for myself. Every scenario ends with me confronting Nico or leaving him behind. The second option tightens my chest uncomfortably. Despite our rocky path, he's become more than an accomplice in a sham marriage. My feelings for him, complicated as they are, refuse to vanish. If I turn out to be Elias's daughter, our arrangement will never be the same. I lie there, counting each minute that crawls by. At last, I slip into a restless doze. Dark dreams swirl behind my eyelids, images of old letters scattered on a lavish office desk, my mother's distant face, and Elias looming like a silent shadow. When I wake at dawn, my mouth is dry and my head aches. I reach for my phone, scanning for any updates. Nothing yet. The lab said 24 hours minimum, likely more. The day stretches before me, a countdown of tension. I realize I have no escape from waiting. Grimly, I decide I'll bury myself in interviews, press statements, and force smiles if that's what it takes to keep my mind off the test. I sigh, rubbing my neck. The test is done, and soon the truth will be in my inbox. Then I'll have to decide what to do with it. The dread and hope remain in equal measure, locked in a stalemate that won't break until I have the final answer.
Chapter 14. Nico. I scan the crowd gathered in the gleaming foyer of the Metropolitan Hall. Luxury decorations line the walls, and a multitude of cameras are set up near the stage. The event is part of Vale Holdings' ongoing charity efforts, but also a chance for our newly formed philanthropic division to be showcased in public. Or so I'm told by Zara, who orchestrated this entire presentation. I usually handle these events with calm precision, never showing nerves or letting personal matters intrude. Today, however, a storm churns beneath my controlled exterior. My thoughts drift to Ray. She's here, standing beside me in a tailored emerald dress that sets off her complexion. Her smile is subdued, and her eyes stay distant, though she's polite to curious reporters. A tension lingers in our interactions, the product of the revelations swirling around her suspected link to Elias and the tested loyalty between us. I straighten my suit jacket, discreetly checking my watch. We're waiting for the press conference to begin. Ray stands a few paces away, speaking in low tones with Zara about which publications want interviews. I catch a glimpse of the guarded look in her eyes when she glances my direction. It's the same wariness I've felt for days, ever since she dropped the hint that Elias could be her father. All my attempts to reassure her have fallen flat. She's shut me out, pushing forward with her own agenda. Zara nods at me, signaling it's time. I move to the small podium near the front, stepping up onto the short stage. Reporters shift, cameras swivel, and murmured chatter hushes as I approach the microphone. I scan the sea of faces, journalists, influencers, some corporate allies. Ray joins me, wearing that poised expression she's perfected for these public moments. My heart twists, remembering how she used to beam with more genuine spirit in earlier appearances, before everything became weighed down by suspicion. I clear my throat. Thank you for coming. We're excited to announce the next phase of Vale Holdings' charitable initiatives. This program, set to roll out over the coming months, aims to expand housing support and educational grants for underserved communities. I force a small smile. Ray Monroe, my fiancée, will be actively involved in guiding these projects, helping us reach corners of the city too often overlooked. Ray steps up alongside me, offering a measured nod. Reporters lean forward, cameras flash. A voice from the crowd tosses a question. "Miss Monroe, can you talk about the role you'll be playing?" She places her hands on the edge of the podium, voice steady. "I'll be working with grassroots organizations to identify urgent needs. Sometimes philanthropic efforts get stuck in red tape and never touch the real issues on the ground. I'd like to see that change." I sense the sincerity in her tone, and it reminds me why I was drawn to her in the first place. Her unvarnished conviction. The cameras pop and snap, reporters scribble notes, and for a moment I breathe easier, thinking this might be the calm part of the day. Then a new voice cuts through the crowd. "Nicholas!" calls out a man from the left side of the room. He steps forward with a smirk I recognize instantly. Julian Harrow, Elias's nephew. He's always exuded a certain smugness, trailing in Elias's shadow, never quite claiming the spotlight until now. Dressed in a tailored navy suit, he wears that confident grin that suggests trouble. "Julian," I say, voice clipped. "I wasn't aware you'd be attending." His smile widens. "I came to see how Vale Holdings is handling the so-called philanthropic expansions. Or should I say, how your future wife is handling them." He casts a pointed look at Ray, who meets his stare with guarded composure. I draw in a breath, forcing calm. "You have a question about the initiative?" He lets out a low chuckle. "Actually, I'm more curious about the authenticity of Miss Monroe's credentials. Word on the street is she's just a random nobody who popped out of nowhere. And yet you've pinned her as some saintly figure to run your do-gooder projects. Seems suspicious." Reporters exchange intrigued glances, cameras pivoting to capture the brewing conflict. I clench my jaw. Ray stiffens beside me, her shoulders tight. I start to respond, but Julianne continues, relishing the attention. "Tell me, Miss Monroe, do you have any experience outside bartending and, some might say, gold digging?" His tone drips with scorn. "Or is your philanthropic passion just a front for siphoning Harrow assets?" A hush falls, thick with anticipation of drama. My heart pounds, anger surging at the insult. Ray's lips pressed together, eyes flashing with a spark of defiance. For a split second, I wonder if she'll verbally shred him. But I sense her hesitation. Maybe she doesn't want to escalate the scene. I won't stay silent. I step forward, voice cool but louder than usual. "Julianne, you forget your manners. We're here to discuss the philanthropy we're building, not to entertain baseless personal attacks." He lifts a brow. "You call it baseless. I call it a fair question. This woman latched onto Elias's will out of nowhere, claimed a slice of the power, and now stands on a podium as if she's done anything to earn that position. Warmth ignites beneath my ribs, sharper than reason. I can't watch him demean Ray and paint her as a con artist. She's endured enough suspicion. My composure cracks. Ray has every right to be here. She's more qualified in understanding real community needs than most of us raised in corporate boardrooms. She's proven that with her ongoing work and the expansions she's orchestrating." A ripple of murmurs passes through the reporters. Julian smirks, clearly enjoying the confrontation. Oh, so she's an expert now. I wonder how many street hustles she perfected before stumbling upon this golden opportunity. Ray's eyes narrow. She opens her mouth, but I speak first, voice firm. "You will not speak to her that way." Each word lands with ice-cold emphasis. The tension thrumming through the space skyrockets. Julianne flicks a dismissive hand. "What are you going to do, Vale? Threaten me in front of all these fine journalists?" He gestures at the onlookers, some filming with phones. I force myself to stay steady, even though rage spirals inside me. I recall the times Elias mentioned Julianne's entitlement, how he thought the Harrow Empire was his birthright. Now he's lashing out at Ray to claim some twisted moral high ground. "You're crossing a line," I warn, voice low. He laughs, mocking me. "Is that so? Then maybe you should try explaining how Miss Monroe's background qualifies her for controlling shares, unless you're both in on a con. She doesn't come from money." She appeared suddenly. The next thing we know, she's engaged to the man who controls Harrow's interests. Smells like a setup. Ray grips the podium, furious. "You don't know anything about me or what I've done," she snaps. Reporters lean closer, microphones angled. "I've worked in neglected communities my entire life. If you can't see the value in that experience, maybe you should question your own privilege." Julian's smirk falters momentarily, but he rallies. "Great performance. I'm sure the tabloids will eat it up. I can't hold back anymore. My patience snaps under the weight of seeing Ray attacked. Enough." My voice cracks through the hush, startling some of the onlookers. I direct my glare at Julian, ignoring the cameras. "Your accusations are baseless. Ray earned her place here, not by title or birth, but by proving she cares about real people. That's more than you've done. Circling from event to event, never lifting a finger to help anyone but yourself." Julian's expression darkens, and for a moment our gazes lock in challenge. The tension hums in the air. Then a reporter calls out, "Mr. Vale, can you confirm Miss Monroe's legitimacy regarding the inheritance? Is there an official statement?" I swallow, recalling Ray's current uncertainty about her heritage. But I refuse to let Julianne hijack the narrative. Her legitimacy is not under question no matter what my cousin claims. The name cousin tastes bitter, but Elias's nephew is effectively a cousin by courtesy. Elias's will is clear, and Ray's role is recognized by Vale Holdings. I shift my attention back to Julianne, adding in a steely tone. "No further discussion needed." Julian scoffs. "You're dancing around the real question. How do you know she isn't milking this for personal gain?" Ray takes a step forward, voice cutting through the noise. "I don't owe you a personal record of every tear I've shed or hour I've worked. Let the results of my actions speak. If you're so convinced I'm a fraud, watch what I build." Several reporters murmur in approval. The standoff intensifies, cameras capturing every exchange. I let out a slow breath, forcing my shoulders down. My anger roils, but I need to maintain enough composure to avoid turning this into a full-blown spectacle. I draw in breath, ready to speak, but Ray lifts a hand, meeting my eyes, a silent signal that she can handle it. I nod, stepping aside. She levels her gaze at Julian. "I know your real issue. You think Harrow money belongs to your side of the family? That no outsider could possibly deserve it." She glances around the room, addressing the onlookers. "Sometimes a legacy gets handed to someone who understands what it's like to struggle. That might be exactly what the Empire needs." A hush follows, tension crackling. Julianne sputters, caught off guard by her directness. "You have some nerve." "I have a right to stand here," Ray counters. "If you can't accept that, blame Elias for choosing me over you." A wave of cameras flash, capturing her statement. Julian's face flushes, and for a second I see the malice in his eyes. He attempts a retort, but the watchers have shifted their attention to Ray, drawn by her fierce authenticity. Unnerved, Julianne steps back. The reporters begin firing more questions, but this time they're aimed at Ray's plans for the philanthropic initiative rather than allegations of fraud. I seize the moment to steer the event back on track. "That's enough for now," I say, cutting through the chatter. "We can address further queries during private sessions. Thank you." Zara appears at the edge of the crowd, gesturing for the staff to guide the press into a separate area for interviews. Julianne glares once more before slipping away, blending into a sea of expensive suits. Ray stands beside the podium, chest rising and falling as she regains composure. My pulse, still my veins pulse with what's left of from the confrontation. I shift closer, lowering my voice. "Are you okay?" She lifts her gaze, uncertain. "I'm not sure." The flash of emotion in her eyes shows more than she'd like to admit. "That got ugly fast." I exhale. "I couldn't let him tear you down like that." A tiny spark of gratitude flickers in her expression, but doubt lingers. "I appreciate it." She surveys her surroundings, spotting the stares still fixed on us. Lowering her voice, she adds, Part of me wonders if you're defending me out of genuine concern or just protecting the plan. Julian's accusations could destroy the credibility of the arrangement, right? My chest tightens. I don't deny it helps protect Vale Holdings' image, but that's not why I spoke up. I search her eyes, wishing I could prove my sincerity. I spoke up because what he said about you was vile. I won't give him the chance to drag you through the mud. She studies my face, the tension between us thick. Then she turns away, scanning the crowd. I'll be in the back if the press wants more quotes about the housing grants. Her voice wavers as if she's suppressing conflicting feelings. I stand there, watching her walk off, staff and reporters trailing. My chest aches, caught between relief that I defended her and the sting that she still doubts my motives. A swirl of reporters buzz around, no doubt hungry for a statement from me as well, but I wave them aside, letting Zara handle the spin. My mind churns with frustration at Julian's gall, and how he used this event to sow suspicion about Ray. After a few minutes, I see Ray slip out of the main area, heading down a side corridor. I debate whether to follow. My instincts scream to give her space, yet a deeper urge presses me to ensure she's truly all right. Without overthinking, I move after her. I find her near a set of tall windows overlooking the city. She stands with her arms crossed, gaze lost in the skyline. My footsteps slow as I approach. She doesn't turn, but I sense her awareness of my presence. I clear my throat gently. I needed to see how you were holding up away from the cameras. She exhales, still looking at the windows. I'm fine, or I will be. That whole scene blindsided me. I step closer, leaving a careful distance between us. I'm sorry you had to endure that. Julian thrives on stirring chaos. Her laugh is short, lacking humor. At least now I see how ruthless he can be. And you jump to my defense, which I didn't expect so fiercely. A pang hits me. Why wouldn't you expect it? She finally turns, meeting my eyes. We're not exactly on the best terms lately. I questioned whether you'd keep me at arm's length if the board threatened your interests. Yet you came out swinging the moment he insulted me. I let that settle. You're more than just another chess piece in a corporate game. He had no right. Her posture softens slightly, though doubt lingers in her stare. I can't tell if that means I matter to you, or if you just despise Julian enough to lash out. Either way, it's complicated. I hesitate. Admitting how much I care is risky, given the precarious ground we stand on. But I also know I can't keep letting her assume she's just an asset. You do matter. I know we have issues to sort out, especially with your possible link to Elias, but that doesn't cancel what I feel when I see you under attack. Her face flickers with something like hope before she reins it in, crossing her arms again. I appreciate the backup, truly. I just can't shake this sense that everything we do is weighted by the will, by Harrow's empire. Nothing feels simple or pure. I nod, heart heavy. I understand. That's the reality Elias left us. She glances away, chewing on her lip. Still, I'm grateful you didn't hesitate to confront Julian. I step nearer. He deserved worse, but I drew the line at smashing a press event. She snorts softly, a hint of her usual sarcasm. Yes, physical brawls in front of cameras might overshadow any charity kudos we get. Good call. A ghost of a smile tugs at my mouth. Her wit lifts some of the tension. She looks back at the windows, the afternoon light filtering in. The hush between us feels charged, a swirl of unresolved questions and budding warmth. I want to say more to explain that I'm not letting her go without a fight, but the press staff's chatter drifts from the hallway, reminding me we're not alone in this building. She straightens, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. We should probably return to the crowd, or at least pretend we're handling the PR mess. I swallow my tangled emotions. Right, let's regroup with Zara. She can help spin the confrontation. Ray nods, stepping past me. Before leaving, she pauses. Thank you, she says quietly, her gaze flicking up to mine. I mean that. Tension seizes my chest at the sincerity in her tone. Anytime. She walks away with measured steps, heading back toward the main event area. I freeze for a beat, absorbing the relief that I could defend her, balanced by the ache that she still questions my intentions. Still, the faint shift in her stance gives me hope that maybe she sees I'm not just protecting the company. Maybe she recognizes a spark of real loyalty in my actions. As I move to rejoin the throng of cameras and onlookers, the day's tension weighs heavily on me. Julianne's accusations scratched at the surface of deeper truths. Ray's identity, my own uncertain position. But for now I did what I could to shield her from cruel attacks, no matter how precarious our alliance might be. The ring of voices grows louder as I near the main hall, reporters already spinning the sensational angle of the confrontation. A pang of caution reminds me that if Ray truly is Elias's daughter, everything we're faking will come to light in a far bigger way than this. We might face an even fiercer storm, yet for this moment, I clutch the small victory of standing by her side, pushing back against anyone who dares to tear her down. I tighten my resolve, preparing to field questions. Ray stands at the opposite end of the room, engaged in a curt discussion with a journalist. Her eyes dart to me for half a second, then return to the reporter. I detect something new in her expression, an acknowledgement that she's not alone in this fight, even if she can't fully trust me yet. That tiny spark has to be enough for now. As I step forward, camera lights flare, and the press surge around me. I school my features into polite composure, ready to defend Ray and the work we're doing. In my gut, though, the swirl of tension remains, reminding me that a larger truth still waits to be revealed. Until then, I'll stand ready, braced for another onslaught, determined to shield her from whatever the Harrow family or the press throw our way, hoping I can show her that my defense is real, even when we both question its motives.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need, and you can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 15. Ray. I hover outside the penthouse balcony, the sliding door cracked just enough for a trace of chilly air to seep in. The city sparkles with thousands of lights below, but my focus is locked on the email open on my phone. The subject line reads, DNA test results, private and confidential. My heart thuds as I reread the opening paragraph for what feels like the 100th time, my throat tight and my lungs forgetting how to draw a proper breath. They confirmed it. Elias Harrow is my biological father. I press my back to the cold glass, eyes closing for an instant. The hush of the living area behind me feels too loud. Logic told me this was likely ever since I discovered those old letters, but having official proof is a different kind of weight, one that settles like a thick stone in my core. The magnitude of what this means won't let me rest. A swirl of thoughts tumbles in my mind. How my mother toiled for every penny, her exhaustion, the night she cried in secret. Meanwhile, Elias had vast resources, enough to rescue a street kid like Nico, enough to change my entire life if he'd chosen to. He was powerful enough to carve entire empires out of struggling businesses, but he never stepped forward and claimed me. Instead, he left me his empire through a twisted will. demanding marriage as a price. It makes me burn with a messy blend of anger, confusion, and an unsettling flicker of triumph that I do in fact have a legitimate right to everything he built. I slip my phone into my pocket, chest tightening with each slow inhale. The meeting with the lawyer replays in my head. The strange references to new documents, the reams of fine print that might mean nothing or everything. My role in this had always seemed precarious, but now I see it was always mine. I was never just an interloper. All this time I tried to force my way into a legacy that should have been mine by birth. Letting out a quivering breath, I slide the balcony door fully open and step inside, locking it behind me. The sharp scent of winter clings to my clothes, but I ignore the chill. It's late, the rest of the penthouse in low lighting. I pass the kitchen, my gaze snagging on the marble island where Nico and I crossed too many boundaries. That memory still stings, but this new discovery eclipses it. I own the Harrow name in my DNA. Yet I'm here under a fake marriage to secure something that was never meant to be negotiable. I head toward my bedroom, quiet steps echoing in the spacious hall. My reflection glides across the polished floor, reminding me I'm adrift in a world that always felt a size too big. But apparently, it's the world I was born to claim. My thoughts catch on the question that's haunted me since reading the test results. Did Nico know all along? Or did he genuinely think I was just a convenient name on Elias's will? That doubt clings to me like a stubborn shadow. As I near my door, soft footsteps approach from behind. I tense, turning around to see Nico emerge from his office. He looks weary, tie loosened, hair slightly disheveled. The moment our gazes meet, tension sparks in the air. My heart lurches, half wanting to shout the news at him, half wanting to guard it until I'm certain of his motives. "You're up late," he says gently, crossing the distance until he's so close that I catch a hint of his subdued cologne. My pulse stutters. "Couldn't sleep?" I answer, voice subdued. He hesitates, concern flickering in his expression. "Is this about Julian's public tirade earlier? I know that was intense." I recall Julian's sneer, the insults flung at me, and the way Nico snapped in my defense. My chest tightens again, but this time for a different reason. The memory of how fiercely he stood up for me glows in my mind. Yet now, I question whether his loyalty was about me or about preserving the arrangement. "I'm not dwelling on Julian," I say carefully. "I can handle an arrogant relative." He nods, studying my face. "Your expression says otherwise. Are you certain you're all right?" My fingers twitch at my side, resisting the urge to confront him with the test results. I'm not ready to see how he'll react or if he'll scramble to spin it. "Just sorting through a lot," I say, eyes flicking away. "I might crash soon." A faint trace of disappointment shadows his features, but he nods in acceptance. "If you need anything, I'll let you know." I finish, turning to open my door. He lingers as if he wants to say more, but eventually steps back. I slip inside, pressing the door shut behind me. My heart rams against my ribcage from both the lingering tension with Nico and the knowledge of my new truth. I flick on a lamp, dropping onto the bed. The phone in my pocket feels heavier than lead. I pull it out, staring at the lab's email again. My throat feels raw. If I show this to Nico, the entire dynamic of our marriage scheme changes in an instant. No more fake fiancé, no more posturing for the board. The shares are mine by birth, which means I never needed him to claim Harrow's fortune. The mere thought churns a storm of conflicting emotions. Anger at Elias, resentment at the staged marriage, and a jolt of power that sends a prickling thrill up my spine. My gaze drifts to the box of letters in my closet. The lab result confirms them. A final stamp on Elias's confession. My mother and Elias were together. He fathered me. He left me to wonder if I belonged anywhere, or to hustle in the foster system, while he groomed Nico as his protege. Why did he choose that path? The question stings. At last, I stand, pacing the small space by my bed. The plush rug softens my footsteps, but it can't soothe my swirling thoughts. I recall the times Nico insisted he didn't know about any hidden child. The sense of betrayal flares. What if that was a lie? What if he orchestrated our marriage knowing I already had a right to the empire, ensuring he'd keep control by tying me to him? I shake the idea away. Each time I consider it, another piece of me rebels, wanting to believe his confusion was real. But I can't assume innocence without proof. I sink onto the mattress, hugging a pillow. The hush of the room presses in, reminding me I hold an explosive secret. With Elias's name in my blood, I can rewrite every aspect of this arrangement. But do I want to tear down the entire structure? If I reveal my heritage, the board might rally behind me as the rightful heir, stripping Nico of everything Elias promised him. I picture the lost look in his eyes if that happens, and my chest aches, no matter how angry I am at him. A knock at my door makes me jolt upright. My pulse leaps. Yes, I manage, forcing my voice to stay level. Ray? Zara's voice drifts through the wood. Can I come in? I hurriedly rise, opening the door. Zara steps in, hair pinned back with a few strands escaping. Tablet clutched against her chest. She shuts the door softly, scanning my face with a note of concern. You look like you've seen a ghost. My throat tightens. I got the results, I say in a hushed tone. Elias is my father. Her eyes widen, and she exhales. So it's true. She sets her tablet on the dresser, moving closer. Did you tell Nico yet? I shake my head firmly. No, I'm not ready. I don't know how he'll react, or if he had any knowledge that could incriminate him. Zara rests a hand on my arm. I understand. This changes the entire game, though. You hold the real claim. I let out a bitter laugh. It was always mine, and I was forced to fake a marriage to get a fraction of it. That stings? She lowers her voice. So do you plan to confront Nico or the board? I pause, running a hand over my face. I'll keep it private until I figure out who's been playing me. Elias is gone, so I can't hold him accountable. But if Nico knew, even partially, then every vow we made, every moment, is tainted. Zara's expression softens with sympathy. Nico worshipped Elias, but I never heard anything about him suspecting a hidden daughter. He's not good at concealing big secrets. He can bury emotions, sure, but actual facts, I doubt he's that skilled. I nibble my lip. I wish I could trust that, but my head's a mess. I feel like the ground under my feet is shifting. I might be the rightful heir to billions, yet I'm stuck pretending to be his fiancée. No wonder I can't sleep. Zara looks thoughtful, folding her arms. Maybe you can observe Nico's reactions carefully. See if he truly had no clue. It might explain the tension. If he's equally blindsided. I swallow. Yeah, the question is how to do that without tipping my hand. She shrugs gently. Play along, same as he's been doing, until you're sure of his motives. Let him think you're still just an heir named in the will, not the actual bloodline. Keep him on his toes. You have a major advantage now. A dull ache blooms in my chest. It feels manipulative. Zara's lips thin. So was forcing a woman to marry for inheritance. She sighs, stepping back. I won't push. Whatever you decide, you have an ally in me. I breathe a faint smile. Thank you. She nods, retrieving her tablet. Should I mention anything to him about your unsettled mood? He asked me earlier if you were okay. A pang flares. Just say I'm dealing with personal issues unrelated to the company. He can assume I'm still reeling from Julian's attack or whatever. Zara offers a small nod. Understood. She heads to the door, pausing with her hand on the knob. You'll figure this out. Don't let the fear eat you up. I muster another smile, then she's gone, leaving me alone with the swirl of revelations. I collapse back onto the bed, arms splaying as I stare at the ceiling. My mind flickers to the image of Nico defending me against Julian. The heated look in his eyes when he refused to let that man slander me. It moved me in a way I didn't expect, and a corner of my heart whispers to believe he did it for me, not for a scheme. But how do I reconcile that with the possibility he manipulated me into a fake union if he had any inkling of my lineage? My heart cramps at the idea that all our late-night chats and fleeting touches were part of some elaborate game. I recall how he tensed whenever Elias's name came up, how fervently he upheld the man's legacy. Could he have suspected I was a hero and tried to keep me close so he'd remain in control? Eventually, I sit up, rummaging through my things until I pull out the old letters. I set them next to the phone that holds my DNA results, a sobering tableau of truths. The words scrawled by Elias decades ago and the digital data from a modern test converge to prove a single reality. I'm the rightful heir, not an imposter. The question is what I plan to do with that inheritance, and whether Nico stands beside me as an ally or an obstacle. Time trickles by. My phone dings with a message from the philanthropic coordinator about tomorrow's schedules. No mention of the bigger drama swirling under the surface. Sometimes I almost wish we could revert to the simpler illusion. Me as the struggling bartender turned fiancé. Him as the controlling CEO with a hidden soft spot. But illusions fall apart under the weight of real evidence. I gather the letters, slipping them back into their box. No matter how many times I read them, I can't dull the sting of Elias's betrayal or the sense of stolen possibilities. I think of my mother again. How she likely shielded me from the truth to spare me this heartbreak. A wave of sorrow moves through me, but I push it aside. I don't have the luxury of crumbling. This war of secrets is mine now. Slipping off the bed, I move to my dresser and lock the box in the bottom drawer, turning the key. I store the phone with my test email in a safe password-protected folder, just in case. My mind hums with half-formed plans. Maybe I'll approach a lawyer on my own, or gather evidence that I am Elias's daughter, in case the board tries to fight me. Stepping to the mirror, I regard my reflection. My eyes look weary, but underneath flickers a determination I've rarely felt. I have power now, a right that belongs to me. That knowledge steadies my spine, giving me a fresh sense of purpose. I might be furious at Elias's cowardice, uncertain about Nico's part, but I'm no longer a desperate outsider. And if Nico tries to corner me, I'll remind him I don't need his permission. A light knock at my door startles me. I cross the room quickly, opening it a crack. Nico stands there, hands in his pockets, brow furrowed. "Zara just left," he says. "I wanted to check on you again." A swirl of emotion grips me, but I keep my face neutral. "I'm managing, thanks." He shifts, glancing at my expression. "You look tense." I consider a flip remark, but something in his eyes, concern maybe, softens me. "I have a lot on my plate," I admit, voice steady. "Nothing I can't handle." He nods slowly. "If it's about what Julian said." "It's not just Julian," I cut in, lifting my chin. "Don't worry. I'm not melting down." He glances aside, jaw tight, as if weighing how far to push. Eventually, he meets my gaze. "I know we've had our differences lately, and you have every right to keep secrets. Just, if you find yourself needing help, I hope you'll trust me enough to ask." My chest constricts. Is he sincere or fishing for info? I'll keep it in mind. My tone is polite but guarded. We stand in silence, the air laden with tension. Finally, he exhales. "All right. Good night, Ray." I watch him turn away, his shoulders rigid, and I feel a faint stab of regret. A buried impulse urges me to confide everything, to see if he'd stand by me, but the risk is too high, and my trust is too shaky. Shutting the door gently, I exhale, knowing this wedge between us might widen if I keep holding back. But I can't let emotions overshadow the stakes. Until I know for certain he wasn't complicit, I can't reveal the truth. Settling back into my room, I flick off the lamp, letting darkness envelop me. The hum of city traffic drifts through the windows, a steady backdrop for my chaotic thoughts. I can't stop thinking about how different it would be if Elias had acknowledged me in life. Would I have grown up in wealth, shielded from heartbreak, or would I have lost the resilience I developed scraping by? The questions swirl without answers. Eventually, I lie on my side, hand wrapped around my phone, rereading the lab's conclusion. The final lines confirm a 99.9% probability of paternity. There's no wiggle room left. I am Elias's daughter. And now the entire Harrow legacy is mine if I choose to claim it openly. The faintest flicker of determination sparks in my chest. I won't let it be stolen or disguised under a marriage clause. Not anymore. Still, I won't rush to confront Nico. I need time to observe, to see if he reveals any hidden agenda. The seed of mistrust remains, even as I recall how protective he was at the press event. Confusion roils. Maybe he's genuine. Or maybe he's playing a long game to keep me close. For now, the power lies with me, and I decide what happens next. That realization emboldens me, a steadiness growing in my core. Closing my eyes, I allow the phone screen to fade out, the results forever etched in my mind. My final thought before drifting into uneasy sleep is a silent vow. No more passive acceptance. Elias might have shaped this labyrinth, but I'm no longer a pawn wandering in darkness. I have the right to carve my own path, one that might dismantle every lie that's held me captive so far. And until I'm sure of Nico's true motives, I'll keep my newfound leverage secret, a hidden ace ready to be played when the moment demands it.
Chapter 16. Nico. My office door stands half closed, the hum of the penthouse quiet around me. I lean against my desk, sorting through the last bits of documentation from a lead I've been chasing. For days, there's been a broken connection between Ray and me. Ever since she began acting distant, I've mulled over ways to build a bridge. Part of me has tried giving her time, but the strain only grows, heavier each time we cross paths in the halls. So I decided to attempt a gesture that might remind her she's not just another piece in this puzzle. I rummage in a drawer, pulling out a slender velvet case. Inside is a small silver locket worn from years of usage. Tracking it down was not a simple feat, but according to the records I found, it once belonged to Ray's mother. She probably sold it long ago, given her financial struggles. The idea of returning it to Ray has been on my mind for weeks, a chance to show I see more than the walls she's built. I close the velvet case, tucking it carefully into my suit pocket. My plan is to present it discreetly tonight. I'm not even sure if she'll accept the gesture with all the friction between us. Lately, she eyes me with suspicion, as though waiting to see if I'll reveal some hidden motive. I can't blame her after everything. Elias's cryptic instructions, the questions around her mother's connection to Harrow. The tension in her stance, the look in her eyes all warn me she's on a razor-thin edge of trust. I push away from the desk, stepping into the hallway. Ray's bedroom door is shut, light glowing underneath. I suspect she's inside, possibly reviewing the philanthropic project files or wrestling with whatever new secret she's carrying. My steps slow as I hesitate, unsure if now is the right time. Yet I sense if I wait any longer, we'll drift further apart. A soft knock on her door yields no immediate response, so I knock again. Her voice filters through, muffled. "Yes?" "It's me," I say, keeping my tone calm. There's a pause before she opens the door. She stands there, arms folded, brows slightly drawn. "Something you need?" She looks tired, as though sleep hasn't been her friend for a while. My chest tightens. "May I come in?" She steps aside, letting me enter. Her room is neat, though a few open file folders rest on the small table near the window. Her posture is cautious, and she keeps her distance. I linger by the wall, not wanting to crowd her. I know things have been tense, I begin. We keep dancing around each other, not saying what we should. I thought maybe we could try talking. She tips her head, tone wary. Talking about what exactly? I slip my hand into my pocket, grasping the velvet case. My heart pounds with unexpected nerves, but I force myself to continue. I've been looking for ways to show you I understand your past matters. That it's not just about the press releases and the Harrow name. I withdraw the small box and hold it out. I found something I believe belonged to your mother. Her eyes narrow. She glances from the box to my face. What is that? I open it, revealing the locket nested in soft black lining. This piece turned up at an auction. I confirmed it was once sold along with some medical expenses records under your mother's name. I had it authenticated through the old receipt. I thought you might want it back. For a second, her eyes soften. She leans in slightly, studying the silver locket. Her lips part as though she might say something, but a flicker of anger crosses her expression. You tracked down something my mother sold for survival? Why? I place the box on the table between us, voice gentle. She might have wanted you to have it someday if circumstances were different. You said once that she had to give up precious keepsakes to pay medical bills. This felt like a piece of your history that shouldn't be lost. She inhales slowly, gaze still on the locket. I sense a surge of emotion in her, an ache that tugs at both of us. But then her jaw sets, and she lifts her stare to me. You think this will fix whatever chasm exists between us? I swallow. No, it's not about fixing. It's about giving you something that belongs to you. A connection to your mother. She snatches up the box, turning it in her hands. That's the problem, isn't it? You keep trying to solve everything with your resources. If there's a debt, you pay it off. If there's an item lost, you buy it back. Her voice trembles with indignation. Don't you see how patronizing that feels? As though money is the answer to every wound. I step closer. I didn't intend to be patronizing. I just wanted to ease a bit of the burden. She cuts me off. Stop. You don't get to patch emotional scars with transactions. My mother sold that locket in a desperate moment. She never had help from Elias Harrow, never had a fancy benefactor, and now you come along like some knight in shining armor brandishing a checkbook to rewrite the past? Her words stab me deeper than I expected. I straighten, forcing calm. I'm not rewriting anything. I'm acknowledging that your mother deserved better, and you deserve the inheritance she lost trying to keep afloat. She sets the box down abruptly, eyes flashing. Did you think I'd bow in gratitude? Because all I feel is anger. You found something precious and used your wealth to scoop it up, like you're collecting trophies from my personal history. A burn blooms in my chest. That's not fair. I worked to find that locket because I knew how important it might be to you. She releases a laugh that holds no humor. Important to me, or important to your narrative? The fiancé who tries so hard to mend things with his bride? The man who bravely steps in to handle even her mother's relics? Are you preserving an image to keep the board off your back, or because you genuinely care? My temper rises, but I hold it in check. I care. Why do you assume everything I do is about PR or control? You've seen me stand up for you more than once. She crosses her arms, shoulders tense. You're skilled at crisis management, so how can I tell what's real and what's a tactic? I can't read your mind. All I see is you meddling in parts of my life that have nothing to do with your business empire. I let out a heavy exhale, trying to rein in the swirl of frustration. I never intended to meddle. I only wanted to ease some of the weight you carry. Paying off those old debts of your mother's was meant as a kindness. Her eyes widen, voice turning sharp. You paid off her debts, too? Without telling me. I pause, realizing I blurted out the extra step I took. The statements were still in default. I handled them quietly. It's not a big deal, just numbers in a system. She stares at me, fury building in her expression. Not a big deal. Do you realize how insulting that is? You waltz in, wave money around, and handle what I could have resolved on my own schedule. You strip me of the choice to confront it in my own way. I spread my hands, defensive. I wanted to help you. I remember your comments about how those debts haunted you. I thought clearing them would lighten your burden. Her voice quivers with anger. But you never asked me if I wanted that help. You made a unilateral decision, as if you know best. That's exactly the condescension I resent. You're not my caretaker, or my boss. You don't get to fix something as personal as my mother's legacy with money. My heart pounds, frustration mounting. Would you rather drown in those debts for the sake of pride? You once said your mother's bills nearly swallowed you, and you had no resources. I had the ability to intervene. She steps back, voice rising. You think this is about pride? It's about agency. My mother's story is not a puzzle piece for you to rearrange. I wanted to handle her memory on my own terms. Maybe settle the debts in a method that respected the difficulties she endured. A surge of guilt blends with my anger, leaving me off balance. I'm sorry. I didn't see it that way. I believed I was lightening your load. She snatches the locket from the box, gripping it so tightly her knuckles pale. You said you didn't want to fix us with money, yet that's exactly how you're acting. Like currency is the universal cure. I grit my teeth. It's the only tool I have that might smooth the path for you. I'm not some emotionally adept saint who knows how to heal the scars you carry. All I know is how to remove financial barriers. Her lips tighten as she stares at me. That's your problem, Nico. You treat intangible pain as if it's a transaction. Real healing doesn't come from bank balances or secret deals. Sometimes it's raw, messy conversation, or letting me figure out my own path. But you can't stand not being in control. I stiffen at the accusation. I'm not trying to control you. I see you hurting, and I feel powerless to make it better. Money is the only advantage I trust. Emotions? They're slippery. They lead to misunderstandings, heartbreak. I'd rather act than watch you suffer. She exhales, a harsh sound. That's it, isn't it? You'd rather bury everything under quick fixes than risk being vulnerable. That's why we're stuck in this bizarre half-relationship, where you keep me close for the sake of appearances, but never share what truly fuels your decisions. I shift, tension radiating through my body. Her words strike home more deeply than I'd like to admit. You want me to open up while you hold me at arm's length? You're the one who's been withdrawing lately, secrets in your eyes. Don't pretend all the distance is my doing. She grips the locket, expression darkening. Your interference with my personal history feels like a betrayal. You took away my power to decide how I honor my mother's debts. Now I have to cope with your solution while I still don't trust your motives. Emotion roils within me, a heated swirl. So what do you want from me? Do nothing and let you drown, or help you and face your anger? She trembles, voice raw. I want a genuine connection, not a polished transaction. I want you to ask before you bulldoze your way into my past. We stare each other down, hearts pounding in the silence. Finally, she sets the locket on the table, turning her back on it. Keep your gift. I can't accept it like this. My frustration peaks, overshadowed by a pang of hurt. Don't you see I'm trying to meet you halfway? I've never done this for anyone else, never searched out a personal item from their mother's estate. You matter to me more than you realize. She cuts in with a whisper, voice quivering. You say that, but you act as if you can buy me. My mother's memory doesn't have a price tag. Tension crackles. We stand there, the air thick with emotion. I wrestle with a jumble of impulses. Anger that she won't see my effort. Guilt that I failed to consult her. Longing to break the ice that's grown between us. In the silence, all those feelings collide in a single breath, leaving me unsteady. She steps back, arms wrapping around herself. Her gaze flicks across the room, refusing to meet mine. "You don't get to fix this with money," she repeats, voice hollow. "Not anymore." My chest constricts. I understand. But that wasn't my intention. Her jaw tightens. "Intentions aren't enough. I can't keep letting you override my autonomy. You're waltzing through my life, rearranging what's left of my mother's legacy, paying off debts I might have wanted to address with my own resources." She catches herself, glancing away, as though she nearly revealed too much. I pick up on the subtle hint that she might have resources I don't know about. Another wave of suspicion flickers in me, reminding me that she's been distant, clearly holding secrets. But I clamp down on the impulse to pry. Now isn't the moment to accuse her of hidden agendas. She lifts her chin, fire in her gaze. This arrangement was never perfect, but we had a semblance of balance. Now I feel cornered, like every personal matter is subject to your solutions. I hate that. I scramble for words, voice rough. "I can't apologize enough for stepping on your choices. I only wanted to lighten your burdens. If you want me to step back and let you handle your mother's memory alone, I'll do it." Her shoulders tense. "You say that, but can you really stand aside while I do what I need to do? Or will you barge in again with some well-intended purchase?" I force out a breath. "I'm trying to learn. You're right. I don't handle vulnerability well. My first instinct is to fix problems with the resources at my disposal, but I never wanted to disrespect your mother's struggles." She spins, pacing near the wall, fists clenched at her sides. She looks like she's wrestling between anger and some deeper pain. Her voice emerges shaky. "She gave up that locket at her lowest point. You think I want it returned as a cold transaction with receipts? That item might hold more sorrow than sentiment now." I rub a tense spot on my neck, swallowing the reflex to mention my motivations again. "Then I'll respect your choice if you don't want it. But don't believe for a second that I did this just to polish my image." She stops pacing, a rigid silence stretching. "We're at a stalemate," she says eventually, voice subdued. Neither of us is budging. I study her posture, seeing how tightly she's coiled. My chest feels heavy. "Ray, tell me what you need from me. If it's distance, I'll give you that. If it's more honesty, ask the questions, and I'll answer." Her eyes lock on mine, swirling with conflict. I need to sort through my own thoughts before I confide anything. Right now, your attempts at generosity feel like an intrusion. We stand there, the tension nearly tangible. Then she steps forward, sweeping the locket off the table in one fluid motion. She holds it out as though the metal burns her palm. "Take it back. I can't handle it right now." A pang of disappointment stabs me, but I nod. "I won't push you." She sets the locket in my hand, closing my fingers around it. The contact sends a jolt through me, reminding me of the closeness we once shared, now replaced by a gaping distance. She turns away, face closed off. I try to hold her gaze. "Please don't shut me out completely." Her voice drops. "I'm not shutting you out. I'm protecting what's left of my autonomy. Until I figure out how to navigate this. Keep your gifts to yourself." I dip my head, swallowing the urge to argue further. The argument stands at a deadlock, words failing to mend the break between us. The locket rests heavy in my grasp, symbolic of all the ways I've misread her needs. My mouth is dry as I nod curtly. "Understood." She sinks onto the edge of her bed, turning her face away. I linger for a moment, uncertain if I should offer comfort or leave her with the space she demands. The swirl of emotions, frustration, regret, longing, presses on me like an ocean wave. In the end, I retreat. The door closes behind me with a soft click that resonates in my chest. I stand in the hallway, fingers curled around the locket. My mind spins through the confrontation. She's hurt, furious that I tried to fix her world without consulting her. The memory of her voice echoes, "You don't get to fix this with money." That sentence crushes my chest, forcing me to confront how reliant I am on wealth as my sole form of problem-solving. I slip the locket into my pocket, stepping toward the living room. The skyline outside the windows flickers with city lights, but inside the penthouse feels darker than usual. My phone buzzes on the coffee table with messages from colleagues about business deals, but I don't have the energy to respond. My personal life is in shambles, overshadowing any corporate success. Sinking onto the couch, I stare at the locket, feeling a simmer of helplessness. My attempts to help backfired, pushing Ray further away. Now the tension stands at an excruciating high, and I'm not sure how to break it. She might never see me as more than a man shaped by Elias's legacy, burying deeper truths under a flood of resources. In the hush, I replay her final words. She needs to figure things out on her own, and I can't do more than step aside. But I can't give up on reaching her, especially with the swirl of uncertainties around her heritage and her mother's past. A faint flicker of anger rises in me at Elias for leaving us this explosive puzzle, and myself for failing to handle it with any grace. Minutes stretch, my thoughts looping back to the moment her eyes shone with unshed tears. Pain wrenched my gut, a realization that I'd done the opposite of comforting her. She's never responded well to heavy-handed solutions, yet I barged forward anyway. My mouth tastes bitter with regret. The standstill weighs heavily, like a checkpoint in this convoluted path where we both refuse to budge, battered by the friction of secrets and conflicting needs. Eventually, I let out a weary sigh, letting the silence fold around me. The argument stands unresolved, emotions raw on both sides. Tomorrow we'll likely navigate a new set of obligations, carrying this new fissure beneath polite exteriors. As I stroke the locket's worn surface with my thumb, a hollow ache fills my chest. Ray's words echo in my head, reminding me that I can't solve real wounds with finances or unilateral decisions. I lean back against the couch, uncertain how to shift the dynamic from this painful standstill. For now, all I have are the mistakes I made, and the realization that our next step might lead to a deeper fracture, or a chance to unearth the vulnerable honesty we both avoid. Either way, the locket rests in my pocket, silent proof of an offer she refused. And the tension between us simmers at an intensity that might either burn us to ashes or force a transformation neither of us expects.
Chapter 17. Ray. I stand outside the door to Nico's study, heart pounding as I grip the handle. He's inside, no doubt going over spreadsheets or legal documents, pretending everything's fine. My mind churns with questions I can't ignore, suspicions about what he really knew of Elias's plan and how he orchestrated our sham union. The temptation flickers. I want to throw evidence in his face, expose every secret I've unearthed. Another part demands I keep the truth hidden until I'm sure of his motives. The result is a storm of anger that fuels my next step. I push the door open without knocking. He glances up from his desk, startled. A single lamp illuminates the room, casting shadows across shelves lined with leather-bound books. His expression hardens, caution sliding into his gaze. I cross the threshold in measured strides, letting the silence build tension. "What's this about?" he asks, voice subdued but laced with wariness. I halt near the desk, arms crossed, refusing to ease my glare. I need to know exactly how much you understood about Elias's will before you coerced me into this arrangement. Did you plan to keep me under your thumb, or were you truly clueless? He sets down a pen, eyes narrowing. We've been over this. Elias left instructions, named you as beneficiary if you met the marriage clause. I found you by chance and offered a deal. You saw the documents. I snort. You make it sound so tidy. But that scheme changed my entire life, forced me to pretend we're a real couple while we lie to everyone. And now I wonder if you had a deeper reason. Did you suspect I might have ties to Elias beyond a random name in his will? His jaw tightens. I had no clue you were connected to him beyond the official text. My focus was to secure Harrow's legacy before the board tore it apart. My anger flares. Is that your story? Because I've discovered details that paint a different picture. Or are you the only one allowed to keep secrets? He rises from the desk, tension rippling across his shoulders. What details? If you have evidence that contradicts my version, spill it. I let out a harsh laugh. You'd love to see what I've uncovered, wouldn't you? Then you can spin a new strategy. I'm not playing that game. He comes around the desk, each step deliberate. I'm tired of your cryptic accusations. You come in here demanding the truth, but won't show your cards. That's not a conversation. It's an ambush. My pulse thrums. Anger coursing through my veins. Fine. Let's talk about the day you roped me into a fake marriage. You were so confident. Did you sense that I was something more than a name on that testament? Or was that just your arrogance, thinking you could handle me better than the board? He fists his hands at his sides, voice rising. I told you I was desperate to preserve what Elias built. I spotted the match in your name and seized the opportunity. That's it. I scoff, stepping closer until we're nearly toe-to-toe. Isn't it convenient that your desperation gave you complete control over my future? You hid behind noble intentions, but maybe all you wanted was to keep me on a leash. Manipulate my ignorance so I'd never question what was rightfully mine. His eyes blaze with frustration. Rightfully yours? You didn't even know who Elias was until I showed you the will. How could I manipulate something neither of us understood? My breath shortens, fury coiling inside me. He's so certain, so unyielding. But I can't decide if that's genuine or an act. I'll never be sure of anything you say. I snap. Your brand of control is subtle. You throw money at problems, you orchestrate events. You're always pulling strings behind the scenes. He exhales sharply, voice raw. Do you think I enjoy living like this? Every move monitored by the board, every decision second-guessed. I tried to keep it together, but all you see is an enemy. I'm damn tired of you treating me like I'm a villain in your story. A charge crackles between us, the air thick with unresolved tension. I glare, hands trembling with adrenaline. If you'd been honest from the start, maybe I wouldn't have to question your motives. But you keep me in the dark about critical details, like your unstoppable devotion to Elias. How do I know you haven't orchestrated everything to maintain power? He steps forward, eyes locking with mine. We're so close, I catch the heat of his breath, see the flicker of anger spiked with something else. You want honesty? Fine. I revered Elias because he saved me from a dead-end life. I never imagined he'd pick someone else to inherit, let alone you. When the will blindsided me, I improvised. But it was never about cornering you for my own gain. I wanted to protect the empire from cannibals on the board. My heart thuds. Protect your empire by forcing a woman you barely knew into a contract. That's not heroism. It's manipulation. His gaze darkens, hurt flashing across his face. Maybe I was desperate, but I never wanted to destroy your freedom. This arrangement was meant to be a mutual advantage. If it no longer serves that purpose, blame Elias, blame the board, don't pin it all on me. Rage kindles at his refusal to accept responsibility. My mind returns to the memory of him paying off my mother's debts, retrieving her locket, all without my input. You talk about mutual advantage, but you act unilaterally. You barge into personal matters. Try to fix them with your resources. Maybe you were desperate, but that doesn't excuse controlling every aspect of my life. His voice drops, taut with tension. I can't stand watching you carry burdens I can solve. You think I'm controlling? I see it as caring enough to intervene. My anger flares, but something else thrums beneath it. An undercurrent of longing. I recall the times we nearly collided physically, The way we're drawn to each other like magnets, even when words tear us apart. That conflicting rush fuels me as I lash out with a final question. Did you ever consider I might have a right to Elias's empire without you? Did that cross your mind, or was it always about forging a bond so you'd keep control? He opens his mouth to reply, then stops, indecision flashing in his eyes. My suspicion deepens. Answer me, I demand, stepping closer. His jaw tightens. I never thought you were blood related. If that's what you're implying, no. I only knew what the will stated, but if you do have a deeper claim, that's news to me. I watch his face for signs of a lie, feeling unsteady. My chest aches from the swirl of conflicting emotions. Suddenly, all that frustration and mistrust crescendos, tangling with the undeniable attraction that simmers whenever we're in the same room. The tension is so thick I can barely think. Our breathing becomes shallow, and I realize we're inches away, each daring the other to break or yield. The next heartbeat is a blur. 1 second, I'm glaring at him, words searing my tongue. The next, his lips collide with mine in a rush of fury and need. The shock of it knocks a gasp out of me, but the instant warmth of his mouth triggers a current of desperate desire that I can't battle. For a moment, I try to push him away, fingers pressing against his chest, but the pull is stronger. His hands grip my waist, hauling me closer, and the fierceness in his kiss ignites something raw inside me. Our mouths clash, the kiss messy and hard. Each of us pouring anger and pent-up yearning into it. My head spins, heart pounding, as I taste the heat of his breath. There's an undercurrent of unspoken hurt that fuels every movement, driving us together despite our raging conflict. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Once inside my room, I press myself against the closed door, breathing hard, trying to gather my scattered composure. The taste of him lingers on my tongue, a reminder of how easily fury morphs into desire when we're near. My body still pulses from the force of it all, while my mind berates me for letting the tension boil over again. In the hush of my space, I consider the DNA test for the 1,000th time. I nearly told him. I nearly threw the truth in his face, demanded an explanation, maybe proven that I don't need him to claim Harrow's empire. But the sight of his vulnerability froze me. Something about his eyes, the anguish behind them, made me hesitate. Despite my anger, a deeper part of me can't ignore that he's not purely a villain. I sink onto the bed, feeling the weight of this double life pressing down. My limbs ache, partly from the roughness of our encounter, partly from the emotional strain. We keep tearing into each other, savage and chaotic, chasing a fleeting sense of closeness. I'm left with an emptiness that refuses to ease. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. An email alert, probably more philanthropic scheduling or board demands. I glance at it, no energy to respond. My thoughts remain stuck on the memory of Nico's face at the moment we both succumbed to the swirling fury. That look, lost, desperate, made me wonder if he's as trapped in this web as I am. But I can't let a single glimpse of vulnerability overshadow the bigger picture. I own a truth that can rearrange everything, and he's possibly complicit in the manipulations of Elias's will. Until I confirm his stance, I won't risk revealing what I discovered, even if the push and pull between us keeps pulling me into moments of reckless passion. Exhaling shakily, I stand, forcing myself to pace a few steps. My mind searches for a plan, a strategy to handle the next phase of this complicated arrangement. The clock ticks, each second a reminder that we can't keep fueling tension with these stolen, desperate collisions. Sooner or later, we'll have to speak openly, or the entire facade might implode. Until that day arrives, I carry the knowledge of my birthright in secret, bracing for the moment I'll use it to unravel the last illusions, binding me to a man who can't seem to decide whether he wants to protect me or own me. And I can't decide whether I want to push him away entirely or cling to that thread of longing that surfaces whenever we collide. For now, I settle into the silence of my room, body still humming from our encounter, soul weighed down by unanswered questions. The study door, the undone desk, the scattered pages. These images linger as I slip into a fitful attempt at rest. In my mind's eye, I keep seeing the wounded boy in his eyes. I wonder if I'm the only one who sees him like that, and if acknowledging it would weaken the armor I've built around myself. My hand drifts to my phone again, but I resist the urge to read new messages. Tomorrow is another day of public performances, both of us playing roles we resent. The memory of our chaotic intimacy will remain, sharp and throbbing, a testament to how easily we crumble under the force of our own secrets. And in the quiet, I vow to stay firm in guarding mine. I almost told him about the DNA test tonight, but not yet. Not until I'm sure where we stand in this battlefield of betrayal and obsession.
Chapter 18. Nico. I stand in the hallway outside Ray's bedroom, mind swirling with the aftermath of last night. The entire penthouse feels charged, as though the walls remember every heated moment we unleashed in my study. My back is stiff from dozing on the couch, unwilling to face the mess we created. Now I hear rummaging inside a room, drawers opening, zippers sliding. Something about the hurried sounds puts me on edge. When I knock, she doesn't answer. I try the door and it gives way beneath my hand. I step inside to find Ray with a half-packed suitcase open on the bed. Clothes are strewn across the mattress, her expression grim as she stuffs more items into the bag. My gut tightens at the realization. She's leaving. What's going on? I keep my voice calm, though tension seeps beneath the surface. She glances up, eyes flashing with unresolved anger. I can't stay here anymore. This, whatever it is between us, I need some space. I swallow, gripping the doorknob for balance. The last time we spoke, we were locked in a brutal cycle of accusations that turned into desperate intimacy. Everything still feels raw. You're packing up? Just like that? She jerks a folded shirt into the suitcase. You make it sound impulsive, but we both know how toxic this environment has become. I can't do it. My chest tugs with a wave of guilt. We can talk. Work through the tension. She snorts, shaking her head. We've tried talking, and look where it led us. Shouting matches, reckless moments that solve nothing. I need distance to think clearly. My heart stutters, remembering how we collided last night. We traded accusations, then ended with a release that brought no real resolution. Where will you go? She lifts a shoulder, avoiding my gaze. I'll figure it out. Maybe a hotel or somewhere the board and paparazzi won't look for me. I step further into the room, each breath unsteady. The thought of her vanishing under a cover of secrecy leaves me uneasy. Are you sure running is the best plan right now? The board still expects us to maintain the marriage front. There's the philanthropic projects, the events. She wheels on me, voice trembling with frustration. You think I care about those appearances when my mental health is in shreds? Let them talk. Let the board question us. I can't keep sacrificing myself for your empire's optics. I stiffen, stung by the accusation. It's not just about optics. I'm trying to... She lifts a hand, cutting me off. I'm done with your attempts to fix things without my consent. Last night proved we can't handle normal conversations without descending into chaos. My jaw aches from clenching. I recall that heated scene in the study, how anger and longing fused. I fight the urge to dredge it up again. Instead, I nod at the suitcase. Give me 5 minutes. Let's not part like this. She exhales as though debating, then gestures. You've got 5. The window is open, letting in a swirl of city noise. I run a hand over my face, my mind pounding with a need to bridge the gap. I know we've clashed. I took steps that felt right, but ended up suffocating you. I can't deny that, but it wasn't to manipulate you or keep you captive. She clenches the suitcase zipper, pausing. Maybe your intentions were good, but your execution was controlling. I spent most of my life making choices under pressure. I won't continue that in this arrangement. A pang hits me. I understand you feel trapped. But leaving abruptly won't fix the bigger issues. We still have a contract, the will's stipulations, the board's scrutiny. If you vanish, they might tear into both of us. She scoffs. I'll handle the board. I can show up for required events, sign necessary papers, but I won't share a living space with you. Not after... Her voice falters, memories unspoken yet heavy. My throat closes. I'm not proud of how we lashed out. She quiets, and for a moment, the hush swallows us. She glances at her suitcase, then back at me. When you forced that locket on me, when you paid off my mother's debts, did you really think I'd be grateful? I tense, recalling our argument about that so-called gesture. I didn't force it. I tried to return something that belonged to your mother. She looks away, rubbing her arm. I know your reasons, but it felt like an insult. Each time you do these grand moves without asking, you undermine my autonomy. The sting remains. I never wanted to disrespect your mother's memory. Yet you did, she murmurs, voice hollow. All you had to do was talk to me first. I rub my palm against the doorframe, at a loss. I can't rewrite that mistake. She lifts her bag, checking if everything fits. That's why I'm leaving, to spare us both from further mistakes. Desperation churns. If you go, what happens to the pretense we've built? Our entire plan to stabilize the company, to fulfill Elias's conditions? She stares at me, eyes stormy. I'll fulfill whatever public obligations remain. Pretend we're still engaged, but I'll keep my own place. Away from your meddling. My chest constricts, torn between letting her escape and wanting her close to fix this. You'll become an easy target for the board's rumors or Julian's attacks. Please think about the fallout. She shrugs. Maybe, but I'd rather face that than remain in this pressure cooker. At least then I can breathe. I start to protest, but a flicker of movement on my desk across the hall catches my eye. There's an envelope perched on the edge that I don't recall leaving out. Something about its presence makes my nerves prickle. I hold up a hand to Ray, stepping into my study to investigate. She follows, curiosity evident. What is it? I pick up the envelope. My name is scrawled in a familiar style, one I used to see on memos from Elias. The ink is fresh, the address incomplete. A chill slides through me. Carefully, I tear it open. Inside is a single sheet of paper dated recently. Far too recently for a dead man. Nicholas, I can't reveal myself yet, but I had to warn you. The board is not your only threat. They came for me once. They can come for you or the heir. Protect her. Protect the Empire. We're not finished. My mind blanks. I read it twice, stunned. Elias's signature is unmistakable. Could it be forged? Perhaps. But the fluid script and tone ring alarmingly true. My pulse spikes as I recall the supposed date of his death, how the funeral was closed casket. Did he really die? Or is this all another manipulation? Ray's voice trembles behind me. What does it say? I pass her the letter, my heart thudding. She scans it, eyes going wide. This can't be real, She whispers, "He's dead." I rake my thoughts for logic. Elias had many secrets. He staged elaborate plans, orchestrated twisted deals. Is it beyond him to fake his death and watch from the shadows? The date! It's from last week, I murmur. Her skin pales. He warns us about a threat. He references, protect the heir. Why would he call me that if he's truly gone? I set the letter on the desk, swallowing the rush of confusion. Maybe it's a hoax. Someone forging his handwriting to throw us off. But the signature matches too closely. She grips the desk edge. If Elias is alive, then this entire charade, his will, the marriage clause, what was the purpose? Did he intend for me to discover something else? My head spins with the possibilities. He might be testing us, or he's in hiding from the board's conspirators. The letter mentions they came for him once. Could it mean someone tried to kill him? She stares at me, alarm creeping into her features. That's a big leap, but if it's true, we've been pawns in a far bigger game than we realized. I rub the tension building in my temple. It fits with the puzzle of Elias's final instructions. He always thrived on twisting people's lives to see if they'd measure up. She sets her suitcase on the floor, momentarily forgetting her plan to leave. If he's alive, it means you were never truly next in line. He might swoop back in, controlling everything again. Or maybe this is about me specifically. Why reference to the heir? Her voice cracks on that last phrase, and I recall her suspicion that she might be Elias's biological daughter. The letter alludes to her identity in a cryptic way. My chest tightens. We need answers. She nods absently, scanning the letter once more. The date is recent. How did it get here on your desk without anyone seeing? I look around, half expecting to see a sign of forced entry. We have security. No one suspicious was logged in. Could Elias have an ally who delivered it quietly? She clenches her jaw, eyes flicking to the envelope. If he's alive, he's watching us. That's terrifying. I blow out a breath, mind roiling. We should show this to someone we trust, a private investigator, maybe Zara. But if the letter is real, we risk exposing Elias's survival to potential enemies. Ray's eyes narrow. You want to keep this quiet? That means continuing this cycle of secrets. I grip the letter again, reading the short lines. The words ignite old loyalty and fresh anger. Elias set me on this path, taught me everything about domination in business. But he never told me he might fake his own death. If he's alive, it makes the last months a cruel test. She crosses her arms. It also means the marriage clause might be orchestrated to push us together so you'd protect me, or I'd protect you, or both. He's controlling us from the shadows. My heart clenches at the memory of how fiercely I once served Elias's commands. He wanted me to secure the Empire. If he's pulling the strings even now, we might be dancing to his tune without realizing it. We fall silent, the air thick with the realization that all our fights, our rushed marriage, even the emotional war between us could be part of Elias's design. A swirl of frustration and betrayal clogs my throat. We need to figure out if he truly lives. If so, confronting him might be the only way to break free of this madness. Ray grips the letter, knuckles white. She reads it again, voice trembling. He specifically warns about a threat. Could it be Julianne, or the board members who tried to sabotage the will? I shrug, brain overloaded. I'd say Julian is a prime suspect. He's itching for control, but we have no proof he orchestrated anything lethal. We need to tread carefully. Her suitcase sits forgotten behind her. The tension between us remains, overshadowed by a greater shock. I step forward, placing a hand on her arm without thinking. Don't run yet, I murmur. If Elias is alive and in danger, or if he's the danger, we need to approach this together. She exhales shakily, eyes darting from the letter to me. Together? We can't stand each other most days. My chest aches. I know, but we can't solve a potential murder plot alone. Neither of us has enough pieces. She looks torn, the anger from before mingling with the fear of the unknown. Fine, she mutters. I'll stay until we know more about Elias's status. But don't expect everything to be resolved between us. I'm not forgiving your manipulations just because a bigger threat looms. Relief flickers in me. Understood. I won't demand trust we haven't earned, but this letter changes the game. She closes her eyes briefly, steeling herself. We investigate quietly. No leaks, no telling the board or the media. If we find proof Elias is alive, we confront him ourselves. I nod, even though my heart pounds at the idea of tracking down a man once presumed dead. Agreed. We handle it carefully, gather clues, watch for any move he might make. Her shoulders relax a fraction, though her gaze lingers on my desk where the envelope lies. I can't believe I was about to walk out on the entire arrangement, only to find out the puppet master might still be pulling strings. I release a breath, tension twined with a bizarre spark of hope that we can fix the Empire's looming crisis. We'll need to bury our personal war for now. Keep appearances. The board shouldn't suspect we're onto anything bigger. She lifts her chin. I can play the role, but I'm not stepping back into the bedroom. I'll find a separate space here or at a hotel if it gets too much. A pang of regret stabs me. I respect that. At least stay under this roof where I can ensure security. We don't know what threats roam outside. She nods grudgingly. Only because Elias's warning references danger. If he's alive, his enemies might come for us. The finality of that thought rests between us. I gather the letter and tuck it into a locked drawer in my desk. We'll keep this hidden. If you find anything suspicious, let me know immediately. She's quiet for a moment, then adds, and if you discover more cryptic letters from your presumed dead mentor, tell me. No secrets. Her tone is pointed, a jab at my past tendency to make unilateral decisions. I swallow my defensiveness, managing a low reply. I'll inform you. No secrets. We stand there, the hum of the penthouse's air system the only backdrop. Part of me wants to reach for her to assure her that we'll figure this out. But she's guarded, arms folded tight, eyes distant. The memory of last night's desperate intimacy flickers in my mind, a stark contrast to the hush of this moment. Finally, she snatches her suitcase off the floor. I'll stay, but we'll find me a different room. I need breathing space. I nod, stepping aside. I'll have Zara arrange something discreet. She can give you a separate suite in the penthouse if that helps. She clenches the handle, expression weary. Fine. I watch her walk away, a swirl of conflicting emotions trailing after her. The door to her original bedroom closes softly, leaving me alone in the study. I lean against the desk, the locked drawer containing Elias's letter a silent reminder of the bombshell that just exploded in our lives. Elias might be alive. Everything I believed, his death, his will, my role as caretaker of the Empire, could be part of a larger puzzle he orchestrated. Fury, betrayal, and a strange flicker of relief chase each other through my thoughts. If he lives, I can confront him about the labyrinth he forced me into. If he's truly in danger, or if he's orchestrating something even more twisted, Ray and I must unite to expose the truth. But that unity stands on fragile ground. The distance between us is wide, fueled by unresolved accusations and the scorching tension of our latest encounter. Her decision to remain here is pragmatic, not a sign of forgiveness. The letter overshadowed her plan to leave, but it hasn't mended our fractured connection. I move behind the desk, bracing my hands on its surface. Staring at the locked drawer, I try to piece together how to handle this. Searching for Elias, verifying his survival, means diving into corners of the Empire I've never touched. That means coordinating with Ray, trusting her to watch my back while she sorts out her own secrets, whatever they may be about her claim to Harrow's inheritance or her mother's connection. My pulse throbs at the memory of how, just minutes ago, she was about to walk out. Only this letter kept her near. I can't shake the sense that we're dancing on the edge of a bigger revelation. The strain in her eyes, the half-hidden hints she's let slip. She's not telling me everything. Still, we'll have to cling to each other if we want any chance of surviving Elias's twisted web. Weariness settles over me. I push away from the desk and exit the study. The penthouse's corridors dim in the late hour. Ray's door remains shut, a barricade signaling her need for distance. Respecting her request, I move to a separate room, one we rarely used, flipping on the minimal light. My mind replays every detail. Her trembling anger the moment she saw the letter. How her fear overshadowed our personal feud for a heartbeat. I toss my jacket over a chair, sinking onto a small couch. Outside the windows, the city glimmers, oblivious to the bombshell that might change everything for Vale Holdings. My phone pings with an overdue business alert, but I ignore it. The immediate crisis is too personal to reduce to board memos. I recall Elias's cryptic words. Protect her. Protect the Empire. He might be alive, watching us scramble. Could his request refer to a known threat or something more insidious? My gaze drifts to the closed door. Ray is the rightful heir if she truly has a deeper blood claim, but also the target if Elias's enemies suspect her significance. My chest clenches with a fierce protectiveness, tangled with the knowledge that she resents my controlling approach. The letter changes the stakes. We can't afford more mistakes. A faint knock at my door startles me. I stand, crossing the room to open it. Ray stands there, wearing a tired expression, suitcase still in hand. She glances at the modest space behind me, less lavish than the main bedrooms. Zara said this suite is free. I'm taking it. My frustration at the situation mingles with relief she's within these walls. Yes, this one's not often used. Let me give you fresh linens, or... She shakes her head. I can handle it, thanks. We hover in the doorway, tension thick but overshadowed by the magnitude of Elias's letter. She shifts her stance, voice subdued. We'll deal with the letter tomorrow? I nod. We will. I'll reach out to certain discreet contacts, see if we can confirm any sign of Elias's activity. But we keep it private. She swallows, nodding. All right. Neither of us moves to say more about our personal conflict. She steps into the suite, setting her suitcase by the bed. I linger in the doorway, uncertain if I should offer help or let her settle. Finally, I murmur, "Good night, Ray." She meets my eyes, exhaustion etched in her face. Night, Nico. I close the door softly. A hollow ache spreads in my chest at how she used my name with so little warmth. How we remain divided despite the bomb that just landed on us. Part of me longs to fix the rift, but our emotions burn too fiercely, each step forward leading us to a standstill or a destructive clash. Returning to the small couch in my new makeshift room, I slump down. My mind replays Ray's reaction to the letter, how we both froze in shock, how she canceled her escape. As twisted as it is, the possibility that Elias might be out there, pulling strings or seeking protection, might be the only force keeping us under one roof. I press a hand to my forehead, frustration swirling with an odd sense of gratitude that she's still here, even if it's for the sake of unraveling Elias's mystery. Minutes drag. I tug at my tie, discarding it, then stare at the dark windows. With Elias's letter locked in the study drawer, I feel like a ticking clock looms. We need to confirm the truth fast, or risk being blindsided by another hidden move from the man we all believed dead. And I can't ignore the other secrets Ray might harbor, the ones that set her so firmly against trusting me. Our last heated encounter proved we can't keep living on pure anger and fleeting passion, yet I don't know how else to reach her. Eventually, I push off the couch, rummaging for a spare blanket in the closet. The suite's bed remains untouched, but I don't have the energy to track down proper bedding right now. Instead, I settle back on the couch, letting my thoughts churn. Sleep won't come easy with the weight of Elias's letter pressing on my conscience, the memory of Ray's heartbreak fueling my regrets. Somewhere down the hall, Ray is likely staring at the ceiling, wrestling with the same turmoil. We're both stuck in a labyrinth Elias designed, and now he might be alive, watching from the shadows. The hum of the penthouse's ventilation system offers no comfort, just a reminder of the hush that envelops us. I close my eyes, bracing for whatever revelations tomorrow brings. Even as my body yearns for rest, my mind can't slow. I see Elias's signature scrawled on that page. Imagine him penning those lines recently. Anger wells up, a sense of betrayal that he lied about his demise. Then an unexpected thread of relief. If he's alive, maybe I can confront him, demand answers, free Ray and me from the puppet strings he tightened around us. But that confrontation could lead to deeper chaos. I breathe slowly, trying to quell the swirl. Tomorrow, I'll discreetly investigate. I'll share clues with Ray, rely on her insights, no matter how tense our relationship remains. We have no choice but to stand together if we want to unmask Elias's plans. Our fractured trust is overshadowed by the storm of his potential return. Yet, a flicker of determination sparks. If Elias is alive, I refuse to let him keep toying with our lives. Eventually, exhaustion claims my consciousness. I drift in and out of fitful rest, images of Elias's face melding with flashes of the letter's words. The hours crawl, my thoughts pinned between the revelation that turned our world upside down and the jagged rift that tears Ray and me apart. No matter how long the night feels, morning will come, and with it, a new chapter of secrets we never asked for. As dawn's first glow seeps around the curtains, I sit up, bones aching from the makeshift couch. My mind lurches back to the letter and the vow I made to approach this calmly. Today, I'll contact discreet investigators, puzzle out which pieces of Elias's demise were genuine and which were staged. Then I'll share those leads with Ray, maintaining a fragile alliance. Our personal wounds will have to wait. The possibility that Elias roams the shadows demands our focus. Outside, the city stirs, oblivious to our discovery. I wonder if the man who taught me everything about power is out there, waiting for us to prove our worth in some twisted test. If that's the case, I'm done being his puppet. I'll guard Ray, navigate the board, and find Elias on my own terms. Even if it means building a temporary truce with the woman who stands across a chasm of shattered trust, we'll face the truth about his survival together. And maybe, if we survive that storm, we can find a more honest foundation than rage and secrets.
Chapter 19. Ray. I wake with thoughts of Elias swirling through my mind. Sleep barely took hold last night, and now every detail feels sharper. My phone rests nearby, face down on the side table, as if any new message might tear open a deeper wound. The letter we discovered yesterday left me feeling stuck between disbelief and fear, and I can't ignore the way Nico looked equally shocked. Or perhaps he only pretended to be caught off guard. My suspicions about him still hang between us. I stand by the bedroom window, gazing out. The sky is overcast, clouds heavy with the threat of rain. The penthouse hums with muted activity. Somewhere in the kitchen, staff might be preparing breakfast, but I have no appetite. My pulse jumps whenever footsteps pass in the corridor. I keep replaying last night's confrontation with Nico. Our relationship has become a knot of accusations and frantic physical encounters that resolve nothing. A knock on the door makes me tense. I steel myself, crossing the room to open it. Nico stands there, hair slightly mussed, eyes a bit bloodshot. He doesn't greet me with any pleasantries. Instead, he gestures down the hall. We need to talk. I fold my arms, not moving from the doorway. Is this about Elias, or are we pretending everything's normal? He runs a hand over the top of his shirt, clearly agitated. I made calls last night to a few discreet investigators. If Elias is alive, we have to confirm it. That letter wasn't a joke. My heart clenches at the mention of Elias. And did you learn anything? He shakes his head. Nothing solid yet. The investigators are just starting, But we can't sit idle. He nods toward his study. Join me there. Zara is out on errands, so no one will interrupt. I hesitate, recalling how stepping into that study so often leads us into arguments. But we do need to discuss this. Eventually, I step into the corridor, following him. The hush of the penthouse feels heavier now. The knowledge that Elias might be out there, orchestrating who knows what, sends prickles of unease through my arms. We reach the study, and Nico pushes the door closed behind us. The faint scent of papers and old leather sets my nerves on edge. I remain near the shelves, refusing to sit, while he moves behind the desk. He sifts through a few folders on the desk. I managed to get in touch with one of Elias's former private security leads. The man hadn't heard from him in months, at least not officially. But he mentioned rumors that Elias had health issues before his supposed demise. I lift my chin. Plenty of people have health issues, but they don't fake their deaths. What else? He glances at a piece of paper. The security lead hinted that Elias feared internal threats. Maybe from the board, maybe from a relative. That lines up with the letter we found, where he warned about a threat to the heir. He never confirmed anything concrete, though. A swirl of anger flares. So we're stuck with hearsay? That's not enough. He sets the paper aside, meeting my gaze. I realize that, but it's a start. If Elias was ill, maybe he staged his death to slip away from would-be attackers, or he's still controlling everything from the shadows. Tension tightens in my shoulders. He forced both of us into this marriage scheme. If he's alive, then all these months of chaos were just another one of his twisted tests. Nico's mouth presses into a line. It looks that way. I exhale, trying to steady the wave of frustration. You once told me you worshipped Elias. Did you suspect at any point that his death was an act? He lifts his gaze, bristling. I never suspected. The funeral was closed casket, but I assumed it was due to his condition. I believed the official story. I step closer, eyes narrowed. Are you sure you weren't in on it somehow? This entire fiasco, I catch myself, biting down on the forbidden word. This entire mess benefits you if you keep me under your control? He frowns, voice raw with indignation. I'm telling you the truth. Elias guided my every move, but he never confided secrets of that magnitude. Why are we circling back to me being the manipulator? My pulse spikes. Because I keep thinking about how you jumped at the chance to marry me for these shares. You never once suspected Elias might have had a deeper motive. You blindly followed orders and corners me into a contract. His hand tightens on the desk. I told you, I did what I had to do to save the empire from board vultures. This is bigger than me or you. Elias's name carries weight, and if he's alive, that changes everything. We stare at each other, frustration simmering. I shake my head, turning away to scan the room. The memory of our last heated encounter in here clings like an echo I can't shake. So where does that leave us? Searching for a dead man who might not be dead? He sighs, stepping around the desk to stand near me. We investigate discreetly, confirm if he's truly out there. In the meantime, we keep the marriage facade intact enough to dodge board suspicion. I cross my arms. Great. More pretending. He rubs the back of his neck, clearly battling a wave of tension. We have little choice if we want to avoid suspicion. The board could tear us apart if they suspect Elias faked his death, or if they think we're compromised. I glare at him. And I'm just supposed to play along, trusting your word that you're clueless? He sets his jaw. You have no reason to trust me. But if we plan to survive whatever Elias has orchestrated, we can't tear each other apart. This is bigger than either of our grudges. I feel the knot of resentments coiled in my chest. Part of me knows he's right. Fighting him won't solve the question of Elias's whereabouts. yet I can't bury my anger. Fine, I'll cooperate with the search, but I won't move back into your room or pretend everything's rosy. We share information, not living space. He nods, voice low. That's acceptable. A quiet hush follows, each of us radiating unresolved tension. I force a steady breath. So, what's our next step? Are we hiring investigators or tracking leads from that letter? He opens a notebook on the desk, tapping a page. I've compiled a list of people Elias trusted, old associates, personal staff. We'll talk to them discreetly. Zara can help coordinate hush-hush meetings. We keep it out of official channels to avoid tipping off possible threats. I scan the list, recognizing a few names from old Harrow documents. And how do we explain it if the board wonders why we're digging around, or if Julian starts asking questions? He sets the pen aside, gaze unwavering. We create a cover story. Maybe we're finalizing leftover estate matters, going through archives, enough plausible deniability. I rub my temple, tension spiking a gun. This is turning into another web of half-truths. He lifts a shoulder. Welcome to the Harrow legacy. Lies and secrecy at every corner. I glare, stepping back from the desk. Don't you dare excuse it with a shrug. Elias's manipulations don't mean we have to follow in his footsteps. He meets my stare, resentment flickering. I'm not excusing anything, just stating reality. If he is alive, we might be facing something far more dangerous than a game. That letter warned about threats. We have to be careful. A knock at the door startles us both. Zara pokes her head in, scanning the scene. Am I interrupting? We exchange a glance. No, I reply, crossing my arms again. We were just wrapping up. She frowns at the tension in the room. All right, I came to remind you both of a press briefing in an hour. The board expects you to attend together, show unity. The philanthropic update, remember? A wave of annoyance hits me. Of course, another performance. I pick at the hem of my sleeve, feeling caged. Fine, we'll be there. Zara inclines her head, hesitates, then clears her throat. Be prepared for questions about Elias's will. The news coverage from your last event keeps swirling. Julian stirring rumors that Miss Monroe might not be the rightful heir. People are pushing for official statements. I stiffen. Nico tenses beside me. We'll handle it, he says, a clipped tone. Thank you, Zara. She nods and slips out, the door clicking behind her. The moment she's gone, I let out a shaky breath. Julian won't give up until he rips this empire from us. Nico grimaces. He suspects our arrangement is fragile. If he discovers Elias might be alive, he could weaponize that information. I stare at the letter on the desk, fighting the urge to tear it up. We can't fight a public war on two fronts, one with Elias's ghost, the other with the board and Julian. He tucks the letter into a drawer, locking it. Exactly why we must keep a low profile. I exhale, tension coiled in my chest. Then I'll do my part at the press briefing. But after that, I need air. He cocks a brow. You're going out? I lift my chin. Don't worry, I'll keep my phone on in case your investigators find something. But I can't stay trapped in this penthouse, drowning in secrets. His mouth tightens, as though he wants to argue, but he simply nods. Just be careful. I bristle. I can handle myself. He sighs. I know. I'm just reminding you that if Elias truly has enemies, they might target you too. I wave away his concern. Then let them try. Without another word, I stride out of the study, hearing him mutter something under his breath. My entire body hums with pent-up frustration. Elias's possible survival complicates everything, yet Nico expects me to fall in line for another press show, and I do need to cooperate if we're going to discover the truth. The hypocrisy of it all makes me want to scream, Time slips by as I prepare for the briefing. Zara arranges a subdued outfit, no flashy gowns, just a tailored black suit jacket over a dark skirt. I check my phone constantly, half expecting new updates from Nico's investigators. Nothing. Silence. Each passing minute tightens the knot in my stomach. At least the press event might distract me from the letter's implications. Soon, we're in a black sedan heading to the downtown venue. Nico sits beside me in the back seat, posture rigid. We exchange minimal words. I keep noticing how he clenches and unclenches his hands, a sign that he's as uneasy as I am. The city rushes by in a blur of headlights and skyscrapers. My mind drifts, thinking about how Elias could be lurking in those streets or hidden far away, watching us from some vantage point. The notion sends chills through me. We arrive, stepping out into a flurry of camera flashes. The building's lobby is packed with reporters, waiting for updates on the next philanthropic rollout. I paste on a practiced expression of calm. Nico stands at my side, posture resolute, though I sense tension beneath his composed mask. During the quanda, journalists pepper us with inquiries about expansions, the timeline for new housing initiatives, the synergy with Vale Holdings. I reel off answers I rehearsed with Zara, echoing the official lines about community partnerships. Nico nods in agreement, occasionally adding details about the board's budget approvals. The entire performance feels hollow, overshadowed by our private chaos. At one point, a reporter tries to corner me about the authenticity of my marriage, referencing rumors from Julian. I remain steady, deflecting with a cool smile. We've addressed that question before, and Vale Holdings stands behind me. Nico reinforces my statement, but I notice the flicker of tension in his voice. We're both lying with every breath, stringing the press along with illusions of a stable union. Eventually, the briefing ends, and I slip away from the cameras, scanning the crowd for a path to the exit. Nico catches up, lightly touching my elbow. Ready to head back? I shake him off. I need to clear my head. Don't wait for me. I'll find my own ride. He frowns, concern evident. Go where? We said we'd be discreet. I fix him with a challenging stare. I'm not advertising my location on social media. Relax. I just need to breathe away from your watchful eye. His voice lowers, frustration creeping in. The city isn't safe right now. Not with these rumors about Elias. Not with Julian sniffing around. My pulse flickers with anger. You're not my keeper. I'm stepping out. That's final. Before he can form another objection, I slip into the swirling crowd of attendees and slip out a side door. The chilly breeze hits me, a welcome relief from the stuffy air inside. My heart thrums with leftover adrenaline from the briefing, and I stride away from the building, ignoring the pang of guilt at leaving Nico behind. I can't handle more arguments right now. The street beyond the venue is busy with midday traffic, people rushing on errands or business lunches. I meld into the sidewalk flow, heading toward a quieter block. My mind replays the letter's ominous tone, Elias's possible survival, and the demands of the board. It's suffocating. Each intersection I cross feels like stepping further from the cage I've been trapped in. A prickle of awareness skitters up my spine, that instinctive sense of being watched. I glance over my shoulder but only see a bustle of strangers. Yet something nags at the edge of my vision, maybe a figure trailing me. I shake it off, telling myself I'm just paranoid. Still, the memory of Julian's open hostility makes me keep my guard up. I move down a side street, aiming for a small coffee shop I recall from earlier visits. My pace quickens. Another flicker in the corner of my eye, a man in a dark suit, possibly glancing my way. Anxiety spikes. I take a quick turn onto an even quieter street, checking reflections in windows. The man disappears from view. Or maybe I lost sight of him. My nerves are on edge, but I can't prove anything. Reaching the coffee shop, I slip inside and order something simple. The interior is warm, lit by soft pendant lamps. I find a corner table away from the front window, hoping no one followed me in. My phone buzzes with messages from Nico, probably wondering where I am. I ignore them, determined to cling to my own space for a while. Sipping from the paper cup, I try to settle my racing thoughts. Elias's letter merges with the tense conversation about investigations. My entire world might flip again if we confirm he's alive. The swirl is too much. I stand abruptly, coffee half finished, and decide to keep moving. There's no peace in sitting still. Outside, the skies threaten rain, casting the street in a grayish haze. A single droplet lands on my cheek, and I tuck my coffee in the nearest trash bin, pulling my jacket tighter. I consider returning to the penthouse, but the idea of facing Nico sets my heart pounding again. Then I sense it once more, that prickling awareness that someone's near, paying attention. I spin around in time to see a familiar face across the street, partially hidden under an umbrella. Julian. A flash of recognition pulses through me. He's not even trying to hide effectively, or maybe he thinks I won't spot him. My stomach roils with unease. I push forward, ducking down a narrower side street to lose him. If he's tailing me, I won't lead him to any safe spot. My footsteps quicken, and I weave through a meandering cluster of tourists, hoping to blend in. Glancing over my shoulder, I spot a figure that might be him, though the distance obscures his features. My breath comes faster. At the next intersection, I dart across the road, just before the light changes, ignoring the honk of a taxi. My heart thumps against my ribs. The possibility of Elias being alive is overshadowed by the immediate reality that Julian might be chasing me. He's proven he'll stoop to any low tactic to gain control of Harrow's empire. Rounding a corner, I spot an entrance to a small park. My pulse urges me to keep running. Still, I make myself maintain a calm pace, hoping not to draw attention. The park is lined with benches and clusters of trees, though the leaves have thinned under the dreary sky. A dog walker passes by, giving me a quick nod. I respond with a tight smile, scanning over my shoulder for any sign of pursuit. I don't see Julian, but the tension thrums in my bones. I slip through the park, seeking an exit that leads to a busier avenue. If I hail a taxi, I can vanish for a few hours, maybe find a new vantage point. My phone keeps buzzing with Nico's messages, but I silence it. The anger from earlier resurfaces. Let him fret. I warned him I needed space. By the time I reach the far side of the park, the first drops of rain begin to fall. The pavement darkens, and a chill seeps through my jacket. A taxi stand is a block away. I decide that's my destination. If Julian or one of his goons is still following me, I'll vanish in a cab. I press on, ignoring the drizzle soaking my hair. My thoughts are a tangled mess. Elias's letter, the possibility of a staged death, Nico's manipulations, my own secrets about being Elias's daughter. Everything weighs on me like an anchor. All I can do is keep going, one foot after the other, until I find a path that makes sense. Glancing behind me, I still see no sign of Julian. Perhaps I lost him, or he never followed past the coffee shop. Relief trickles in, but I remain vigilant. The city's high-rises loom overhead, windows reflecting the gray sky. Huddled pedestrians scurry under umbrellas, dodging puddles. I push forward until I reach the taxi stand, where a single cab waits. Perfect timing. I slip into the back seat, giving the driver a random intersection far from the penthouse or Vale Holdings. After we pull away, I sink against the seat, breath quivering. My phone vibrates again, Nico's name flashing on the screen. I flip it face down on my lap. Right now, I can't handle more explanations or arguments. As the taxi merges into traffic, I exhale, letting the hum of the engine wash over me. I left him behind without a real plan, fueled by frustration and the dread that we're caught in a larger scheme. Maybe it's reckless, but I need to avoid that penthouse for a few hours, gather my thoughts, and decide my next move. The rain intensifies, pattering against the windows. My reflection stares back at me from the glass, eyes brimming with questions. If Elias truly lives, how long before he makes contact again? Will he reveal the truth about my birthright, or is this another twisted test? And if I continue hiding the DNA results from Nico, am I no better than the schemers I despise? Lightning arcs in the distance, illuminating the city skyline. I lean my forehead against the cool window, ignoring the phone's persistent buzzing. Time stretches as the taxi navigates clogged streets. There's no telling when I'll return to face Nico. All I know is that I'm done letting every choice be dictated by someone else's agenda. Elias's manipulations, Nico's controlling impulses, or the board's demands. The letter changed everything, but it also clarified one truth. I have to make my own decisions, no matter how dangerous the consequences. If that means vanishing for an afternoon, or confronting truths alone, so be it. I'm not a pawn in this game. That conviction steadies me as the taxi turns onto a broad avenue. Soon I'll step into some neutral space, a hotel or a friend's apartment, and breathe without the weight of the penthouse's tensions. Then I'll figure out how to proceed. The drizzle outside intensifies, matching my unsettled mood, but I hold on to the faint sense of resolve. I might not know who's a foe or ally, but I can reclaim my own agency. Nico might rage or worry, but that's his problem. I warned him. If Elias roams the shadows, we'll deal with that eventually, together or apart. For now, I let the city swallow me, disappearing into its rain-slicked streets, determined to find clarity before returning to the storm that is my life.
Chapter 20. Nico. I stand in the penthouse foyer, scanning the shadows of every silent corner. Something doesn't feel right. Earlier, Ray stalked out of here and I let her go, trusting I could track her down once we both cooled off. But the hours slipped away and she never returned. My calls went straight to voicemail. Texts remain unread. She wanted space. She always demands independence. But this time there's a knot in my gut warning me something is off. I check my phone again. No response. The call log mocks me with repeated tries. I dial once more, pressing the device to my ear while my heart pounds. It rings, then cuts to the automated message. My frustration spikes. I hurry into the living area, searching for any note or clue. Nothing but the faint hum of the air conditioning and the occasional flicker of city lights through the tall windows. The staff retired for the evening, so no one else can tell me if she slipped in while I wasn't looking. Zara's name glows on my screen, an incoming call. I answer, tension gathering in my voice. Tell me you've heard from Ray. She exhales on the other end. No sign of her. I tried calling too, no luck. One of the security guys mentioned seeing her leave earlier, but no details. You said she was upset, right? I let out a harsh breath. Upset doesn't cover it. We had another argument. Then she took off. Usually she'd ignore me for a few hours, but it's been too long. Zara hesitates. The guard also saw an unfamiliar vehicle lingering near the building around the time Ray left. He said it drove off after a taxi pulled away. My pulse spikes. Did he get a plate number? A rustle of papers on Zara's end. He only caught partial digits. I have them here, but we're not sure it means anything. Could be coincidence. Coincidence seldom exists in our world. Send me the details. I'll contact security again. I end the call, tension surging. If a car followed Ray, we're looking at a possible threat, especially with rumors swirling that Elias might be alive. Those rumors could spark all kinds of desperate actions from enemies like Julien or rogue execs. My phone pings with Zara's text containing partial plates. I forward it to my lead security manager, demanding a cross-check. Then I pace across the living room, waiting. My thoughts spin around the possibility that someone might have grabbed Ray. After everything that's happened, the idea ties my stomach in knots. The letter from Elias mentioned a looming threat. Maybe this is it, no longer theoretical. While I wait for a security update, I rifle through the penthouse, checking her suite again for signs she returned. The bed remains untouched, the closet half empty since she packed some belongings days ago. My lungs feel tight at the memory of her announcing she needed distance. Did she plan to vanish completely, or is she in genuine danger? I can't assume it's just her personal choice to ignore me now. The more I think about it, the more I suspect foul play. My instincts rarely fail. A buzz from my phone jolts me. The security manager's number flashes. I answer in a clipped tone. Any news? So we ran the partial plate. No match in official records, but we flagged it in our private system. We found a possible link to a black SUV known to have shadowed Vale Holdings events. The driver might be connected to one of the rival execs, though we're not certain. My grip tightens on the phone. Which rival exec? He flips pages, faint rustling on the line. Julian Harrow is a prime suspect, but it could be another faction from the board. No direct ID. We do know that SUV was spotted near Ray's last known location. She apparently took a taxi from the venue, but that SUV followed her. After that, we lost visual. She never contacted our regular drivers for a pickup. Heat flares in my chest. Keep digging. Ping every contact we have. Hack her phone's last GPS signal if needed. I want Ray's location. Yes, sir, the manager replies. We'll keep you updated. I hang up, dropping onto one of the couches, mind racing through possibilities. If she's actually been kidnapped, it means our enemies are bolder than I realized. They might be leveraging her as the rumored heir, or using her as bait to force me to reveal something. My pulse pounds with the memory of the letter from Elias warning me to protect her. I wonder if he foresaw exactly this scenario. I dial her number again, each ring a needle in my gut. No answer. I send a text. Ray, call me. Are you safe? I doubt she'll see it if she's under duress, but I have to try. My frustration boils. I consider calling the police, but that could blow up in our faces if the media learns we're entangled in a possible abduction. Our entire arrangement would unravel, along with any hope of investigating Elias's condition quietly. Still, I can't let her life hang on corporate politics. Time drags. My security manager texts me screenshots of phone pings from Ray's mobile. The last location is on the east side, near a small commercial district. I instruct them to refine the search, see if we can track any cameras. The manager warns me it might take time. I can't wait. I snatch my jacket from a chair, keys from the table. If no one else finds her, I will. She might resent me for interfering, but if she's in danger, I won't stand by. Storming into the corridor, I press the elevator button. My mind conjures images of her fighting off captors, or pinned in a car, or hidden in some warehouse. A sense of dread churns in my chest. The second the elevator doors open, I rush inside, stabbing the garage level. Once below, I find my black sedan waiting. The driver opens the door, but I wave him off. I'm driving, I say. No time for formalities. He steps aside, confused, yet obeys. Sliding behind the wheel, I punch the accelerator the moment I clear the building's exit. Rain from earlier left the streets slick. I navigate the city's maze, rechecking my phone for pings from security. Another text arrives. No new sightings, possibly a forced extraction. We suspect Julianne or an associate. She hasn't used any bank cards or phone apps. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. I press forward, weaving through traffic, ignoring honks as I blow past yellow lights. My phone buzzes again, with a call from one of our private security trackers. We might have a lead, the man says. A black SUV with partial matching plates was seen heading north near the old industrial zone about an hour ago. That's enough for me. I spin the wheel, heading toward the industrial outskirts. My heart thrashes. If she's really kidnapped, I can't begin to imagine what her captors want. Julian wants leverage over the will, or maybe another rival aims to threaten me until I reveal Elias's secrets. Fear, anger, guilt. They blend into a single driving force. I floor the gas, ignoring the speed limit. Ray's disappearance strips me of all caution. Reaching the industrial district, I slow to scan for hints of that SUV. Rusted warehouses line the streets, windows boarded, chain-link fences leaning at angles. This is the perfect place to stash someone if you don't want interference. My phone rings, the security manager again. We found footage from a traffic camera. A black SUV matching the partial plate turned onto Dockside Drive near the old shipping warehouse. Then the camera feed cuts off. No further data. Dockside Drive. I pivot, turning down a side street, passing abandoned lots. Adrenaline surges. The sky darkens as I approach a labyrinth of warehouses. I flick off the headlights, not wanting to announce my presence. Searching each building, I wonder how many men might be inside, armed or not. My pulse hammers with the memory of Ray's stubborn resolve, how she'd fight back if they threatened her. But she can't fight a group alone. I pull over near a decrepit warehouse, scanning the perimeter. Dim lights glow from a row of small windows high on the walls. My phone pings once more. Recon drones en route, 20 minutes out. I can't wait for that. If Ray is here, every second counts. I spot a battered black SUV parked behind a chain fence, license plate partially obscured. My breath catches. Parking behind a stack of shipping pallets, I kill the engine. The silence is heavy. I check the glove compartment for a small handgun I keep for emergencies. My hand trembles. I'm not a vigilante, but I can't ignore the possibility of danger. Locating Ray is my priority. My phone vibrates with calls from Zara and security, but I silence them. I slip out of the car, creeping toward the fence. The metal links are loose at one corner, enough to duck under. My mind races with worst-case scenarios. If she's inside, possibly bound or injured, I have no choice but to go in. A single lamp illuminates a loading dock at the warehouse entrance. The SUV sits there, vacant, 2 men standing near the door. My pulse spikes. They're not wearing uniforms or any official gear, likely hired muscle. One smokes a cigarette, the other stands guard, scanning the dark. My mind calculates. If I charge in, I'll be outnumbered. I swallow the rising fear. Ray might be in there. Slipping around the side of the building, I find a narrow corridor of stacked crates. Careful steps lead me to a rusted side door. I test the handle, locked. Forcing it might make noise. I fish out a small multi-tool, fiddling with the ancient lock. The latch gives with a soft click. I ease the door open, breath held, stepping into a dim corridor reeking of stale air and mold. Distant voices echo from somewhere deeper inside. My chest tightens, hoping to hear Ray's voice. Instead, I pick out the angry tones of male conversation. I inch forward, keeping low behind crates and debris. The corridor opens to a large space lined with metal pillars. A few overhead lights flicker. Stacks of old shipping containers create makeshift walls. The voices are louder now, laced with tension. My heart stutters. Near a central pillar, I see 2 men and a woman. Ray. Relief and fury blend in a vicious wave. Her hands appear bound, a strip of tape across her mouth, eyes blazing with defiance. A man stands behind her, possibly threatening her with a weapon. Another man in a suit paces a few feet away, griping about something. I edge closer to catch the words. He's ranting about leverage, the will, Elias's empire. My suspicion is confirmed. It's one of the rival executives from the board, the kind who always lingered on the fringes, wanting a piece of the Harrow fortune. My jaw locks. They kidnapped her to force my hand or glean information over my dead body. Ray's eyes dart around, spotting me crouched behind a rusted container. She tenses, breath hitching, but she doesn't give me away. My heart thumps with a rush of adrenaline. I meet her gaze, silently promising I won't leave her. I gauge the men, 2, plus possibly more outside. The unarmed approach might be suicide, but I can't abandon her. I inch forward, holding my breath. One man backhands Ray, snarling about how she'll cooperate. Anger flares in me like a flash of lightning. I can't wait for backup. I lift the gun, stepping out from behind the container with a cold shout. Get away from her! They spin, startled. The suited man fumbles, eyes wide. The other man tries to grab Ray as a shield, but she twists, stomping on his foot with all her strength. I fire a warning shot into the air, the bang echoing. He jerks back, losing his grip. The man in the tailored suit stumbles behind a crate, shouting orders. I rush forward, keeping the gun level. My heart roars in my ears. Ray manages to tear free of the man's hold. She's still bound, but her eyes shine with fierce relief. The man lunges at me from the side, swinging a metal pipe. I dodge, firing another shot that grazes the metal floor, sparks flying. He recoils, cursing. I kick the pipe from his hand, slamming my elbow into his face. He crumples, groaning. The man in the suit tries to slip away, heading for a side door. I track him with the gun, teeth clenched. Don't move! He freezes, hands raised. Outside, I hear the distant sound of approaching engines. Security, hopefully. Or more of his accomplices. I hurry to Ray, lowering the weapon enough to free her from the rope. She rips off the tape, wincing. Fury radiates from her. The man on the floor stirs, and I send him a menacing glare. Ray breathes hard, voice shaky but strong. You found me. I brush aside the pang in my chest, focusing on the immediate threat. Of course I found you. My relief is tempered by the presence of these kidnappers, the stench of danger still thick. I keep an eye on the suit-wearing executive, gesturing for Ray to stand behind me. How many more are there? His face drips with sweat, fear in his eyes. Just me and him, he pants, nodding toward the unconscious or nearly unconscious man on the floor. We needed leverage. The board is fracturing. We know Elias might be alive. We wanted to... I cut him off, voice ice cold. You wanted to threaten Ray, force me to reveal something about Elias or sign over shares. He shivers under the gun's aim, nodding helplessly. I didn't mean for it to go this far. We just needed a bargaining chip if Elias resurfaces. My anger boils over. So, kidnapping was your solution. You're finished at Vale Holdings, I promise you that. Ray steps around me, eyes blazing. He struck me, she hisses, glaring at the man. He threatened my life. I hold the gun steady, glaring at him. You'll pay for that. Sirens wail outside, or perhaps our private security has arrived. The man seems to realize the end is near, letting out a feeble whimper. I keep him at bay until reinforcements storm in. 2 of our security agents, guns drawn. They secure both men, calling for police backup. Adrenaline still pulses through me. I turn to Ray, gently touching her shoulder. She winces from the rope burns, and I feel a surge of guilt. Are you injured? She flexes her wrists, bruises forming. A little battered, but I'm alive. They dragged me into that SUV off a deserted street. I should have been more alert. I swallow, relief mixing with lingering anger. No, they shouldn't have done this. None of this is your fault. Her eyes drift to my gun. I set it aside, away from the kidnappers. She releases a trembling sigh, the tension in her posture loosening now that safety is near. I owe you a thanks, but don't expect me to forgive everything because you rescued me. A faint smile tugs at my lips, understanding that her frustration with me remains. I don't expect that. I'm just glad you're alive. She runs a hand over a bruised spot on her arm, voice uneven. Did you think it was Julienne? I nod at the subdued men. This one might be working for him. We'll interrogate them, find out who gave the order. She grimaces. They asked about Elias. That letter we found spooked more than just us. Everyone's scrambling. My mind flits to the cryptic lines Elias wrote, the possible threat he warned about. Now that threat feels more real than ever. Seems we're caught in the middle of something bigger. Security ushers the men away, calling an ambulance for Ray's injuries. She waves them off, insisting she's fine except for scrapes. I step closer, scanning her face for signs of deeper pain. She avoids my gaze, arms crossed as if shielding herself. "We can talk about the rest later," she mutters. I nod, voice hushed. "Let's get you out of here." Gently placing a hand near her elbow, I guide her toward the warehouse exit where more security agents wait. She doesn't resist, though tension lingers in her stance. The night air hits us, crisp and laced with a faint hint of exhaust. Police sirens wail in the distance. We slip into one of the waiting cars, away from prying eyes. My chest remains tight, replaying every terrifying possibility had I not arrived. Ray settles in the back seat, leaning her head against the window. I slide in beside her, bracing for the awkward hush. Security drives us away from the scene, letting the authorities handle the formalities. My phone buzzes non-stop with calls from Zara, the board, and investigators. I ignore them, focusing on Ray's shallow breathing. The city lights blur past. Ray's eyes stay fixed outside, refusing to look at me. I sense her anger mixed with grudging relief. I want to ask if she's truly all right, but the memory of our last fight warns me not to push. She faced something terrifying tonight, and she didn't have time to process. Finally, I whisper, "Do you need a hospital checkup?" She blinks, voice subdued. "No, I'm not that fragile. A hot shower, maybe some ice for bruises, that's all." I nod, fighting the urge to say more. My thoughts churn with the knowledge that kidnappers nearly got away with harming her. The desire to keep her safe collides with the memory that she despises feeling controlled. But I can't pretend not to care. Once we reach the penthouse building, security escorts us up. Staff looks startled but keeps silent. Ray walks ahead, shoulders stiff, stepping into her suite without a word. Before she shuts the door, she pauses, turning slightly to face me in the corridor. "Thank you for saving me." Her expression is guarded, but the sincerity is real. My chest constricts. "You never have to thank me for that." She nods, eyes flicking away. "Still, I'm grateful." Then she disappears into her suite, door closing with a soft click. I stand there, heart pounding in the aftermath. Relief surges that I reached her in time, but a heavier truth remains. The storm has only begun. The letter from Elias, the kidnapper's demands, the rumors swirling through the board. Ray remains at risk, even if I'm no longer her favorite ally. If Elias is truly alive, we may face bigger dangers than a kidnapping. Sighing, I walk to my own suite, phone buzzing incessantly. I scan the newest messages. Investigators confirm the men we caught work for a shady holding entity, possibly tied to certain board members. Another reminder that the empire Elias built is rotting with betrayal. I drop my phone on the dresser, mind reeling with the day's events. Outside my window, the skyline glitters, oblivious to the turmoil below. Images of Ray, bound in that warehouse, scorch my thoughts. She nearly vanished, prey to corporate vultures. I vow silently that I won't let that happen again, no matter how angry she is at me. The memory of her face, determined and furious even in captivity, tugs at me with a surge of protective resolve. In the hush of my suite, I let the adrenaline fade. Tomorrow we'll have to face the board, the media, and the swirling rumors that Harrow's empire might have a living founder lurking in the shadows. We'll dissect the kidnapping, glean what we can from the men behind it, and I'll have to find a way to earn Ray's trust long enough to navigate this storm together. For tonight, I settle into a restless vigil, phone clutched in my hand in case she calls. My entire body remains tense, replaying the rescue, imagining 1,000 outcomes had I arrived too late. The knowledge that she's under this roof calms me slightly, though the tension in our relationship stands unresolved. At least she's safe. That alone must be enough for now. Eventually, I decide to check if she needs anything. Water, bandages, a silent gesture that she's not alone. But I pause outside her door, hearing no movement within. She probably wants solitude. I can't blame her. I withdraw, heart heavy with the events of the night, the threat that nearly tore her away. I sink into the living room couch, flipping through security footage on my phone, analyzing every angle of her abduction, every frame of the warehouse raid. A wave of anger flares at the men's audacity. My phone pings with more updates. Some leads about the partial license plate, speculation that the hostile faction might act again. Fear for Ray's safety collides with regret that we let our personal war overshadow the real danger she faced. I vow not to let that happen again. Dawn creeps through the penthouse windows, painting the floor in pale gray. My eyes ache from no real sleep, my mind locked on the memory of how close we came to losing her. She's been the catalyst for so many shifts in my life, and no matter how turbulent we are, the thought of her in another man's clutches shreds me. As morning brightens, I stand, adjusting my tie from yesterday's wrinkled suit. The staff will arrive soon, bringing fresh coffee and hushed queries about last night's events. Ray might stay in her suite, regrouping from the ordeal. I won't force conversation. I'll let her rest. But once she emerges, we'll discuss a new plan for protection and how we proceed with the letter from Elias. Because if one kidnapping can happen, more attempts might follow. For now, I run a hand through my slightly disheveled hair. Then I flinch, recalling I'm not supposed to do that. Shaking my head, I scan the room, posture rigid, determined to keep watch until I'm certain every threat is neutralized. If Elias is pulling strings, if Julianne or others are vying for power, they've made a grave mistake targeting Ray. I've seen what happens when I'm pushed to protect something I care about. And despite all my denials, I do care about Ray. That reality keeps me anchored through the chaos, fueling the rage that will drive me to hunt down whoever orchestrated her abduction. She might not forgive me for everything, but I'll ensure she's free to decide her fate without men like these controlling her. Elias taught me to be ruthless. If he wanted me to protect her, I'll do it, no matter what lines I have to cross. With dawn's light creeping higher, I gather notes, phone, and a new plan forming in my head. The men we captured will talk, or I'll make sure they do. We'll find out who else is involved, clamp down on every threat. Then I'll confront Elias's shadow, wherever he lurks. And I'll show Ray that no matter our fractures, I'm not letting her fight alone. Not anymore.
Chapter 21. Ray. My head pounds as I blink awake, trying to piece together how I ended up in this place. The air smells of old wood polish, faint cologne, and something metallic I can't quite name. My wrists ache from coarse rope knotted behind my back, and my shoulders burn from hours stuck in an uncomfortable position. The room around me is dim, more shadows than light, but I catch a glow from a lamp in the corner, enough to outline the lavish furniture. This must be some sort of high-end penthouse, not a grimy warehouse. The stark contrast between the luxury here and the fact that I'm tied to a chair tells me exactly how twisted the situation has become. I drag in slow breaths, pulse drumming in my temples. I remember stepping out alone, ignoring Nico's warnings. Then a black SUV pulled up, men jumped out, and by the time I tried to fight back, there were too many arms grabbing me. I cursed and kicked, but one pinned me against the vehicle's seat, injecting something that made my limbs heavy. Next thing I recall is this. Waking up here, wrists bound, ankles secured to the chair legs, the overhead shadows taunting me. My eyes adjust, revealing more details. The space is wide, almost a living room, with tall windows covered by heavy drapes. It's eerily quiet. I notice a single table with crystal tumblers, half a bottle of whiskey. Whoever orchestrated this wanted comfort while they hold me captive. The unfairness of that gnaws at me, fueling a surge of anger. Footsteps approach. My stomach twists, unsure who's behind it. The door opens, light spills in from a hallway. A figure strides inside, a man in a tailored suit, expensive watch glinting under the lamp's glow. My gut knots. I know him. Marcus Vale. a name that's circulated through corporate whispers. Nico once mentioned that Marcus is cunning, the type who hovers at the edges, always seeking advantage. He steps closer, examining me with a smile that chills my spine. "Awake at last?" he says, voice a little too casual. I'd ask how you're feeling, but I doubt it's pleasant. I flex my wrists against the ropes, stinging pain reminding me I'm trapped. Why do this? I force the words out with forced calm. Think Nico won't hunt you down for snatching his... The last term tastes bitter on my tongue. Wife? Marcus laughs. You can drop that fiction. The entire city knows your marriage is a house of cards, but your presence matters more than you think. He pauses, leaning forward. We found out something intriguing about you. My heart thuds. The truth about my birthright hangs in my mind. They can't have discovered I'm Elias's daughter, can they? I force my tone to remain steady. I'm just a woman in a contract, so whatever you're implying is a waste of time. He tuts. Don't play coy. We uncovered records that suggest you're more than a random name in Elias's will. Something about how your mother's old letters link you to him. Our sources hint you might be the true Harrow heir. He lifts an eyebrows, glee dancing in his eyes. Cold dread seeps into my veins. The knowledge I've been keeping from Nico, from the entire board, is suddenly in enemy hands. They truly know. That's ridiculous. I lie, though my voice trembles. Marcus smirks. Maybe so, but we found enough to suspect otherwise. And if you are the rightful daughter, then you don't need a marriage clause to claim the empire. That means your presence is a wild card the board never accounted for. He glances at his watch. Convenient that I can exploit it. I swallow thickly. What do you gain from kidnapping me? He crosses to the table, pouring whiskey into a tumbler. Leverage. A powerful tool when negotiating with Nico, or with the factions who want to sabotage the Harrow brand. People pay handsomely for a guaranteed lock on the shares. He sips, eyes never leaving me. Rage simmers in my chest. You plan to trade my life for a seat on the board? That's what this is about? He shrugs. Some want your claim suppressed. Others want you to sign over your birthright. The board is fracturing over Elias's possible survival. If I hold the real heir, I can force whichever side pays the most to do my bidding. He sets the tumbler down. But if you refuse, I'm afraid I can't let you run free with knowledge that might ruin my deals. My stomach twists. He's spelling out the possibility they'll eliminate me if I don't cooperate. I grit my teeth, glaring up at him. You're making a huge mistake. He circles behind me, a predatory air in his stride. I doubt it. Did you honestly think you could keep your parentage hidden forever? Our intelligence runs deeper than you realize. I tense, cursing my careless steps and the swirl of secrets I carried. I twist in the chair, trying to ease circulation in my bound arms. Nico's not going to let this slide. He'll find me. Then you'll regret your arrogance. Marcus scoffs. Nico's no saint, and he's not as sharp as you believe. By the time he pinpoints your location, I'll have secured what I need. Then your relevance ends. Before I can shoot back a retort, the door swings open. Another man enters, tall, broad shoulders, wearing dark clothes. He nods at Marcus, then glances at me with a sneer. I guess he's muscle for hire. Marcus murmurs instructions, voice too low for me to catch. The man nods again, stepping behind me. My gut clenches when I realize they might relocate or silence me soon. Marcus steps in front of me again, tilting his head as though studying a rare specimen. You're not trembling. Do you think Nico will save you? Despite the fear crawling under my skin, I lift my chin. Does it matter? You won't scare me into some fake agreement. He laughs. We have a while to break that resolve. Maybe once you're faced with the choice between signing your rights away or facing a quiet end. You'll see reason." He snaps his fingers, and the big man grips my chair, dragging me toward the corner near a window. I protest, jaw clenching as the rope digs into my ankles. A pang of helplessness hits, but I keep my gaze cold. I'd rather die than sign over something so personal. My mother's legacy deserves better than to be sold for your deals. Marcus narrows his eyes. "We'll see." He strides out, the door thudding shut behind him. The thug remains, arms folded, glaring down at me as though daring me to test him. My pulse pounds, mind racing through scenarios. I can't sign anything if I can't even free my hands. They might bring me a pen, force me to scrawl away my birthright. The fury in my chest intensifies, mixing with a spark of pride that they can't break me easily. Time drags. The man eventually steps outside, leaving me alone. My shoulders cramp, wrists burn. I shift, testing the rope. It's tight, expertly knotted. The windows are covered, giving me no view of the outside world, no clue if Nico's searching. A flicker of hope stirs that maybe he's on the move, but I also recall how complicated our relationship is. Will he come for me? Or has he grown tired of my defiance? A wave of exhaustion threatens to pull me down, but I fight it, staying alert in case an opening arises. The minutes stretch, or maybe it's hours. My throat feels parched, but no one offers me water. At last, the door opens again. This time, Marcus returns, wearing a smug expression. He places papers on the table, rummaging for a pen. "We can do this gently," he says, voice dripping with false patience. "Sign a statement relinquishing any birthright claims. Let me handle the rest, and you might walk out alive." I stare at the papers, heart pounding. Is that supposed to tempt me? You kill me anyway once I've done your bidding. He smirks. If we find a buyer who wants you alive, perhaps you'll be spared. For now, consider it your best chance. My anger flares. You're insane if you think I'll cooperate. He steps closer, leaning in so I catch the faint cologne on his suit. Then you'll force me to escalate, he says quietly. And trust me, I'm not squeamish. He nods to the thug who's re-entered the room. The man flexes his fists, eyes gleaming with anticipation. A chill floods my veins. I won't let them see me falter, but I'm all too aware of how vulnerable I am. My jaw sets. Do your worst. He raises a brow, stepping back, clearly intrigued by my defiance. I see Nico picked a stubborn one. He glances at his watch. I have a call to make. You'll have time to reflect on your decision. They both leave again, the door shutting with a final clang of a lock. The tension in my chest nearly suffocates me. My mind churns with escape plans, but I can't budge from the ropes. My ankles burn, wrists numb. I test every angle. The chair is sturdy, refusing to break. Tears threaten, but I swallow them down, refusing to give in. Suddenly, I hear commotion beyond the door. Muffled shouts, thumps, maybe even a crash. My heart leaps, unsure if it's reinforcements for Marcus or something else. The big man's voice booms in angry protest. Then a loud bang resonates through the walls, a dull vibration that shakes the floor. My chest tightens with the thread of hope. The door bursts open, revealing chaos outside. Marcus yells, "Stop them!" Then I see a flurry of movement. Nico strides in, eyes wild with anger, accompanied by a lean man who must be Ash Boone, the private security operative I've heard about. They seem like a two-person storm, fists and weapons at the ready. Marcus tries to aim a small pistol, but Ash lunges, knocking it aside. The weapon skitters across the floor. Nico charges the other thug, fists flying. The man crashes into a cabinet, sending splinters of wood everywhere. I watch in a mix of astonishment and relief as Nico moves with a lethal grace, pummeling the man who dared threaten my life. There's a ferocity I've never witnessed, an almost raw protectiveness driving him. My breath catches. The ropes cut into my skin, but I can't tear my gaze away. Marcus grabs a makeshift club, swinging it at Ash, but Ash ducks and counters with a swift elbow to the ribs. Marcus staggers, gasping. Nico smashes the thug's head into the wall, leaving him dazed. The entire battle is a blur of fists, curses, and desperate strikes. Nico roars at Marcus. "She's not yours to torment," before landing a final punch that sends Marcus sprawling. The man collapses, breath shallow. The threat deflates in seconds, leaving the room littered with battered furniture and unconscious bodies. Nico locks eyes with me, chest heaving. A raw mix of concern and fury lines his features. He rushes to my side, rummaging for a knife to slice the ropes. "They didn't hurt you?" His voice trembles with a desperation he rarely shows. My throat tightens as the rope loosens around my wrists. They threatened me, tried to force me to sign away the shares. Pain surges when blood flow returns to my hands, but relief at his presence nearly buckles me. "They know I'm the real heir," I whisper, still shaken. He swears under his breath, carefully pulling me from the chair. I stagger, legs stiff, and he catches me before I fall. My anger at him remains, but gratitude for this rescue swells, overriding my pride. Ash stands guard, gun raised in case any kidnappers revive. Nico scoops me against him, ignoring any protest I might have. He's breathing hard, the tension in his muscles coiled. I lean on him, stifling a pained groan as my legs struggle to support me. "You came," I manage, voice breaking. He glances down, eyes fierce yet flooded with relief. "Of course I came." He lifts me, sliding an arm under my legs, the other around my back. I exhale shakily, letting him carry me. Ash moves ahead, clearing the path. We pass unconscious bodies, battered furniture. Distant sirens approach, or maybe more reinforcements from our side. My heart hammers with leftover terror, but the sense of security in Nico's hold soothes me. Outside, a flurry of veil-holding security stands watch, expressions grim as they see the aftermath. Nico doesn't set me down until we reach a waiting car. I cling to him, hardly noticing the curious stares. He settles me gently on the back seat, kneeling beside me as Ash coordinates with the guards to detain Marcus. I feel lightheaded, battered, but determined to speak. Marcus admitted they found out I'm the heir. They wanted me out of the picture or leverage for deals. Nico's gaze darkens, anger radiating. "They'll pay for touching you." I study him, seeing the feral gleam that transformed him moments ago. My chest aches with unspoken gratitude and resentment all tangled up. "You fought like a madman." He looks away, voice subdued. "I was terrified you'd vanish forever." The weight of that admission settles between us. My arms shake, adrenaline fading. "I'm alive, thanks to you," I say quietly. My limbs tremble, and he grips my hand, pressing it in silent reassurance. His eyes flick over my bruised wrists. The rope burns. "We'll get you medical attention." I nod, leaning back, breath shaky. My thoughts spiral to everything swirling around us. Elias might be alive. I'm the true heir. The board teeters on the brink. And after this kidnapping, I can't pretend I'm safe. The reality hits me all at once. Tears threatening. I blink them back. Nico's phone buzzes. He answers, voice clipped, speaking with someone about containing the incident. Meanwhile, Ash returns, announcing the kidnappers are subdued. "We have them in custody," Ash says. "Authorities will arrive soon." Nico glances at me, then back at Ash. "We'll handle the legal side quietly. Don't let the media spin this too fast." Ash nods, heading off to coordinate. I slump against the seat, heart still racing from the trauma. Nico ends the call, turning his full attention to me. "I'm taking you home," he says. "We have doctors on staff who can treat your injuries." I gather a shaky breath, the event sinking in. You saved my life, I whisper. He inclines his chin, nodding. I couldn't let them. His voice catches, emotion pushing through his usual composure. He clenches his jaw, swallowing. I'm sorry they took you in the first place. We suspected something after you vanished, but I failed to keep you safe from the start. I feel a pang of sympathy, remembering my own stubbornness. I ran off on purpose. This isn't all on you. Marcus's ambition drove this madness. He helps me shift so I'm more comfortable, leaning on a cushion. Silence grows for a moment, thick with tension and unspoken truths. My voice trembles when I finally speak. They said they discovered the old letters, that I'm Elias's daughter, the rightful heir. They wanted me to sign away everything. Nico's expression shudders, as though this reminder stings. That's why they threatened you. They believed controlling you gave them a path to power. He brushes his thumb over the rope burns on my wrist, careful not to hurt me. They won't get another chance. I swallow. This is bigger than we realized. If they know, others might too. He nods grimly. We'll protect you, whatever it takes. A swirl of conflicting emotions churns in my chest. Fear, relief, a flicker of gratitude that Nico stands here promising my safety. I close my eyes, fatigue pulling at me. Then a sudden memory surfaces. The letter we found, suggesting Elias might be alive. My throat constricts at the realization that all these manipulations might trace back to him. Nico notices my tension. What is it? My gaze locks on his. Despite everything, I need him to understand how deep this goes. My voice emerges unsteady. Elias, he's alive. That letter we discovered, it's real. This entire kidnapping, the Will's twisted claws, everything. It's all him pulling strings from somewhere in the shadows. Nico's jaw sets, eyes dark. You're sure? I recall the kidnapping. Marcus's words about expecting Elias might return. I recall the cryptic lines from the letter. My lungs tighten, but I steady myself. He orchestrated it, I'm certain. He never truly died. This was his plan all along. The final admission drains what little energy I have left. I slump against the car seat, body trembling in the lingering shock. Nico's face mirrors my own mix of disbelief and anger. He grips my hand again, a silent vow crossing that space between us. The possibility of Elias orchestrating everything from the start looms with a crushing weight, promising more chaos ahead. The car door closes, and I sense the vehicle lurch forward, carrying us away from the place of captivity. Night clings to the city skyline, and I cling to the one person who arrived in time to save me, even as resentment lingers for the tangled mess of our lives. My voice quivers with lingering fear, but I hold tight to the only shred of certainty. I survived. And now I know the bigger truth. Elias is alive, toying with our fates as if we're characters in a story he controls. I can't predict how I'll navigate this new storm, but for now, I sink into the seat, letting the tremors subside. Nico's hand in mine, our hearts pounding in sync. Tomorrow, we'll face the aftermath. The confrontation with Elias's possible return, and the knowledge that I was seconds from losing everything. But tonight, I hold on to the relief that, no matter our bitterness, Nico refused to let me go. And that might be enough to guide us through the darkness Elias cast over our lives.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 22, Nico. I stand in the middle of the towering Vale Holdings boardroom, a space meant for polished meetings and decisive deals. Today, it's a stage for a spectacle I never thought possible. Outside the glass walls, city lights reflect off the gleaming table, and the hush of tension weighs on everyone present. Board members, high-level executives, and the sharp eyes of several media representatives invited for a major announcement. Even Zara, my brilliant PR strategist, stands to one side, chewing on her lip in apprehension. I still can't process how this event came to be. A few short hours ago, I learned that Elias Harrow, my mentor, the man I believed to be dead, planned to walk in here alive. The news hit me like a battering ram, but I barely had a moment to reel. He demanded a public stage, insisted that all relevant parties gather. I had little choice but to comply, even as every fiber of my being raged at the manipulation. The board members fidget at the long table, whispering theories about what's about to occur. To them, this might be a final power play from the ghost of Harrow, or some elaborate scheme. My heart thumps with a mixture of betrayal and raw anticipation. At my side, Ray stands stiff, arms folded protectively. She's been through a kidnapping, discovered her birthright, and now this. Her posture hints at her readiness to bolt the moment things sour. A murmur ripples across the room. The doors open and Elias Harrow steps inside, alive and very much present. Gasps erupt, and the media cameras turn to capture his every move. I grip the back of a chair, struggling to contain the tumult inside me. The man who shaped my life, who I mourned, strolls in wearing a tailored suit, looking older and more frail than I remember, but unmistakably him. He's flanked by personal security, quietly fending off the gasps and demands to explain himself. Silence descends as Elias reaches the front of the table. His gaze sweeps the crowd, executives, journalists, Ray, and me. A somber expression flits across his lined face, something like regret drifting there. He clears his throat, voice subdued but firm. I owe you all the truth. The hush breaks with a flurry of questions from the reporters. Elias holds up a hand commanding stillness. The cameras continue their rapid clicks, capturing every breath he takes. I faked my death, he begins, posture straight despite the weariness in his eyes. Months ago, I received information that elements within the board plotted a coup, and I was also diagnosed with a terminal condition. I believed my time was short, and my enemies would exploit any weakness. So I chose to vanish, orchestrating a death that would free me from immediate threats. The room reverberates with stunned disbelief. I sense Ray's body tighten at my side, a quiet fury rolling off her. Elias continues, ignoring the shock swirling around him. I left a will that named Raylan Monroe as the primary heir, on the condition she marry. I needed to ensure she was protected from sharks on the board, to guarantee someone strong stood by her side. His eyes settle on me, voice clipped. I trusted you, Nico, to do whatever it took to preserve the legacy. I expected you to secure your position and defend my daughter. A lightning jolt courses through the room at that word, daughter. The reporters erupt with questions, but Elias presses on. Yes, Ray is my daughter, born of a relationship I kept private. I never claimed her in public, thinking I was shielding her from the harsh scrutiny of my business empire. That was my mistake. Ray steps forward, trembling. Mistake! You abandoned my mother and me. You let me grow up without answers. Her words echo in the hushed boardroom. Elias meets her gaze with a flicker of regret. I believe secrecy kept you safe. Perhaps I was wrong. I was ill, and my calculations about survival were misguided. I needed a strategy that forced Nico to protect you. So I wrote the clause requiring marriage. I knew your presence would rattle the board enough to draw out threats. And it did. Ray's voice shakes with resentment. You manipulated us all. Nico, me, the board, just to stage a confrontation that served your twisted plan. Elias nods gravely. It was the only way to ensure the rightful heir wouldn't be devoured by corporate vultures. I know what I did was cruel, but this empire is cruel. I had to be certain you'd unite, or at least stand a chance. Her eyes glisten with a fury beyond words. My own heart clenches, each breath stinging with betrayal. So all these months, I say, voice rough. I was dancing to your tune, forging a fake marriage, controlling every aspect of Ray's life because you knew I'd never let go of the power you gifted me. He sighs. That's one way to put it. You were always meant to be her shield if my plan worked. I believed your ambition and loyalty would bind you to her side. Anger swells in me, warring with old loyalty. What about the kidnapping? The attacks from the board? Did you anticipate they'd nearly kill your daughter? A flicker of sorrow crosses his features. I assumed danger, though I didn't expect it to escalate that far. My allies tried to warn you, but events spun out of control. Ray's hands clench, voice taut with pain. You left me in the dark, letting me think I was some random name in a will. Meanwhile, I was your heir. My mother deserved better. Elias bows his head. She did, you did. My fear led me to twisted methods. I can't undo it now. The media watchers are riveted, scribbling notes, capturing every second. The board members murmur in shock, half outraged, half stunned. Zara stands near the door, face pale with disbelief. My pulse thrums with the final blow. Everything we endured, everything I forced Ray to endure, all orchestrated by the man I once revered. Ray's anger explodes. You're no father to me. You're just a manipulator who used all of us. Elias's expression remains solemn. I understand your anger, but I truly wanted you safe. She steps back, crossing her arms. Don't try to justify it. You never claimed me when it mattered. He nods once, turning his attention to me. And you, Nico, I know you feel used. I regret the burden I placed on you without clarity. I swallow hard, fury twisting my insides. You taught me everything about control, about dominating the board. Then you toyed with me like a puppet. I thought you were dead, that your will was my last mission. He sighs. It was never meant to degrade your agency. I wanted you strong enough to keep Ray from harm. Silence hangs, thick with bitterness. Ray's voice trembles as she addresses me, ignoring Elias for a moment. So this is our great teacher, the man we shaped our entire arrangement around. Are you satisfied he's alive and we're pawns? Every muscle in my body tenses. I'm not satisfied, I say quietly. I'm furious. If I'd known, I could have prevented half the disasters we faced. Elias tries to speak, but Ray cuts him off. No, I'm done listening. You two can rationalize your ambitions, but you both decided my life, my inheritance, everything, without my input. She jerks her gaze to me, eyes glimmering with hurt. You forced me into a marriage for a legacy I already owned. And you, she points to Elias, left me fatherless, only to reappear when it suits you. Elias takes a step forward, voice softer. Ray, you deserve an apology that no words can cover. Let me make amends. I can share everything, the accounts, the final documents. She shakes her head, tears brimming. I don't need your final gestures. I don't need either of you deciding my life. Her anger flares at me again. You claim you didn't know about this father-daughter connection, but how can I trust anything you say? You went along with every instruction in that will, controlling me at every turn. My breath catches, a pang of helplessness crowding my chest. Ray! She raises a hand, silencing me. I can't be here. Her gaze sweeps the room, noticing the board, the cameras, the man who claims to be her father. I'm leaving. Gasps scatter among the crowd. A reporter tries to approach her for a statement, but she brushes past. I take a step, wanting to reach her, but the venom in her glare stops me. She strides out of the boardroom, shoulders squared, tears threatening to spill. The hush that follows her exit feels like a vacuum. Elias clears his throat, turning to the stunned audience. I'll release a formal statement soon. For now, please respect that this is a private family matter. The empire remains intact. He glances at me, expecting me to salvage the meeting. I can't breathe for a second, the impact of Ray's words ringing in my ears. She doesn't need either of us. She's tired of the lies and manipulations. Anger tightens my fists. I spin toward Elias, voice low and trembling with fury. You destroyed her trust in me, and I let it happen. He tries to placate me. There was no other way. I glare at him, refusing to contain the roiling emotions. You always claim ends justify the means, but you never lived with the consequences. People got hurt, nearly killed, for your plan. He nods solemnly as if he holds regrets, but won't openly confess them now. We can fix it if we work together. I shake my head, heartbreak mingling with rage. You expect me to keep cleaning up after your manipulations? I have no interest in playing your game anymore. My voice vibrates with the weight of betrayal. I might hold the seat of CEO, but the cost was Ray's faith in me. He opens his mouth to argue, but I turn away, ignoring the flurry of board members who start asking what happens next. Zara tries to catch my arm, presumably wanting a damage control statement. I brush her off, stepping into the corridor where Ray vanished moments ago. All I find is an empty hall, the echo of her footsteps fading. Pressing a hand to my chest, I stand there, grappling with the ache coursing through me. She's gone. She walked away, condemning me along with Elias. And I can't blame her. Everything we built was predicated on half-truths and a toxic will. She discovered her father is alive, and I stand exposed as the man who forced her into a marriage for shares she never needed help claiming. Zara approaches quietly, a concerned look on her face. Nico, the board is in uproar. The press is swirling with rumors about Ray's true identity, Elias's reappearance. We need a plan. My voice comes out hoarse. I'll address it later. Right now, I have no words to offer. She nods reluctantly, stepping back to handle the chaos. I remain rooted to the spot, mind throbbing with the final image of Ray's tear-filled eyes as she fled. A swirl of guilt and longing churns in me. Over the months, I convinced myself that I was safeguarding her, that the marriage was a means to protect us both. Now, the reality hits. My loyalty to Elias and my obsession with controlling the company shaped every action, and Ray paid the price. Elias emerges from the boardroom, leaning on a cane I didn't notice earlier. He appears drained. The old confidence that once fueled him now seems cracked. He eyes me with a faint sadness. I can fix this if you'll let me, he says quietly. My frustration surges. You can't. She sees through us both. He inclines his head, acknowledging the gravity. I underestimated her strength. You wanted to protect her, but you didn't realize she never needed that kind of protection. My chest tightens. She deserved honesty, a choice. Instead, we built a cage of lies. She'll never forgive me. He sighs, stepping closer. When I found you, you were on the brink of ruin. I molded you into the heir I needed. In my mind, I believed I could do the same for Ray, guide her from the shadows so she wouldn't be devoured. My fear blinded me. My voice trembles, bitterness clear. You shaped me into a weapon, then used me to corral your daughter. And I played along. Now she's shattered. He sets a hand on my shoulder as if offering solace. I recoil, stepping back. Don't. I'm done worshipping a man who lies about death to manipulate an empire. His face betrays a twinge of sadness, but he doesn't push. We're both flawed, Nico. You can still salvage your relationship with Ray if you show her genuine remorse. I bark a humorless laugh. She's beyond listening. She told us both to stay out of her life, and honestly, she has every right to do so. He nods, glancing away. I understand, but I won't vanish again. I'm prepared to face the repercussions, the board's wrath, the family's scorn. If you need me... I cut him off, voice hollow. I don't know what I need other than to give Ray space. She's the rightful heir, as you've always known. Let her choose whether to claim it. He lifts his cane, adjusting his stance. You'll stand aside and let her decide. A lump forms in my throat. Yes, I can't force her anymore. My voice wavers. Maybe it's time I resign as your perfect protégé and find my own path. He nods, stepping back. If that's your choice, I respect it. For what it's worth, I never doubted your capacity to lead. A hollow ache radiates through me, yet you withheld the truth. Good job. Unable to endure his presence any longer, I turn and stride down the corridor, ignoring the flurry of staff and journalists who call my name. My mind is awash with images of Ray, fighting to speak her truth, discovering her father's betrayal, glaring at me with heartbreak in her eyes. I feel the weight of every broken promise. She asked me once if I truly cared about her beyond the arrangement. In my own twisted way, I did. But caring doesn't erase the lies that brought us together. Reaching the street outside, I sink onto a low stone planter, head bowed. The city's midday bustle surrounds me, horns blaring, pedestrians crossing. Reporters might be swarming the building behind me, but I stay put, letting the confusion ripple through my thoughts. Ray is out there, alone, reeling from the revelation that Elias is alive and orchestrated everything. She's the rightful heir, forced into a fake marriage with the man who idolized her father. A staff car rolls up, Zara leaning out to call me inside. I wave her off, needing a moment. My chest feels raw, as if a part of me collapsed the moment Ray walked away. The swirl of regrets circles endlessly. Moments I could have chosen honesty, times I might have championed her freedom instead of clinging to Elias's instructions. The dreaded realization dawns that I'm left with the remains of an empire built on illusions, and the only person who could break my icy shell fled, convinced I betrayed her. Elias's reemergence cements the tragedy. I was nothing more than a piece in his grand puzzle, while Ray was the pawn both of us fought to control under the guise of protection. A tear threatens to form, though I push it back, not here in the open. Instead, I fix my gaze on the passing cars, heartbeat hollow. She's gone, and I can't chase her. Not this time. She deserves to decide her future without me overshadowing her will. If she never returns, if she claims the inheritance alone, I'll shoulder that loss. Because I do care, far more than I ever expected. Enough to let her go free of my manipulations. The swirl of city noise presses on my ears, but I don't move. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Endless calls from the board, messages from staff about Elias's shocking reveal. I can't face them yet. The magnitude of Elias's confession echoes. He arranged the will, the marriage, everything to ensure Ray's protection. And I, so devoted to him, followed orders without question, not realizing I was caging the woman I cared for. Shame drags at my insides. Eventually, Zara emerges from the building, stepping up with hesitant footsteps. She places a hand on my shoulder, voice quiet. Nico, the board is in chaos. We need a statement. I push to my feet, ignoring the ache that weighs me down. My tone is distant. I'll handle it soon, but first, I I need to find a way to contact Ray. Ensure she's not alone in this storm. Zara's brow furrows. She might not want to hear from you. Pain flickers, but I nod. I know. She can decide whether to speak, but I have to try. With that, I climb into the waiting car, letting Zara follow. The city outside the window reflects my internal turmoil, an empire of steel and glass built on cunning, now shaken by one man's resurrection. As the driver pulls into traffic, I mull the path forward. If Ray never forgives me, if she reclaims Harrow's empire on her own terms, I can't blame her. But I'll keep the lines open, ready to protect or support if she'll have me. Because the truth is out. We were both pawns of Elias's grand design, but nothing forced me to cling so tightly to his legacy at her expense. The car speeds away from the scene, leaving behind the swirl of cameras and stunned board members. Elias's return changed everything, but in my heart, the most painful revelation is Ray's broken faith. She walked out on us, and the memory of her parting glare cuts deeper than any blow I've endured. I used to think the Empire was my life. Now I discover it's empty without her, and the knowledge that I contributed to her heartbreak crushes me. I'm left with nothing but to move forward, treading the ruins of Elias's betrayals and lies. I'll finalize statements, calm the board, face the media storm. Yet through it all, my mind will track Ray's steps, hoping she finds a measure of peace away from the manipulations that have bound us. If she decides to claim her rightful place, I'll step aside. If she chooses never to see me again, I'll bear it. Because the harsh reality stands. No matter how genuine my feelings became, they can't erase the twisted start that shaped our bond. As the car heads back to the penthouse, I stare out the window, numb. The city whirls past, oblivious to my turmoil. Elias once told me I was his greatest success. Today, I feel like the world's biggest fool, mourning the woman who realized she never needed me, or the father who lied about his demise. And that realization weighs heavier than any crown I claimed under false pretenses. Chapter 23. Nico. I stand on the terrace overlooking rows of grapevines, the early evening sun painting the Tuscan landscape in deep gold. The air carries a hint of fresh earth and distant cypress trees, a world far removed from New York's frantic pace. When I first came here weeks ago, I couldn't imagine a life outside towering glass buildings and frantic board meetings. Now I find myself adopting a quieter routine, rising with the sun, helping local farmhands in small ways, pouring resources into youth programs that bolster job opportunities for teens who might otherwise drift. Resignation from Vale Holdings wasn't an impulse. It was a choice I made the morning after Ray walked away, the morning when I realized that everything I clung to meant nothing without the possibility of her trust. I'd watched her departure with that final, devastated look in her eyes. She left me, and the empire we once pretended to rule together. So I signed the documents transferring my shares to her name. I left the city, citing personal reasons. The board, Elias, the entire corporate machine remained behind while I carve a more honest path in a land I once visited for fleeting business pleasures. Footsteps crunch on the gravel behind me. Alessandro, a local youth I've taken under my wing, approaches with a small box in his hands. He's around 19, an orphan of sorts, drifting until I decided to sponsor a small training program for future entrepreneurs. In him, I see echoes of the boy I used to be before Elias found me. That's part of why I'm here. If I can guide Alessandro and a handful of others away from the traps I once fell into, maybe I redeem a shred of my past. He hands me the box with a shy grin. We finish packaging the olive oil samples for next week's market. Is that good? I nod, returning a slight smile. That's perfect. We'll talk about pricing tomorrow. He beams, then scampers off, leaving me alone again on the terrace. I set the box aside, exhaling as the day's warmth seeps into my skin. In New York, every hour blazed with pressure, but here, time unfolds at a gentler pace. I spend my mornings checking on philanthropic funds, ensuring the kids Alessandro brought along get proper training in small business techniques. I skip formal suits in favor of rolled-up sleeves and dusty boots. Each day I feel something loosen in my chest, a sense that I'm inching toward the man I should have been, not the one shaped by Elias's endless demands. But at night, I return to this terrace, gazing at the vineyards under the setting sun, and a hollow ache fills me. It's Ray's absence, her voice, her fierce spirit. I might have left the Empire to her, but that doesn't erase the longing that creeps in whenever I recall her laugh or the scorching resolve in her eyes. I try to quiet that ache by focusing on the farmland, the youth projects, the battered copy of old business texts I keep in a small study. It never fully fades. I hear the purr of a vehicle pulling up outside the villa. It's unusual. Nobody visits at this hour without notice. My pulse spikes, a fleeting thought that maybe it's a local official or a courier. But something tugs me to check, so I turn and head inside. Crossing the aged stone floors, I reach the front courtyard. The sun slants over a sleek black car parked near the gate. The door opens and a figure steps out, making my heart jolt. I can't see her face yet, but I recognize the confident stance, the swirl of hair catching the light. Ray. For a second, I can't move. It feels like a mirage formed from my nighttime hopes. Then she looks up, meeting my gaze with equal parts determination and uncertainty. The world stills as we stand there, the hush between us loaded with every unresolved moment we left behind. She's here. She found me. The driver closes the car door, stepping away to let her approach. I swallow, noticing the subtle tension in her posture, the slight tremor in her voice when she finally speaks. So this is where you've been hiding? My throat constricts. I wouldn't call it hiding. More like starting over. She glances around, taking in the villa's rustic charm, the vineyard stretching beyond. It's beautiful, peaceful. Much different from what we knew in New York, I murmur, forcing the words through the tightness in my chest. She steps closer, eyes drifting over me. I'm wearing simple work clothes, a shirt stained with dust and soil, boots caked from the fields. I imagine I look nothing like the sleek CEO who once strutted through the Vale Holdings halls. Her expression flickers, some mix of relief, regret, maybe curiosity. I had to track down a few leads, she says, gesturing around. Your staff wouldn't give me a direct address. I guess you wanted to disappear thoroughly. I nod. I did. I needed space to figure out who I am without Elias's empire, or the illusions we built. She exhales, crossing her arms. You gave me everything, didn't you? The shares, your seat on the board. Zara told me. Why? My heart clenches at the memory of signing that final set of documents. Because they were always meant to be yours, and because I contributed to the lie that forced you into a marriage you never needed for your inheritance. Her brow furrows. You never even asked if I wanted the shares. I lower my gaze. I couldn't bear the thought of holding on to something that should be under your control. You're the rightful heir. You can rebuild it however you want, or burn it to the ground for all I care. I deserve no part in it. Her expression stiffens, absorbing that confession. You think erasing yourself from the equation absolves you? I pause, words tangling in my mind. Not absolves, but it's a start, maybe a step toward atonement. I can't rewrite the damage I caused or the illusions Elias forced on you, so I removed myself from that world. She studies me, the sunlight highlighting a worn tenderness in her eyes. Zara said you've been investing in youth training here, that you're focusing on actual change rather than corporate deals. I nod, throat thick. I realized I only ever knew how to function in cutthroat boardrooms. The minute I left, I realized none of it was real. It was just me imitating Elias's methods. So I came here and tried to do better, mentor young people like Alessandro, make sure they have opportunities without being manipulated. A flicker of empathy crosses her face. I see. We stand in silence, neither sure how to cross the chasm. Finally, she takes another step, voice subdued. I'm not here about the empire or the shares. I already took over the philanthropic arm. The board wants me to consolidate power, but I've been stalling, unsure if I even want to keep it. I swallow the surge of emotion. You can do anything you wish. It's your birthright, not a burden. Unless you see it as one, in which case let it go. You're free. She huffs softly, not quite a laugh. You keep offering me freedom as though it's something you can hand out. My freedom was always mine to claim, even if I didn't know it. I bow my head in acknowledgement. That's true. I just wanted you to know I'm not standing in your way anymore. Her gaze sharpens. And what about us? Are you just giving up on that too? My breath stalls. I only meant, after everything we did, you deserve the power to choose your own path, including a life without me. She steps close enough that I catch the faint scent of her perfume. You said choose your own path. That implies there's another path with you in it. A tremor passes through me at the idea. Yes, I love you, but you don't owe me forgiveness. I won't ask you to forget the betrayal you felt. I have no choice but to stand here, at your disposal. If you want me out of your life, I'll comply. Her eyes glisten, a flash of vulnerability shimmering. You love me. I do. The words leave me raw. I was so wrapped up in Elias's commands that I didn't see it until I was deep in. Then it was too late. I forced a fake marriage, ignoring your autonomy, because I believed it was the only way. I regret that more than I can express. She inhales carefully. Weeks ago, I was kidnapped by men who discovered I'm Elias's daughter. They tried to twist me. Then I learned Elias is alive, that you unknowingly or knowingly abetted his plan. My world was chaos. I nod, voice low. That's why I left. To give you peace, to rebuild or tear down everything. I had no right to remain, controlling you further. She glances around the villa grounds, the vines swaying in a gentle breeze. So you decided to bury yourself here, doing good deeds, waiting to see if I'd appear? I manage a faint smile. I didn't expect you'd ever come, but I hoped. A tightness clamps my chest. If you walk away now, I'll understand. She lifts her hand, brushing dust off my shirt collar in a gesture that feels unexpectedly intimate. Her gaze lingers on my face. I was furious at you, at Elias, at everyone who thought they knew best how to shape my life. But I couldn't escape one truth, that while you manipulated me, you also saved me. You fought for me when it mattered, and you gave me what was mine, stepping aside without conditions. My eyes flick to hers, a spark of wonder. You see that? She nods, exhaling. I do. I won't dismiss the pain we caused each other, but I can't acknowledge your genuine care. It took me time to figure out how I felt beyond anger. A tremor of hope stirs in my chest. What do you want now? She squares her shoulders, tears threatening. I want a choice. Not a contract or a will's clause forcing my hand. Not Elias's schemes or your controlling bent. A real choice that belongs solely to me. I swallow, fighting back a wave of emotion. Name it, and I'll respect it. She steps closer, reaching up to cup my cheek with a trembling hand. The sensation of her warmth against my skin sends a rush of relief through me. I choose to see if we can build something honest from this wreckage, she whispers, voice thick. I choose to trust that you've changed, that you won't overshadow me again. Tears burn in my eyes, though I resist letting them fall. If you stay with me, I promise I'll never clip your wings. I'll never hide behind deals or illusions. I'm done with that life. She studies me, tears in her own eyes now. I believe you, or at least I want to. I gather her hand in mine, pressing it gently. I'll earn it, day by day. No more secrets. No more orders from Elias or me. Her lips tilt in a bittersweet smile. He's alive for now, but I spoke with him last week. He's stepping back entirely. The Empire is mine if I want it, or it's something I can place in trusted hands. I think I might keep the philanthropic focus, let the rest settle. I nod, respect brimming. Whatever you do, I'll support it from the sidelines if that's what you prefer. She inhales, eyes closing for a moment before meeting my gaze again. I don't want you on the sidelines. I want you at my side, but not overshadowing me. Equal partners, forging something new. My heart swells with a surge of joy so sharp it aches. Equal partners, I echo, voice unsteady. That's all I want. She lets out a small, tear-choked laugh. I never thought we'd end up here in a Tuscan villa, forging a new path, but life rarely follows logic. I lift her fingers to my lips, kissing them gently. Thank you for coming. She reaches up, brushing a dampness from her eyes. I almost talked myself out of it. Fear whispered that maybe you'd moved on, or didn't want to see me. But my heart wouldn't let me rest until I found you. My chest warms at the image of her traveling the winding roads to find me. I'm not sure if I deserve your faith, but I'll spend every moment proving my devotion is real. She leans in, pressing her forehead against mine. My breath hitches at the closeness, the scent of her hair, the quiet hum of acceptance in her posture. We stand there, the vineyard rustling behind us, the day's light fading into a soft glow. The harshness of our past tension seems to lift, replaced by a fragile peace. After a beat, she whispers, Nico, I choose you. A tremor courses through me, like the final puzzle piece sliding into place. I tighten my arms around her, heartbeat echoing in my ears. She meets my gaze, tears in her eyes, and I see the woman who once challenged me, collided with me, yet found a way to push through the twisted arrangement we inherited. Now she stands here, choosing me of her own free will. I brush my thumb along her cheek, voice failing me as emotion clogs my throat. I love you, I manage, giving a promise rather than a demand. No illusions, no hidden agendas. Just me, offering every truth I have left. She closes the distance, lips brushing mine in a gentle kiss that tastes of salt and relief. The moment lingers, sweet and raw. My arms pull her closer, careful not to overshadow her. This intimacy is different from the frantic collisions we had before. It's gentler, forged from understanding rather than fear. When we break apart, the sun has nearly slipped below the horizon, leaving the Tuscan hills bathed in warm twilight. She glances at the vineyard. So this is your new project? Teaching youth? Building something good from scratch? I nod, wiping my eyes quickly before any tears can truly fall. I realized how much I missed tangible connection. The Empire felt so distant. Here I see real impact on real people. It soothes the guilt that lingers. She slides her hand into mine. I'd like to see it. I'm still healing from what we went through, but I want to understand your world now. Her voice wavers. If I'm staying, I want us to share everything. The burdens and the joys. A wave of gratitude surges in my chest. We will. And I'll be an open book this time. She offers a small, hopeful smile. Then we turn to watch the last sliver of sun vanish behind the rolling hills. The hush that falls between us is comforting. For the first time, we stand together without a contract binding us, without Elias dictating terms. There's only us, choosing to face the future as equal partners. As darkness blankets the sky, I guide her inside the villa, flicking on a soft lamp in the rustic living space. She sets down her small suitcase, eyes wandering over the simple decor. I didn't bring much, she murmurs. Only what I needed to travel. I pull her gently into my arms once more. We have all the time we need to figure out how we move forward. She leans her head against my shoulder. No more illusions, she says softly. I tighten my hold, pressing my face into her hair. No more illusions, I echo, feeling the final barrier crumble. She's here in my arms, not because of a legal clause or a will's twisted game, but because she chose to return. Outside, the night sky spreads like an endless tapestry, scattered with faint stars. Inside this villa, we find a fragile peace that might lead to genuine healing. We still carry scars from the false marriage and the manipulations. Elias remains out there, grappling with his regrets. The Empire stands in flux, waiting for Ray's decisions. But for this moment, we embrace the quiet, hearts beating in time, neither overshadowing the other. Tomorrow we'll walk the vineyards, greet Alessandro and the other kids, plan how to merge philanthropic goals with Ray's rightful inheritance. We'll share truths about our vulnerabilities, unravel the last knots of suspicion. She'll tell me about her mother's memory, and I'll confess the nightmares I carry from Elias's lessons. There's no fast fix, only steady steps. But tonight, as she rests against me, I know we've begun a new chapter. One where love isn't forced by a will, but chosen freely. One where the forging of a real partnership doesn't bury her independence or my dedication to protecting what matters. The choice is hers, she said, and she picked me. The weight of that gift humbles me. I lower my head, pressing a gentle kiss to her brow. Thank you, I whisper. She nestles closer, letting out a soft exhale of relief. We linger in the lamplight, drifting toward a battered couch near the fireplace. I settle beside her, arms wrapped around each other, content to let the night pass in quiet peace. In the silence, I remember the vow I made to do better, to let her define her own path. A faint breeze rustles through an open window, carrying the scent of fresh earth. Ray stirs, looking up at me with a solemn gaze. We'll have challenges, she says, voice firm. Board politics, my father's unpredictability, the weight of my inheritance. I nod, gently stroking her cheek. We'll face them together, if you'll let me stand beside you. Her lips curve in a tired smile. That's all I wanted from the start, even when I didn't know it. Emotion swells, tightening my throat. Me too. She closes her eyes, leaning into me. I hold her, reveling in the warmth of her body against mine, the quiet acceptance that binds us. Outside, cicadas sing in the dark, a soothing background to the hush in the villa. Eventually she whispers, It's been a long trip. Mind if I rest here? I adjust my hold, ensuring she's comfortable. Not at all. Stay as long as you want, or forever. She releases a breath that sounds like a soft laugh, nestling her head on my shoulder. One step at a time, but maybe yes. I close my eyes, heart brimming with a fragile joy. We didn't solve every problem, but she's here, choosing to begin again. And for the first time, I believe that together we can build something real. Free of illusions or forced vows, anchored by the unwavering choice Ray offered. I choose you. In the quiet that follows, I stroke her hair, thinking of tomorrow, of the future that lies before us. It's no longer dictated by Elias or any false contract. It's ours to shape, moment by moment, guided by love instead of manipulation. Tonight, that knowledge is enough to fill my chest with hope. I close my eyes, letting the tension slip away. Here, in a Tuscan villa under a starry sky, she found me, and she chose me. I vow silently never to betray that faith. A new dawn awaits us, and we'll greet it together, forging a life we truly own.
Chapter 24. Ray. I'm standing at the edge of a sunlit clearing, soft grass under my feet, the gentle sway of vines behind me, and a sense that something momentous is about to happen. The air is warm, touched by a light breeze that rustles the leaves. Nico and I chose this spot for our real wedding, far from the headlines and boardrooms. We wanted the hush of nature and a reminder of the land we both clung to after all the corporate storms. Instead of the grand spectacle everyone assumed we'd stage, we decided on intimacy, with only a handful of people who truly matter. A few paces away, Elias's vineyard stretches, a swirl of green rows that speak of potential and life. We didn't invite the man himself. He's aware of the ceremony, and we kept it open if he cared to come. But I haven't spotted him, and I'm not sure if that's for the best. This moment belongs to me and Nico, not another page in Elias's manipulations. A small scattering of chairs sits on the grass. Zara, Alessandro, and a couple of Nico's close local friends occupy them. That's it. Ash Boone stands to the side, scanning the perimeter, ensuring we're safe from prying eyes. I'm grateful he's here. He's become a friend, not just security. No official officiant, just a friend licensed to oversee the vows. The hush feels like a blessing rather than emptiness. I twist my fingers around the small bouquet of wildflowers Nico helped me gather this morning. There's no elaborate gown, just a simple white sundress that grazes my knees, exposing my bare legs to the gentle warmth. My heart thumps, a thrill of nerves laced with excitement. After the months of deception and heartbreak, after discovering my true parentage and fighting my way to stand on my own, I'm about to marry Nico for real. No signatures for inheritance, no demands in a hidden clause. This time, it's love that ties us. Music drifts from a portable speaker. Soft notes, a tune I heard once in a Tuscan piazza. Nico stands at the makeshift altar, wearing light trousers and a linen shirt. He turns to watch me, his gaze carrying awe that melts some of my tension. When he meets my eyes, everything else fades. Every bruise from our past overshadowed by the quiet devotion in that look. I step forward, footsteps synchronized with the simple melody. My chest feels tight with emotion. Nico holds out a hand, and I place mine in his, feeling the warmth of his palm. The officiant, a friendly local who speaks English enough to guide the vows, smiles at us. Alessandro and Zara exchange grins, while Ash stands at a respectful distance, arms folded like a vigilant sentinel. The officiant clears his throat softly. We gather here for a union that transcends any legal contract, any corporate design. Today is about love and choice. He motions for us to face each other fully. My heart pounds. This vow is different from the first time we pretended for cameras. Now it's raw and personal. Nico squeezes my fingers, drawing a breath. Ray, when we started, everything was tangled in illusions. I caged you in a marriage that wasn't yours to choose. I don't want to hide from that reality. I want to promise that I love you, without conditions or agendas. I see you as an equal, a partner I'd follow to the ends of the earth. My eyes burn with tears, memory spinning back through the arguments, the forced arrangement, the violent storms. Nico, I whisper, voice trembling. We built our bond on rocky ground, each step shaped by secrets and manipulation, but you kept me safe when danger closed in. You surrendered your empire for me, believing I deserved the right to choose my path. That's how I know you've changed, how I know we stand here free of the lies. His hand trembles in mine, tears edging his gaze. I vow to never bind you again. I vow to trust you, to stand beside you, to let you soar, even if that means letting go sometimes. But if you'll have me, I'll devote my life to making our future a place of honest love. I blink, tears trickling down my cheeks. I vow not to let fear or pride drive me away. I vow to share my burdens and joys, to hold space for both your scars and my own. We choose each other, not because of some clause, but because our hearts found a reason to hope. A hush falls, charged with emotion. The officiant nods gently, prompting us for rings. We decided on simple gold bands, unassuming, no flamboyance. Zara steps forward, handing me Nico's ring, and Alessandro offers Nico mine. We slip them onto each other's fingers with trembling smiles, a weightless surge coursing through me. The officiant spreads his arms. By the power given to me, I declare you husband and wife in an honest union of love. You may share your first kiss as such." Nico lifts my hands to his lips, pressing a tender kiss to my knuckles, then tilts my chin. He leans in. Our mouths meet in a gentle brush that sparks warmth through my entire being. For a breath, it's a simple seal of the vows. Then emotion swells, and we deepen the kiss, hearts pounding. Cheers rise from Zara and Alessandro, while Ash gives a subtle nod. We pull apart, cheeks damp with tears. The entire world shrinks to just us for that moment, swirling with relief and promise. Then we step back, turning to our small audience. Zara dabs at her eyes. Alessandro claps enthusiastically, and Ash gives Nico a respectful grin. The vow is done. No need for a grand stage or 1,000 cameras. People gather around to offer quiet congratulations. Zara embraces me, murmuring how proud she is, how she always knew we'd find our way once we cleared the illusions. Alessandro extends a handshake to Nico, calling him a good mentor. We slip into easy chatter, but it's underlined by a sense of calm. This is how I wanted it. Real, understated, sacred to us. Eventually, they drift away, giving us space. Zara and Ash accompany Alessandro toward the villa, where a modest dinner waits. Nico and I linger under the late afternoon sun, the vines behind us rustling. He glances around, then back at me, eyes glowing with affection. "Now we can breathe," he says softly. I nod, letting out a tension I didn't realize I held. The first time we married, I felt trapped. Now I feel free. He brushes a fingertip across my cheek. This is our story, no one else's. Emotions swirl, gratitude, longing, a blossoming desire for a more intimate sharing of this victory. Nico reads it in my eyes. He threads his fingers through mine and tugs gently. "Come, I have a surprise." We walk through a narrow path that winds deeper into the vineyard. Eventually, he leads me to a small stone cottage on the property's edge, partly hidden by tall trees. Inside, sunlight spills through open windows onto simple yet cozy furnishings. A vase of wildflowers rests on a wooden table, the fragrance mingling with the faint smell of grapes from the vines. It feels private, removed from prying eyes. I step in, heart fluttering. "It's beautiful," I whisper, scanning the rustic walls. "You arranged this?" He nods, shifting closer. "I wanted a place for just us, away from everything. We can spend the night here, celebrate in peace." His voice lowers with a heat that warms me from within. We never truly had a real wedding night, not one free of tension and half-lies. My cheeks warm at the unspoken promise in his words. Then let's claim it properly. A wave of nerves dances with anticipation in my belly. He slides his hand along my waist, drawing me close. The tension of so many months unravels with each breath we share. Our lips meet in a soft kiss, different from the hungry, tumultuous ones of our past. This is delicate, purposeful. I part my lips, inviting him to go deeper, his tongue brushing mine. The tenderness sparks a wave of heat I can't resist. I tug him closer, arms wrapped around his neck. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. A sense of finality and hope swells in the air. We share lazy kisses, stolen between breathless giggles that lighten the shadows. Time flows without tension, each breath saturating us in the simple fact that we're safe and united. Night soon unfolds, the sun fully gone, leaving only the gentle glow of a single lamp in the cottage. We slip under a thin sheet, conversation meandering through soft admissions about our fears, regrets, and the joys we yearn to explore. He asks if I truly want to manage the Harrow inheritance, or if I'd rather pivot to philanthropic efforts. I share my vision of combining the two, fueling community empowerment without turning into another bored tyrant. He listens with admiration, praising my ideas, no trace of condescension. We talk about the next steps, deciding we'll return to New York eventually, but only once we've spent some time here in Tuscany. We'll host Alessandro and the kids, bridging the philanthropic arm to real, tangible outcomes. The future looks bright, even as we acknowledge it won't be without challenges, but at least now we face them as equals. After a lull in conversation, he shifts to press a kiss to my shoulder. I never want to lose sight of what we share. I turn my head, meeting his gaze. Then don't. We'll hold each other accountable, keep illusions at bay. He nods, eyes shining. We will. We settle into each other's embrace, the hum of cicadas in the distance, a lullaby to our newfound peace. My chest is still a swirl of emotions, gratitude for this closeness, relief that we overcame every lie, excitement for the steps ahead. But the overarching sensation is one of profound calm. I vow to never let external forces overshadow our bond again. As the night deepens, we drift into quieter talk, interspersed with gentle kisses and the subtle reignition of desire. Our hands explore anew, unhurried, as though we have all the time in the world. I realize I trust him with my body and my soul, a trust forged through trial and heartbreak, but ultimately proven. Drowsiness tugs at me, and he pulls me close against his chest. My eyelids flutter. Right before sleep claims me, I murmur, I'm so glad we chose this. Chose us. He kisses my hair. We build our own legacy from now on. I nestle deeper, a smile shaping my lips. Somewhere in the hush, I recall how we once faked every vow, how months of war led us to this sanctuary. The transformation is startling, but it feels like destiny, shaped not by Elias's designs, but by the choices Nico and I made to let love triumph over fear. The last thing I'm aware of is the soothing cadence of his heartbeat beneath my ear, a steady reminder that we're forging a future together, a future we can call ours, anchored by honesty, fueled by passion, and guided by a love that rose from the ashes of a lie.